Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMouths24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chayon Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I'm near the Cape. I'm a couple hours from the Cape. I used to go to Cape Cod in the summers.
A giant basking shark washed up. Where's this at? Scottish beach. They'd use a forklift to move it.
What towns are these?
This is just Scotland, somewhere in Scotland.
How about on the Cape? Where were they on the Cape? The dolphins.
Oh, yeah, here, let me get back to it.
I have a picture of me here swimming with the dolphins. Beep, beep.
You have a parrot?
Yeah.
Can I see the parrot?
Yeah, in a minute. I'm playing a game. Beep, beep. I accepted you to DM me.
Yeah, that's why you can get the news now.
Yo, don't be doing that. Is Nathan Oakley here?
No, yeah, I'm not sure. It wasn't on the schedule, I don't think, either.
That's unfortunate.
Maybe. Oh, I can't. Let me see.
He comes on Fridays. Is it Friday?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Friday.
yeah, it
Friday.
is. Oh shit!
Yes, we're here.
Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. Yay. I know. I kind of threw me off too because yesterday was a holiday. You know.
That was funny, dude.
You guys starting
No,
an
in
event?
England it was Thursday.
Yeah. So, well, yeah. Yeah. I guess whenever. I mean, the pre-show. It starts at 8 or 45 minutes from now.
Great. You know my other account was misunderstood, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. You know misunderstood?
Yeah.
That's me.
Somebody
I
start the event. Let's get it going.
I made a new account because the other one I was in a lot of rooms and a couple of them got in trouble with fraud. So, and my account was held for it too, and I thought that was
Sucks to be you, my boy.
So I deleted a lot of the rooms that I was in on my other account, and then I made a new account just for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rooms that I just frequent all the time. So, yeah. So I don't have any problems with this one, you know. And I don't accept if people invite me to another room in this one, I won't accept it. I'll do it in the other one, but not this one.
Yeah, but just not enough time in the day. You kind of look for a community that you enjoy with some people you can tolerate, and just stick with it.
Right.
There's not many of those people.
Yeah, they're getting few and far between. There's too many people causing too many problems.
I was playing this mobile game and people were talking about flat Earth. I'm like, bro, what? People be talking about flat Earth on a mobile game was crazy to me. I didn't think it was that widespread.
Do you ever hear about the conventions that they do?
Flat Earth conventions?
Yeah.
Nope. This should be mainstream in that.
Yeah, they did. Like the biggest one that, I mean, the Denver convention was when the globalists tried to get it shut down. That they called in, like bomb threats and mass shooting threats and tried to drive up the cost of security so high that it became unfeasible to run an event. But people just stuck it out. They stuck through all the time, like constantly getting it shut down and closing and having dogs have to sweep the area. And
You know
after
what's
that,
crazy
that
though,
was
Crit?
2018. And since then, they've done conventions every year, even through Sharona.
The way that humans work and the tendencies we have, right? We're like kids. If you say don't do this, we're gonna do it,
Tribalism.
right? If you try to
Tribalism.
if you try to stop something, we're more likely gonna pursue it. You can't tell us, hey, don't do this, don't do that, because we're gonna want to do this and that, right? So if you try to stop a flat Earth convention, more people are gonna want to tune in, more people are gonna see what's happening. It just draws more attention to it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like that Barbara Streisand effect.
Yes, Sirski. We are what we are.
If everyone don't know the Barbara Streisand, Google Street View had taken a picture of her house, and someone had mentioned, "Hey, what a beautiful landscaping," or something very, very that wasn't like creepy or anything. It's like, wow, that's really cool that you've got X as a rose bush in your front yard. It must be great to walk by that. And she flipped the fuck out. Like, I want Google to delete this image. Take this down. This is a physical security threat. And mind, this is just a picture taking of all the houses in the area. Like, and like everyone knows who lives in which house. Oh, sorry. I always work on it. I know this is like something I have to work on, my potty mouth.
What?
Yeah, when we have to
What
do
do you have to work on?
when Nathan Oakley shows live, uh, it's no potty mouth,
Oh.
no foul mouth Friday. Yeah, thanks for mentioning it, Neil. I know I really got to be more conscious of it. I just kind of let him go.
No foul mouth Friday? Hold on.
Yeah.
What's the name of it?
No foul mouth Friday.
I like it.
Yeah, start with one day. A lot of people set goals that are just too hard, but just start with baby steps. Like on Friday, at least Friday morning, I won't swear. No foul mouth.
The funny thing is, I don't unless I get pissed off. If I get angry, it comes out. It just comes out. But in regular conversation, I don't swear.
Are you from New York or New Jersey or Boston or something?
Neither.
I'm from
Brooklyn.
Boston.
You are? Brooklyn?
I said neither New York or New Jersey. I'm from Brooklyn.
So you're from New York? So I was right.
He's neither.
Uh,
You can't hear?
where are you from?
Brooklyn stands alone, honey.
He's from
Uh-huh.
Narnia. Narnia business.
I hear an accent, that's why.
So who's
No,
on the
I'm
show
from,
now?
I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
So I
Is
was
it-
kind of right.
Is it just you now, Neil, or is it like what about the other guys?
I don't know if anybody else
Arwen
in the
and-
panel. Nathan's here, but he was having a couple of issues. I don't know if he's got them sorted out yet.
Okay, it's good. Something
But
with
he's here.
chocolate and okay. I'm trying to think of the guys that used to Sleeping Warrior. Have they been around lately?
Sleeping Warrior hasn't been around lately. Chalk still comes in. Adam's here. Brian. refracted curvature, started a new job. So
Yeah.
he's going to pop in whenever he can. The G Plus panel is slim, I have to be honest with you. But the Discord panel is usually full.
I'm walking here.
Yeah, did you? So you refracted curvature. That was Rags to Riches, right? Or was that someone else? Or his old account was called Rags to Riches.
I don't know what his other names were called, but he used to be a baller, and he used to troll freaking the Morgile.
Yeah, it was I think I should say it's right.
Until he found out there was no measurements of curvature.
Yes, I remember him from back back then. Like his voice sounds really familiar.
You know what I'd like to do? Get people from Raytheon, Garmin, Simrad, and all those other companies, and Furuno in on these flat earther conversations.
What do you think that would
hear
do?
their technical spiel about, about stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, what they some of that stuff is non-disclosure.
But they can't say anything?
Nothing. They can't even divulge that they work there.
Well, they could, but they get in big trouble.
Yeah.
How's Chocolate doing? By the way, I just wanted to ask the other dude, and I forget his name from
Neil.
Nathan's show. Neil, how's Chocolate doing? Well, if he hears me.
Yeah, they might have
I like
stepped up.
Chocolate. Chocolate's a good dude.
Did somebody have music on?
Yeah, Chocolate had some stuff go IRL.
If I don't answer right away, give it a second. Chocolate's doing good.
Yeah, I heard.
As a matter of fact, I'm talking to my brother. I'm going to see if I can plug him in with some air conditioning work.
Is he in the same country you are?
Yeah, Chocolate's a New
He's
Yorker.
in Georgia. He's in Georgia.
Oh, George. Oh, okay.
I'm in Alabama.
Well, shit. Man, I always thought you were a foreigner from your damn. I always thought you were a foreigner for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I was supposed to send Chocolate some coffee a long time ago. Tell Chocolate to frickin' message me. I'll send him some coffee, man. Remind him.
Yeah, I'll do that. Well, anything else I could do for you?
Well, you could DM me too. I'll send you some coffee. That way, it'll be worth your frickin' time. If you like coffee, anyway. I've been listening to you guys forever, man. Since the beginning. Since before both of you were there, actually. Long time, man.
So, what's the topic?
Flat Earth.
Anything specific?
Oh, what do you got a question? Because it's up here.
I'm listening.
Flat Earth AMA or make a claim to debate.
Let's say, speaking of the images of Barbara Streisand's property, what's the flat Earth position on like satellite imagery?
I'm not sure.
Flat Earth position. They're in a violation of natural law. Those satellites.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barbara Streisand was a street view image that they took, not an aerial photo. If I remember right, maybe I got it wrong. And then the aerial photos aren't done by satellites; they're done by aircraft.
Is that the position?
Yeah, well, just look at them. Do you think that's done by how high do you think off the ground that is?
Well, depend on how much you zoom in, but yeah, I mean that would be a big project to do by to have to fuel planes to do that or helicopters.
I have a question. How do you make weather predictions without satellites?
Was it whale?
Now, how do we make weather predictions without satellites?
Yeah, just use a farmer's
Oh,
almanac.
you're on the
and do
wrong.
it.
Hold on, you're on the wrong channel. You got to go to a meteorologist show. This is flat Earth debate.
Yeah, but they use satellites. They use satellites to do meteorology. So how does it work without? That's my question.
Okay, let's just
I don't know. Go to a
Hold on,
a
yeah.
meteorologist show.
hold on. Let's just break it down.
Yes,
The
they said
original-
that, and they said they use satellites. So that's my problem.
Okay. So the original question was, what's your position on satellite imagery, right? Well,
Yeah.
I don't have a position on it. There's a positive assertion that we've got satellites orbiting in a sky vacuum. That's not our position, though. It's the globe Earth's position that we overcome by pointing out that if the sky was a vacuum, then based on entropic law, second law of thermodynamics, the gas we're breathing would also fill that volume. Ergo, there is no satellite images from space because there is no outer space to be in to take pictures. That's our overcome.
So there is a position though that would be that it's done by planes or helicopters.
No,
that would
so-
be your position.
No. That if you now insert that, that's called a straw man because I didn't say that. Someone else might have said it.
Okay, then my question is, what's your intuition or explanation?
I just told you.
Or
I don't have one.
alternative.
Let's just try that one more time. I'll say it a little bit slower.
Okay, you made your you've
You've asked
like
me a
the
new
semantics
question.
are clear.
I'm repeating my
The
answer
semantics
because it
are
seemed
clear.
like you didn't listen.
The
Now you're
semantics are
talking
clear.
straight through the middle of me. Could you stop doing
We
that,
all
please?
understand what you
Please,
mean.
could you stop talking through me? Thank you. To reiterate the position. We don't have one. I'm not making any claims about the sky. You, as a globe believer, if you are one, have a position that there's a vacuum above our heads that contains satellites. That's your position. We overcome it by pointing out the sky's not a vacuum. It's a violation of natural law.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, so you
Vacuum
don't have
tube
to
is
have a
the same as
position.
vacuum.
You don't have to have a position on it, but I'm just curious if you believe those photos are fake.
No, there are no photos from satellites in space. Third time's a charm. They can't be images from space. There is no outer space sky vacuum to have images come from.
Okay, I'll repeat myself. So when I go to Google, and when I go to Google Maps and I turn on quote unquote satellite view, what am I seeing?
Sorry, did I make a claim about it?
Okay, do you have a thought on what I'm seeing?
For the fourth time, you have a claim that the
So you don't.
satellites... I'll just repeat
don't.
it for a fourth time, hopefully without you
Okay,
talking
so
through
you
me,
don't-
because you
you
haven't
don't have
acknowledged.
any
It'd be
thought on
okay
what
if
I'm
I just
seeing.
repeat it in response.
So he
In
cannot
response, I
debunk
just
it
prefer
then?
to repeat what I've said. In response, that's without you talking through me. Thank you. For the fourth time. I don't make a claim about it. Globe makes a claim about it that we can absolutely annihilate. That's it.
Not really, but
You can just simply say, "I have no thoughts on the what you see when you go to Google Maps," and that's fine.
I would do, though. That's not what I think. Oh, that's definitely not come from a sky vacuum, as they claim it's come from, in an orbital motion.
so you don't know,
derived from.
basically.
There's me being talked through the middle of again. It seems, third time. Let's try that again. No, I have some thoughts on it. When it says from space, I go, oh no, that's definitely a lie, because there is no space for this picture, in quotes, to come from. I definitely have some thoughts on it based on the positive claim made by the person presenting the images. No, that's not me. I don't make any claims about them. I just know when they say they come from space, they don't.
We answered the question 5 times.
Okay, you have thoughts on where they don't come from. Do you have any thoughts on where they do come from?
Did I make a claim about it? You want to do
I'm
this 16?
asking-
Should we do this 16
I'm
more
asking
times?
as an annex.
16 more times,
I'm
perhaps?
asking
Should we
as
do
an
the
addition.
same thing 16 more times? You've got a claim about it, so you need me to have a claim about it, and you've insisted on that position 6 times, even though I've overcome it 6 times. It seems that the cogs aren't turning fast enough for you to comprehend that when I say I'm not making a claim about it, that doesn't mean you can now hold me to some standards about a claim that you would desperately like me to be making, and I'm not. 6 times, my friend. Are we done?
I'm not asking you to justify a claim. I'm just asking if you happen to have any thoughts out of my curiosity.
Yeah, and I answered that too. I think, oh, well, when they say these pictures come from a sky vacuum, they don't, because that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You didn't acknowledge that either. I gave you my thoughts on it. My thoughts are, if this is claimed to come from space, it's a lie, because that would mean the gas we're breathing at high pressure would fill that area of volume they say the satellite's in line with entropic law. I definitely have some thoughts on it based on the positive assertion I'm not making and I can debunk.
Okay, I'll try one more time. Okay, just out of my own pure curiosity, not because you need to justify anything, do you have any thoughts on where they do come from rather than where they don't come from?
I don't make a claim about it. You must force me into making a claim about it, in spite of the 7 renditions. Excuse me, sir. It seems you cannot comprehend a simple reply. When I point out I don't have any claims about this, you seem to suggest that by rephrasing your question 7 different ways, that I'm going to be able to offer you what you want, which is for me to be in a position to make a claim so you can try and debunk it when I'm not making one. Now, there is a claim about Sky, it being a vacuum and it having satellites in. It isn't mine. I just debunk that crap and then walk away without any obligation to justify anything from any website for any photo labelled as anything ever. I don't have to do that, and it's been 8 times, and it has been 8 times with quite a lot of interruptions that I've pointed that out to you. Now, perhaps when we get to 10, I'll ask the moderators to just shut you up, because it seems like you're in a cognitive loop where you can't cope with a reply that undermines your insistence that I have a position on this when I haven't got one, and I don't need to have one.
What do you mean by cognitive loop?
He's clearly misrepresenting.
I assume that was a moderator saying, goodbye, Dumbo, 9 times is enough. Cognitive loop, where I give him a reply, I'm not making a claim, why would I justify anything? Well, but if you made a claim about it, and I'm not suggesting you need to defend a claim, but if you were to have some, that's a cognitive loop where he just asks the same thing 9 times and ignores the rebuttal. That's a cognitive loop.
Okay, just for the globalists, you got one of the biggest names in flat earthers here right now. Okay, you get to ask him anything. At least be willing to listen to the answer. Don't just waste everyone's time. Don't make moderators to do anything. Ask a question, then listen to the answer. That's it. It should be simple. It shouldn't be this difficult for like an answer to be needed to repeated 9, 10, whatever times. It just bogs the conversation down. It gives other people who might want to speak, they lose their chance to, because you've sat there and filled the airwaves with a cognitive loop, as Nathan so eloquently said.
That's intentional, because then you don't get to the conclusion, which I'll now make. Outer space is fake. There is no sky vacuum. There are no images from space. That's all a lie that globe believers believe in, because priests have told them that they've been there. They haven't been there. You can't go there. There is no there to go to. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Everybody who's on a globe must and does believe there's a sky vacuum, and it's a violation of natural law. That's the conclusion. Of course, if he's still here asking the same exact question, it's almost like the conclusion doesn't stand as a conclusion, because the questions come again. That's why they ask it 9 times.
Oh, hey, what's going on? I have a question.
Just quickly, also his question doesn't prove anything, as he's asking us about images taken from elevation, which is measured with respect to sea level, and it doesn't prove a sky vacuum either, so that's why we don't really have a lot to say about it, because it doesn't prove anything either way, just speculative. Pointless.
Questions aren't intended to prove anything.
Well, they are here. We can use questions to prove things. Anyway, what was your question?
So I was talking with a globe earther yesterday, and he brought up 2 arguments. And the first thing he said was, okay, so if the Earth is flat, then no matter where the sun is, you can take a string, and at any position on the circle, you can make a direct connection. Therefore, you must see it. But I just think that angular resolution just flat out shows that that's not true, right? And the second argument he brought
one at
up.
a time. Don't give me both. I'm not.
Go ahead.
Too tired to cope with keeping track of the first and the second. So the first one was, your opponent tells you what a flat Earth should do, correct?
Yeah, he's saying how he was doing an internal critique of the model.
Sorry, did you offer him a model to critique?
Well, I was more like debating for the flat Earth side. So
No,
I wasn't
just try to listen to the question.
No, I was
Just
not.
try to listen to the question.
Oh.
Did you offer him a model to critique?
Not like.
It's just a yes or no.
Well, yes, the flat Earth model.
Which model did you offer him?
I didn't offer a specific model. That's why I didn't just answer him.
God, this is difficult. So he's critiquing a model.
I got some pretty interesting.
Hello, I'm talking to this gentleman. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's a straw man that he's offered you. He said your model will work like this, as I say it should work, and doesn't. That's called a straw man. You're not presenting him a model for him to say how it should work based on what you have presented him. Now, if you haven't made a claim about it, it's a straw man. You're not making a claim about what that model should or shouldn't do. If it's not your model, it's his model. So his model that he made of a flat Earth fails. That's a straw man fallacy that he's employed. My God, this is going to be difficult. When I conclude the answer to the question that you've asked me, what do I do when someone offers me a position where they say this is what should happen on a flat Earth? Unless you offered them that position as your positive claim, it's a straw man that you don't have to defend. That's the conclusion. What was the second one?
I know that this. This is how debate rules and stuff. But more about the actual content. It's like he was saying, like, okay, so you have a flat Earth, right? And I would believe that the sun and the moon are just below the firmament, right? And so he would say, well, so no matter where the sun is, you can take a string and connect it to any part of the Earth, right? And so this itself would be correct in my view, right? But then he says, therefore, you must see it from all points. And my response was angular resolution, right?
Why? Does angular resolution prove your position that the Earth is flat?
It would. It was a counter-argument to his statement that therefore I must see it.
No. You don't seem to want to respond to my questions that are closed. Does angular resolution affirm your positive position that Earth is flat?
Not in itself, no.
So it shouldn't really be a position that you're offering up in defence, because it's not a claim that can affirm your position. So what you've done is you fell prey to a straw man and are now trying to explain from within the straw man you've fallen victim to how his straw man says it should work.
Yes,
that's it.
Dude, I want to learn. I'm not like, I'm not asking for a debate, like how to debate. I want to like learn that, because I thought that angular resolution solves the problem, right?
Well, you were wrong.
Oh, okay. Wait, give me a minute.
Hello, hold on, whoever's interrupted me, sensual. No. This is a problem for the last 10 years where a positive claim is made that a boat will fall over an edge called Earth curve. And when they demonstrate that they affirm the consequent with Earth curve maths that presupposes the horizon is an Earth curve hill getting in the way, and then they match it to the maths, they affirm the consequent successfully. Now, you can buy into their positive claim, debunk their claim, whatever you want with their claim. But when you try to explain their positive claim as a replacement for their positive claim, then you're falling victim to a false dichotomy. You don't need to make any claims whatsoever about what boats do with respect to the horizon or what the sun will do with respect to unless you're making a positive claim about that, you don't need to defend it. If they say something should happen, understand that that is then their claim that they need to defend. You don't have to offer an alternative explanation for why Earth curve fails. That's what this argument really is. They say there's an Earth curve edge. You say perspective. Why? That doesn't prove a flat Earth. You've fallen victim to offering an explanation as a replacement when you don't need to. Just undo their positive claim. Like that guy. Well, what do you do with these images? I don't. It's not my claim. I don't need to do anything with him. I'll tell him 10 times. But as he insists that I must do something with his straw man, like you are doing, well, I need to work out how the straw man... No, you don't. Know what you're claiming and claim that. And if they've claimed something, know how to undo their claim if you're in debate with them. If the claim is Earth curve edge getting in your way, then you better know how to undo their positive claim. But you don't need to offer a replacement with perspective. That's not necessary.
Sorry, I had a call. I couldn't hear what you said for the last.
In summary, falsification does not require a replacement. Show something's wrong, you don't have to give an alternative. Why do boats go over the horizon? I couldn't care less. I didn't make a claim about it. It's not my position to prove a flat Earth. Explaining why they do it with perspective won't achieve that. But suddenly we're in a false dichotomy. You say it's perspective. I say it's Earth curve mathematics when I affirm the consequent. Let's see which one's right. No, it makes no difference to you as a flat earther what causes boats to disappear into the distance. Who cares?
So
This
basically,
new level of
he
stupidity.
missed most of that, Nathan, but basically, yeah, you've answered his straw man. He said, oh, how does this work on your flat earth? And you've tried to offer up a reason as to why it would work on his version of flat earth that he offered to you in the first place.
Right.
And then when you asked for the answer
that's true.
to the fallacy you
I
fell
see.
victim to, you said that you don't need to learn how to debate, but you do if you're going out there debating. But luckily for you, you're at the perfect place. So subscribe, stay tuned, and you won't fall victim to fallacies when you're in debate.
Yeah, speaking of which, right, we're going to go live in about 10 minutes. So all I ask of the panel, I'm being hosted by the politics server, so I'm very grateful for them doing that. But what I do ask, unreasonable it might be to ask as a guest, please don't swear. That's it.
So, if you don't mind, I would bring up the second argument
Yes,
that he
please.
made.
Yeah, sorry, I did forget about
It
that. My
was
bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you would just give the same response, but he was saying like, okay, like it can't work on the flat Earth model that the sun sets and rises, but the moon can be seen both day and night. I didn't fully understand his argument, but I'm sure you've heard it, right? So hence,
Sure. Well, I mean, again, were you making a positive claim about what the sun does?
No.
Okay, so it's another straw man. Yes, you're all right. You're a fast learner. Yeah. But you can just to. I'm not suggesting that you do now enter into a false dichotomy with the information I now give you. So, full stop, new paragraph. We're not now talking about him lumbering you into false dichotomies with straw men. New subject. If in a completely separate scenario you chose to use the sun and how it moves with respect to the horizon, you can describe that, and they do, mathematically, and they do derive time with it. It's angular descriptions with respect to a flat plane. That's how it's described mathematically. It's also simultaneously part of the systems on the maps. Longitude. So we've got a very specific angular, flat Earth, measurement-based system that uses the sun. That's a positive claim. I just wouldn't suggest it's offered up as a non sequitur when someone asks me about how the sun rises and sunsets on their straw man model. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
No, that was it. Thank you.
I'm here all week.
Well, for the next 3 hours at least.
I mean, sat here doing this. I do this day in, day out.
Look over the panel of the people here. There's a Rebecca, kind of a clever name. I haven't seen them in the channel before.
I don't think she comes off mute, mate. Move on to the next.
Yeah, Tim, 199999 repeating.
Jim is actually my brother-in-law, yeah? He's a flat earther. He's just listening.
Okay.
He hasn't been around for a while. Sent him an invite tonight.
You guys know Henry?
No, I don't think so.
Henry the Brit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a cherished elder around these parts.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I know you're talking about just inside the server. Yeah, I've seen him around. Yeah, but Princess, like you was on, or Princess was on politics and religion. and then she found the
Right.
server here.
Yeah, my other name is misunderstood. Beep, beep.
Nathan, I was thinking that you haven't done an episode on fallacies in a while, and I've been here 20 minutes and I've heard 3 or 4 fallacies so far, so it might be worth doing another episode on fallacies in the near future.
Maybe. Weird bit of coincidence in regards to fallacies. So, I don't know if we made this public or not. Okay, if this isn't public yet, then it is now. So, Adam asked me to contact Jaren, specifically off the back of Dave Weiss being unable to just say Earth is flat. So, he got in touch with Witsit directly, and he asked me, because I've got a direct line to Jaren, if I would do the same. So, I literally almost verbatim paraphrased some sections of what Adam had asked me to ask him, and told him, I'm asking this on behalf of a friend. Would you answer in the affirmative like Dave couldn't when asked if Earth is obviously flat? Or can you prove without a doubt that Earth is flat? And he said, I know it's not a sphere, but yeah, I do know it's flat. He gave me a good enough answer for me to satisfy my interest. Not that I had one, I was asking on behalf of someone else. But he gave me a fairly substantive answer that was enough to satisfy me. And I passed that on to Adam. Anyway, a couple of days later, Jaren gets back in touch.
I'm fucking gay, dude. I'm fucking gay.
Can a moderator remove the guy that just blurted through me with an obscenity after I've specifically asked people not to swear?
Yeah, I'm fucking gay, dude.
Can you just remove that guy from
Yes,
us?
we got him.
Thank you.
Sorry, it took a second to find.
No worries. So, Jaren got in touch with me a couple of days later, asking me to break down the Black Swan, because he was under the, there's no polite way of putting this, misapprehension that it's a formal logical fallacy, known as affirming the consequent. So he put it into a vague paraphrasing, and in a kind of broken way, explained to me why he was asking, and the way he'd phrased it was enough for me to kind of figure out why he'd have that misapprehension. Excuse me. So I took, I don't know, about half an hour last night to get about half of it done, and then I was absolutely exhausted doing various bits of work. And then this morning I picked it up again and just finished it off with exactly that, the breakdown with references and citations, admittedly from Wiki, that just explained Wiki because it was the best one I could find, to be frank. But this is what an affirming the consequent is. Here's the logical inconsistency or fallacy form, and here's modus tollens and its logical consistency or logical form, and here's an example that's simple, and here's an example that we use, that would be Black Swan, and here's the opposite, that is to say the same example but formulated into the fallacy rather than the modus tollens, right? So I took the Black Swan and turned it into an affirming the consequent, so that you could see the difference in terms of how it was phrased. It took a long time for me to figure it out, especially when I was knackered last night, because it's not easy to juxtapose a fallacy with a piece of sound logic. So that's what I had to do, but I did it for him and broke it all down. And then I woke up this morning and there was a video from Eric DeBay in my subscriptions feed about the Antarctic experiment. And in that video, he's chastising Jaren. I shouldn't laugh. It's just literally in his previous videos, he was shouting me out in terms of debates, which is kind of a difficult thing for him to spin, because he's saying that the title of the video is The Futility of Flat Earth Debates. And then he commends me for winning debates, which is great. But obviously, difficult to wangle in when you're saying these things are futile. But I still managed to squeeze a shout out of it. Thank you very much, Eric. But then it comes to the Antarctic experiment and what Jaren's done, and he's quoting him saying, if we see this 24-hour sun in Antarctica, another affirming the consequent fallacy, then we're on a ball. Now, I'm paraphrasing, and I'm pretty sure Dubay would have done it verbatim from Jaren's quote. But either way, it's just an interesting scenario that we find ourselves in. A good appreciation, well, I'll finally conclude, I know this has taken a while, a good appreciation of what an affirming the consequent is would mean that Jaren wasn't in a position to assume antipodal positioning to affirm the consequent. Last thing I'll say on this, the affirming the consequent for Antarctica is as follows. If we are on a ball and assume when we travel south we are antipodal on said ball, that's P, then Q, we will observe a 24-hour sun. Q, we observe a 24-hour sun. Therefore, P, we're on a ball that we've assumed when we travelled out towards the horizon on a flat plane and assumed we were antipodal on a ball. So, if it wasn't for the fact that you're travelling south, they could use the northern 24-hour sun. The reason they use the south one is because when travelling south, they can formulate it into a fallacy that assumes you're antipodal on a ball when you arrive in Antarctica. And then you affirm the consequent. Therefore, we see 24-hour sun. And what do you know we do? If they do, they may not. So it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, obviously, Jaron doesn't understand these because he's asking me about them. But hopefully, he'll go, oh, hang on. If P, Earth sphere, then Q, 24-hour sun, 24-hour sun, therefore Earth sphere, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Anyway, I'm done.
So, Rich, you got in the chat here that the black swan is a fallacious argument. Would you like to explain that further?
Is he holding Bev's pocket?
I'm going to be starting my live show either way, so.
Good on.
Greetings.
Good morning.
Yo.
Good morning.
Nice to see everybody.
Oh, jolly good. And for those of you in the Discord server, although we have been chatting for a little bit before we started the show, our main endeavour when we come here on a Friday is to promote the notion that as a flat earther, we shouldn't be defending against positions that we aren't making claims about. As a flat earther, you should move forward on the front foot and declare Earth is obviously, observably, measurably flat. That's how it's surveyed, built on, moved around, mapped. That's what we do with Earth. That is unilaterally true for everybody, including globe believers, who derive their globe faith from these flat Earth measurements. So, as I say, and will repeat, if you are a flat earther, don't engage with undoing claims that you haven't made from globe believers or offering up alternative explanations to globe believers' positive claims. Declare that which is true. Earth is measured flat. That's our purpose in being here. Hopefully we'll get that message across as we continue to come on a Friday. If you're in the live stream chat from my audience, we're in Politics Discord server, as I said in the intro. And yeah, that's our home from home now. We've been here quite a while. I'm sure we'll get some globe believers telling us what's what along the process of being here live for the next couple of hours. So yeah, good to be here. Thank you for having me every Friday.
Good to have you here.
Alrighty then. Could also ask some housekeeping questions. Maybe that'll get some ball believers in the mood.
There was this wolf guy that was talking in the chat, but he's saying he was being respectful and didn't want to jump in. He did ask though if he could ask questions, but I don't know what happened to him.
He's still in the chat. I don't think he's in the room.
I'll tell him to
But
jump
we do
in
have
voice. I'm just listening, he says.
Was that you?
Well, while he gathers his
we do.
thoughts, you'll be able to ask him a question, Nathan.
Sure, I'll just shout out Steampunk Punk. Happy Friday, measured flat, have a coffee, says Steampunk Punk. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that's what we're here for. If someone wants a question, just feel free. I mean, obviously, it's not my server.
Well,
Leave it to the
we got a
moderators.
few new people in here. We got Laroon. Seems to be someone that's new to the room. Who else have we got in here that was new? We've got Q, but I have seen Q around before. Any questions, guys? We've got Sam. And ZSEP.
I mean, I thought they'd be all chomping at the bit to put some globe evidence forward.
If they don't, we'll start putting some flat
Maybe-
Earth evidence forward.
Maybe they're all recovering from. It was the 4th of July yesterday. It's pretty hot out on the 4th of July. Maybe everybody's recovering. It's said to be the day that the sun is furthest in its was the aperihelion orbit, giving us the hottest day of the year. Is what it's said to be.
Well, you're going to need a horizontal baseline for that, mate.
Yeah, orbits are derived from angular measurements of the lights in the sky, and then described with respect to the equatorial and extended celestial plane from the centre of a globe Earth that isn't actually used to make this description. So you'll need a flat Earth for orbits.
Oh, that's
What would you say is
ridiculous. It's in the school books all over in every part of the world that we live in a solar system, planets orbit. What are you talking about?
Said that the measurements in the maths come from flat plane measurements of lights in the sky.
Yeah, but the angular size of the sun is smaller, so it has to be further away.
Is it?
That's the
What's the
assertion.
sun again?
It's the sun.
Right, but if
Intangible.
It's a lamp.
Yeah, it's intangible. If we're going to ascribe physical attributes to how it behaves, then we really need to know it is what we think it is to ascribe those physical attributes. But we don't know that. We have got, or had, when we were on a globe, just so stories about what the sun is. We don't know.
Wait, so it's not a lamp? I'm just checking.
No.
Oh, okay.
That was last
Good morning,
week.
brother.
The lamp guy.
Hey, Chocolate.
Chocolate, somebody was asking about you today. He's in here, just so you know.
Everyone loves chocolate.
You ain't kidding. Especially white chocolate.
That's racist.
This guy likes white chocolate. Well, I'll tell you what, I like black chocolate.
That's a horrible impersonation. Don't leave your day job, whatever you do.
As a troll moderation team, we're all over it. We're not on our server today, by the way. We're in politics, so we have to be on our best behaviour, guys in my panel.
Earth is now flat.
Yeah,
Anonymous, we'll give you another crack. Just don't jump in like that again, please.
Okay.
It may not be flat. How would you find out if it's flat or not flat?
Measure it.
I went to the space.
You went
Saw
to
a
space.
picture.
Did you say you went to space?
Yeah.
That's definitely a lie. See, I don't really want
How
to engage with his
No.
bullshit. We already know he's a liar.
I heard chocolate chuckle. That's funny.
Yeah, but
So, or it was like a shape, like a ball shape, you know.
I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, buddy. You're saying, what if I went to space and I saw a ball shape? But that's a fun question. But who knows?
No, I did go to space.
So you're claiming to be a cosmonaut or an astronaut? What are you claiming to be?
I'm just a normal human being. I just went to space and just came back.
Can we just remove this guy? I just don't want these discussions. We're with liars.
Nathan, that's all they have. What do you expect? We killed them.
Okay, so anybody who claims to have been to space, even if he said, yes, I'm a cosmonaut, and could prove that he was, I'd flat out call him a liar, regardless, because he would be. If he says he's been to a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, with gas at high pressure not dispersing into it, violating the second law of thermodynamics, he can automatically be described as a liar. There is no sky vacuum to travel through in rockets and put satellites in orbit in, when deriving orbits as a mathematical concept by way of flat Earth measurements. These things are all inconducive with reality.
What if that cosmonaut said that at the pulpit of a very prestigious church?
So we don't believe people when they say that they're from Middle Earth or that they've been to Middle Earth? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Yeah, that's a good comparison. If we're to suggest that there is a Middle Earth because we saw it on the telly, and you know, someone comes along and says they've been there, you know they're a liar instantly if you know the place isn't real and doesn't exist. We normally use Narnia. Someone says that, oh yeah, I definitely traversed the wardrobe. No, you didn't, you liar. There is no wardrobe to get into a place called Narnia. There is no sky vacuum.
Maybe my mic wasn't working. When I said, even if it's a man standing at a pulpit who was an astronaut and said he was one of the last men to orbit the Earth. He said it at a very prestigious church.
Yeah, he's a liar.
Still a liar?
Yeah, if you're claiming you're somewhere that you can't be, then you're a liar.
Maybe he was in a simulation and he didn't realize it.
Highly unlikely. I don't know why you're making these apologetics, Neil, but fine.
Well, because when I went to Disney World, I went on a ride, and I thought I was in Africa.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, it was a simulation type ride, and you would have thought everything you saw there was real. It was quite amazing.
Okay, fine, I'll take it as read. You could mitigate because these people were put into a simulator and convinced that they were going to a place that doesn't exist. They simulated the wardrobe and the coats being moved out of the way, revealing the snow.
Yeah, like a virtual reality type thing.
If you say so.
So that wouldn't make him a liar. That would make him, he was deceived, right? If that's the case.
I don't care. I really don't care. There's no place for them to go. If they say they've gone, they're lying about going there.
I mean, as a Glober that might be listening to this, right? And your man who spoke up before, that was the first go, right? That was the first thing out the gate. Oh, I went to space and it looked like a globe. How does that hold up for you guys? Does that pass the smell test for you guys? Like, it's been, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, and that's what we got. I've been to space. Really?
They've got nothing chocolate. I mean, they're still presenting a boat getting smaller in the distance as it sails away. That is actually evidence of their Earth. That is what they're still using on observation. Nothing to do with measurement. They don't believe it could be any other possibility, like perspective or angular resolution. It has to be a globe, but they can't measure the globe. And if they do give any evidence of measuring the globe, it definitely will involve an elevation angle, a horizontal baseline, sea level. It won't involve any curvature measurement, and that I will guarantee.
Yeah, they need to measure a flat Earth too. I said that in my opening to the Discord server today. It's a prerequisite for everyone. Earth will be measured flat. if you have a globe belief, you'll measure Earth flat and extrapolate out your globe faith from that flat Earth measurement. That's why it can back engineer itself onto the plane of reference we use for angle measurements to stars. That's why all the maps are flat. They have to be, or they wouldn't function with angle measurements with respect to the plane. They wouldn't work with circles of equal altitude that's plotted on your maps. Maps would not work because the systems come from a flat plane. They have to be flat.
But they do love going up, like Chocolate says, they love going up to space world, into the sky. You know, that takes them away from the fact that they need some actual physical measurement. Yeah, they've got to get away from there because they don't want to talk about that, because as soon as they talk about that, they will be talking about flat Earth measurements. So let's go up in the sky and talk about space. I'll feel a lot safer there.
Well, I
Yeah,
said
well,
that they were going to go back to space as soon as we was killing them with the Earth measured flat. They were going to take it back to space.
I just dropped something in Master B for you as well, guys. Nathan, do what you want with it, but interesting.
Let me get it straight. A guy from the chat wants me to review a video that I've not seen before.
No. Just have a look at the thumbnail.
Black Swan fallacy, what you see is what you get. No, Black Swan fallacy.
Yeah, that's the one.
Why you see what you want to see. That doesn't mean anything. He's going to have to join and verbally tell us what his argument is.
Yeah, yep. That's why I've dropped it here. I've asked him to come on and describe it. He's dropped this in the chat, so I thought I'd just pass it across, and he'd want to come in and give us a bit of a description here of what's going on. Rich, want to run us through your citation?
I've heard of the Black Swan argument, and I've heard of the Black Swan analogy, but I haven't heard of the Black Swan fallacy before. Can someone explain that to me?
No such thing.
Yeah, it's a nothing.
It's Bev's creation, right? Bev's little monster.
I have no idea what.
Well, in the Black Swan, you're clearly seeing the horizon, which they state can be no more than 1.2 times the observer's height in feet squared. Yeah, that's what they're claiming. There's a distance to it at a certain height. The Black Swan clearly shows that that statement is incorrect. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe, and the horizon is not a physical Earth curve blockage.
Well, how do you know how far the horizon is? What gives you the idea that it's not at the distance it's supposed to be at?
Well, the horizon's never been claimed to be a physical location, Neil, except for in something called the globe model. It's defined as an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the surface of Earth. Sea level.
In other words, the response to the Black Swan argument that was put out by us is to actually commit the Black Swan fallacy, which, according to this, is basically the Black Swan fallacy is the tendency of people to ignore evidence that contradicts their beliefs and assumptions, according to this thing that was posted. So when we show the Black Swan and we tell you, why is this horizon, which should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away, why is it past about 9-10 miles? And that's ignored, and we're told, oh, there's 7 horizons, and we never claimed horizon. We never claimed boats going behind the horizon. Wouldn't that be the Black Swan fallacy, guys? I'm just...
Yeah, but Chocolate, how do you know it's 9-10 miles? That's what I'm asking. How do you know that?
Oil rigs.
Because the platform has been measured on Google Earth with a set distance.
Platform of what?
We know where the oil rigs are. They're not moving. They're in the ground. They're in the seabed. They're at a fixed distance.
Thank you. That wasn't clarified, and if there's new listeners, they have no clue what the black swan is.
Either way, we haven't had it presented. If someone wants to present a claim that, no, the reasoning behind the black swan argument is fallacious, then they're welcome to come and present that.
So we're saying, well, look, here's one of a million black swans that exist. And they're saying, yeah, but that one black swan is faulty. It's like, yeah, but it's one of millions.
Not faulty.
They're not realizing that all you need is one black swan to debunk the notion that all swans are white.
Yeah, that all horizons are Earth curve.
Exactly.
Shout out to the Flat Out Truth. Says some triggering is coming because when the globies realise that the wardrobe is just a closet and Narnia is just the Earth being measured flat forever. Yeah? For the super chat. Okay, so all the flatties in the Discord server. If you want to take that step forward, obviously you've got to have a good idea about what your opponent's going to claim so you can undo it where needed. But ultimately, if you're in this arena and you want to move forward on the front foot, you'll need a flat earth silver bullet to fire. And that silver bullet, in my humble opinion, well, let's be more accurate, in 2024, is the latitude measurement that is absolutely unequivocally flat and required for all of the globe presuppositions that are put into the ether of our domain. So if you want to believe that you're on a sphere, then you've got to wrap flat earth measurements, that's latitude, around that sphere. So you need to measure Earth flat with latitude. What is latitude? Well, it's the circles on the map or on the globe that represent a declination of a star called Polaris towards the horizon as you back away from it. What does that mean? It means that if you were at the North Pole and Polaris was above your head, you'd be on the ground, lying on your back, looking directly up. That is to say, it would be at your zenith. And if you travel 60 nautical miles away from Polaris in any direction, it will drop towards the horizon by 1 degree. 1 degree being a measurement of a flat Earth. So 90 degrees on the ground where you were standing and have moved 60 nautical miles away from now has a 90 degree to your position, with the angle being measured and described as declining towards the horizon at 1 degree. That's 1 degree off a flat Earth. Now you can continue that process out towards the minimum elevation angle of Polaris, otherwise known as the equator. And those series of flat Earth circles form something called the equatorial plane. That is the simultaneous reason I gave earlier for all maps being flat and why these measurements are stretched around a globe so they can be projected onto a tube, cut down the middle and rolled back out flat again. And then you can say, oh, well, we've got a globe projection. But the latitude lines on that globe projection have their origins in an actual measurement of Earth. A flat measurement of a star called Polaris. That system is what we use to navigate with to this day. It's also the system that turns into a globe. Hopefully that's concise enough for anybody who's not heard this. I'm not going to say argument because it isn't. It's a statement of fact. As a flat earther, you don't need to start postulating these things to your opponent. Would you not appreciate that we measure Earth flat for a Polaris-centric system we use called latitude? No, you tell them, we measure Earth flat for latitude. End statement. Because it's a fact, not something up for debate. It's It's not something that's been inserted by just so story. It is a fact that our navigation systems are based on. Flat Earth measurements. Say it loud, say it proud.
I was having this conversation, Nathan, with somebody, exactly what you stated, and their rebuttal was, well, it's got nothing to do with elevation angles. It's all to do with the linear relationship. That's what their rebuttal was to me.
The linear
They can just go
relationship.
outside.
The linear relationship of the
Anybody who
angles you're measuring off a flat Earth.
Yeah, anybody who would argue or doubt that that's just a matter of fact, they can go out tonight, find Polaris, and measure an angle to it. And they might be surprised that that's their latitude.
Of course, you'd need a horizontal plane of reference to make that angle measurement. You'll be measuring Earth flat to do it.
Yeah, no curve needed or used whatsoever.
Well, if you've got 90 to you, to your position from the zenith position of Polaris, then it's running along a flat baseline for it to be called an angle. It is ipso facto a flat Earth measurement.
I mean, there's no denying it. I mean, it's there in black and white. It's simple to understand. You can draw it out. You can do it yourself, like you say, if you've got the tools to do it. Go and try it. Don't need curvature. Just need an elevation angle from a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, but it's not like you don't need curvature. It won't work on curvature. Not an angle, then.
Yeah, but to
exactly, Neil.
But to turn the surface into a spherical surface, you first measure these flat Earth angles to Polaris and then stretch them around a ball.
Yeah, that checks out.
Well, no, I mean, you'll need a flat Earth measurement to claim you're on a ball, which you obviously aren't. If you're measuring Earth flat to make that claim, it's absurd to suggest you're actually going to be capable of reifying the flat measurement you took of the surface into a ball to have a spherical surface you didn't measure. It's absurd.
And then they come out with, we use a tangent line, which is just a line that is touching one point of a circle or sphere. And we'll point out that, you won't be getting 2 ground positions on a tangent line, will you now?
Exactly.
But that's not a tangent, is it?
Well, tangent just begs the question because you're suggesting that you are measuring a flat baseline. You have got ground positions on this line. But that ground position isn't on the ground because there's a dangling sphere beneath that line that's flat that you need for the angle. And the dangling globe Earth isn't used in the measurement or in the assertion of a ground position on that line that isn't the dangling globe beneath it. So they say you need a tangent. And you go, okay, so does it work then? No. Then we must transpose this angle because all light comes in parallel to the centre of the globe. We're going to put this angle in hell on the, equatorial plane? Yeah, because there's an equatorial plane that extends out inside a globe so that you can make people who see it think that you're working on a globe. You're not. You're working on a flat plane inside a completely surplus to requirements globe on the equatorial plane that matches all of the angle measurements to Polaris. Flat. That's what you need to do. If you're going to claim that you're on a globe, you take an angle measurement that doesn't represent the surface with a dingleberry below that measurement of a non-surface with non-GPs on it. Then you transpose those non-surface, non-GPs tangential to a globe that you weren't using to measure into a globe that you didn't measure. So it's back on a plane inside the globe. So it can function again. Justification, all light comes in parallel. That's the justification for it. You're not standing in hell measuring angles, but they only work in a globe because you've got a flat plane in a globe. Well, they just work and measure and function on a plane. There's no conversion needed.
So anywhere they just got to go anywhere where there's a flat horizontal baseline, basically, to get their angle, because they can't do it from a curved surface. They need a horizontal level baseline to get an elevation angle. So that's where they have to go.
You could just use any level. You could establish level with a tool because all horizontals run parallel with one another. And the parallel to the surface is the bit that we can utilize because of that fact. Because when you establish level is level where you are and at 90 degrees to that position, directly below the ground, or directly above, with the ground position directly below. Get that in the right order. But that's only because horizontals function as they function, and we know them to function geometrically. All parallel. So therefore, once you establish a level, that point that you measure with the star, same exact angle measurement, is parallel to the ground below it and can operate as a ground position. It's only going to ever function because Earth is flat. It's the only way it can function, does function, was measured, is used to this day. Flat.
Right, and what's the funny thing about a sphere? There are no flat surfaces on a sphere.
Right. Earth is measured flat. This becomes most amusing when a globo opponent puts forth an idea that they can prove sphericity, and immediately they will start with a flat Earth measurement of some description. And we will obviously stop them in their tracks and say, you've just used a flat Earth measurement to achieve your claim to be globe-proofsy. At that point, they've got two choices. Choice number one, relinquish or deny/decry the measurement they just appealed to as not being a measurement or not being to do with the surface of Earth. In which case, how can you claim this proves a globe surface if the measurement itself has nothing to do with the surface and potentially isn't even a measurement? That's what they may put to you. Well, if it's not a measurement, it's not got to do with Earth, you're not going to be proving Earth's a sphere with it, are you? That's option one. Option two, I accept as a globe believer that this measurement I must use measures Earth flat. So I can take that flat Earth measurement and make my globe claim with it. Yes, I accept it's the ground we're measuring. Yes, I accept it's flat. Now let me make my globe claim. Why are you stopping me? I need to make my globe claim now. No, we're stopping you because you just measured Earth flat. Now we don't need to hear your globe claim. It's either relinquish the claim that you absolutely require that has a flat Earth measurement as part of it to make your globe claim, in which case you can't make your claim, or accept that your claim measures Earth flat, in which case there's no need to make your globe claim because you just proved Earth is measured flat. Those are the two choices they leave themselves with currently in 2024.
So latitude is derived from altitude. Notice how there's a similarity there, which when you measure an altitude will be derived from a horizontal baseline or sea level.
Yeah.
Nathan, that's not fair. You're not giving them any room to breathe.
They don't have any room to breathe. They measure a flat Earth and then infer that they're standing on a sphere with it.
Yeah, but then, see, that's where they go then. We want to talk about gravity. We want to talk about the lights in the sky and the southern hemisphere. No, you're not talking about that because we've got latitude, we've got mapping, we've got reference grids, yeah, for navigation, and it's all measured flat. There's no conversations to be had after that because it's flat and it's measured like that.
Yeah, if the duration of our time here while we're live ends up being just us reiterating the fact that Earth is measured flat for everyone without any challenge whatsoever from globe believers, then that's absolutely fine by me.
No stress.
Yeah, globe believers. Latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Just been explained to you how it's done. That's how all mapping works. It's all how grid system works, navigation system works. The Earth is flat.
Jeez,
we all know that.
just rub in a little more.
Yeah, absolutely rub it in all day long. On the front foot, making the positive assertion with absolutely no rebuttal whatsoever. What are you going to do? Relinquish your need for a flat Earth measurement when you describe the heights of things? No, you'll definitely give those heights off sea level and then start making your globe claim with them. We'll stop you, point out that you've measured an Earth that's flat to give you your height with respect to a horizontal plane we describe as sea level. If those heights above a flat Earth are to be accepted as true to make your globe claim, then we've just taken heights off a flat Earth. End of argument.
Yeah, but how does that work on a flat Earth?
With the flat Earth angles or heights that we described, or the globe in this instance described when they started their claim, Chocolate. That's how it works on a flat Earth, with the measurements you first took from a flat Earth.
Nah, but if I use the word localized plane, I'm going to ask you, how does that work on a flat Earth?
As a localized plane.
Damn it.
Yeah.
There are no localized planes on a sphere.
Yeah, but you will need one to reference and get flat from to start making height corrections, adjustments, dip, angle measurements. Anything to do with measuring Earth will absolutely unequivocally require a horizontal plane of reference to be Earth, because that's what it is.
I'm just curious.
Right there.
I know I've asked this before. I'm just curious. Have the Globers who have conceded that it's too big to measure the curve, so yeah, we measure it flat, have they had a discussion with the other Globers on the same side who say, yeah, we definitely measure curvature and we definitely see curvature and stuff like that? Have they had that discussion between themselves yet? Or maybe I missed it. I don't know.
No, they'll never contradict themselves. I mean, even when it's blatant, they'll never correct their friends like that.
Yeah, that happened on the Earth Awakenings debate I had. So on Earth Awakenings, I was there with Patrick, and one globe proponent is suggesting Earth so big no Earth curve to be noticed or seen or measured. The other saying, look at Lake Pontchartrain, look how visible and obvious the Earth curve is that we see in this image. And you're like, so which is it? Earth so big not to be noticed, or here it is in this photo?
You see, that's why I asked the question, because it's still relevant. Matter of fact, it's very relevant. You said this just happened. Yeah. This seems to be something very important that you ball believers might want to get to the crux of, because you can't have one side, a bunch of y'all telling us it's too big. That's why we measure it flat. Can't see the curvature. We just know it's curved, right? And then you got other ones saying, yeah, we measure curves on the same side. Like,
I mean,
that doesn't.
Your concern is for the anti-flat earthers and how they need to get their story straight after they start relinquishing major aspects of their Earth curve claim, because Earth curve is claimed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as per the Earth curve maths. Them saying we can't see it because it's too big, or because they inevitably need to measure Earth flat to make that claim. Same goes for the Earth curve maths. That needs Earth to be flat to make the claim that there's a deviation from the horizontal plane of reference, labelled in the maths as surface level. Yeah, the surface level, that's flat, needed to make the Earth curve maths work. But the anti-flat earthers, yeah, they can argue amongst themselves while they start decrying things like 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The ones that tell us that's a straw man, for example. Who's flat deck? Oh, flat deck. You one deck.
Yeah, it's me one day. I just changed my name to Flat Deck because everything's flat, mate.
I mean, it would be a hell of a thing for that to be the current status of Globers, that it's too big to measure curve. Because, like we brought up before, like Pontchartrain, right? I mean, what are you guys trying to do? You're trying to disappoint Soundly, who was the guy that took the picture of curvature, as we were told like 8 years ago. This is the guy that's got picture of curvature of a lake that was supposedly built as a monument to the curve of the Earth. That's literally a quote we've been told, right? So how did my man get a picture of the Earth curve? But yeah, in 2024 we got people telling us it's too big to see the curve. Thanks.
That stuff is flat.
You can't see the curvature of the Earth at 120,000 feet.
Yeah, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is what the actual rhetorical claim of a globe Earth has. We debunked it with the Black Swan, because if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, exactly as laid down in their Earth curve maths. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan, beyond the limitations of a geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve, at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet like maths. They use say it will be and is not. Therefore, the horizon's not an Earth curve edge for boats to fall over. Earth's not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Even in that Earth curve calculator, Nathan, when I look at it, it's like a straight line of sight parallel to the surface level. which is trying to tell you how it's working curvature out, and then it shows the horizon below surface level, which I find quite bizarre. Don't know if any glober can explain that.
Yeah, it's the flat Earth they need.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. The globe's flat. It was measured like that.
Yeah, a hijacking of perspective calculation that suggests when you see the side of your own head and an object in the distance on the same plane without perspective included in the mathematics, then if you utilise the actual observable plane at sea level, called surface level in that maths, and understand implicitly that eye level runs parallel with the surface level, then you can extract out the perspective view you actually get and call it Earth curve and place it below the surface level you needed to measure to infer there's a point below the surface level in these maths. You can then say my mathematical derivation of a calculation that takes surface level and eye level parallel with one another and suggests that the difference gives you a point below surface level we call Earth curve, and we'll suggest that the horizon you use to potentially calibrate or level your tool with is now a point below the surface level you just calibrated it with, called Earth curve. That's how their Earth curve maths actually works.
So
With
it's
a
not
flat
actually
plane.
an Earth curve calculator, it's actually an Earth level calculator. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, it's an optical resolution loss calculation in an orthographic view. That's what it actually is. It's not Earth curve. They've just relabeled optical resolution loss as Earth curve.
And now we have to change the definition of level so that level equals curve, so it makes sense.
No, it doesn't. No, we can't do that. If we change the definition of level to mean curved or comporting to the outside edge of a sphere, equidistant from its centre point, then level won't function in their Earth curve maths because they need surface level to comport with geometric principles and axioms that dictate that level is level, and having no part higher or lower than another is absolutely required for Earth curve maths to make the extrapolation based on surface level. Now, if level isn't level, they haven't got a level to describe a difference from. You need level to be level so you can describe how curved the deviation from that level you're using to describe it with is. So level can't be equidistant from the centre of a sphere, comporting to the outside edge of anything, or you haven't got an axiom to describe how much deviation you've got from the axiom you've just relinquished. Level is having no part higher or lower than another. Not equidistant from a sphere. That's nonsense. It defies the axiomatic principle used in Earth curve maths.
Yeah, they don't think that one through, Nathan.
We can thank refracted curvature for pointing out that paradox. RC's paradox, I named it. Nathan, did you see Lotus Eaters this morning about their video about celebrities?
No? What about them?
Have you been watching that channel, by the way?
What's it called?
So it's something to do with celebrities. It was released this morning, and it was about how celebrities, when they were growing up, say in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, were in a tighter social bandwidth. So they talk about topics within that bandwidth. Whereas now the trust is so been so abused that even people like Robbie Williams, Liam Gallagher, they would talk about how celebrities nowadays would just go off the rails and say the most crazy things because there's so little trust in the media, in big pharma, and in institutions around the world. And they said how it wouldn't surprise them if all of the celebrities they named, which was Morrissey, Robbie Williams, Jim Carrey. An example they gave was Jim Carrey, somebody who played Ace Ventura, an idiot, effectively, is now giving profound speeches. He's now a born-again Christian, and he's going around doing God's work. And this is a sign of the times. And it wouldn't surprise them if all of them were flat earthers. And they said that without ridicule. You know, they said that in a position where you could understand if they were, because of how, well, everything's wrong, everything's a lie, so the earth must be flat. That's how the conclusion they came to, the hosts, about political
It's happening,
show.
man. It's being normalised. That's an example like we gave yesterday on the show, right? Where somebody just discusses it offhand without ridicule, and then the people listening go, oh, it's cool to just know that now. Oh, I don't have to lie about knowing it's flat. Oh, cool.
Yeah, they said it so
Paradigm has
brazenly.
shifted.
See, it's shifting. It's taken 10 years, Neil.
No, it shifted. I give it 5.
5 more years. Regardless.
Yes, 5 more years, and then people are going to talk about it like it's normal.
I
Oh
don't need-
yeah,
maybe.
we're the globe is flat.
Maybe. My aspirations aren't so lofty. I would hope that the people in our immediate social circle, and I count obviously this Discord server as though it's that, to understand and appreciate how Earth is measured flat, so that they don't have to stress about it. In the last 10 years, there's been nothing but flat Earth belief. Now we've got something we can say, no, you can take every single example of how Earth is measured to flatness. So you don't have to stress. You can get on with your day now. You know it's flat now. You just believed it up until now.
Yeah, I was so
that's
grateful.
my point. Well, hold on a second. That's my point. But what we're saying here, you can't deny measurements. So I give it 5 years.
Yeah, I was so grateful in 2020 when I came here because this was the first show where I heard the term Earth radius. I've been listening to Flat Earth nearly up to a year at that point, listening to Dell and David Weiss and many others, and I hadn't heard Earth radius before. That's where I knew this was serious. This place was that you're actually getting into the geometry and the claims and not speculation or what it could be, what it couldn't be. It was spine-tingling.
Sorry, man. How funny that 2020 is the year that the radius got debunked. Black Swan.
And 2024 was the year we exposed Earth is measured flat.
It's such a shame, though, like Sensual was saying, it's a shame that it takes celebrities to start realising the truth before that your public will go, well, if they believe it now, I can actually start saying I believe it. When you've already been presented with the facts of the matter of latitude, maps, grid systems, navigation, it's measured flat. You don't need a celebrity now to tell you to go ahead and believe that. The evidence is right in front of you. Now start standing up for yourself.
They haven't been presented that. They've been presented that flat Earth is conspiracy, tinfoil hat, Mandela effect. So that's not what they haven't been presented. What's presented here?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly that. Hence my opener to this Discord server. Our purpose in being here is to tell you, move forward on the front foot and know Earth's measured flat. Here's some examples for you to go on with. So that you don't have to say, we see too far, inferring that there's a globe edge that should be in the way. It's like you're responding to their claim. You're not proving anything with it. You're offering up them the opportunity to put you in a false dichotomy. Maybe explain what perspective is. No. You don't need to even get anywhere near the globe claim. That's their job. As long as you understand how Earth is measured, flat, and further to that, if you're going to debate, understand how the globe measurements come from, let's rephrase that, the globe calculations come from those flat Earth measurements, then you're going to be in good standing to debate people. But if you don't want to engage in debate, and you come along to a discussion like this, and you're just like, oh, I'm a bit wary of this, it seems very conspiratorial, and you get here and we go, that's how all the measurements are done. This is how latitude's measured. This is why all the maps are flat. That's why the grid system functions. That's how circles of equal elevation work. You'll go, oh, right. And the globe's based on them? Yeah, all these flat Earth measurements. They have to back engineer.
It takes all that noise, Nathan. It takes all that noise that comes with it and all that baggage, and it puts it to one side, allows you to view it objectively.
Yeah. It's not about whether or not we got clone centres or Mandela effect, or whether or not 9/11 was an inside job, or whether or not Big Pharma are lying to you about vaccines. All of those things have nothing to do with the actual subject that we cover. We cover the nature of reality and how Earth is measured. It's flat. All other extraneous claims of a designed shape for a sphere that you're not standing on will come from those origins. Once you know that, you can go, I'm not going to be hesitant when someone asks me, oh, are you one of those flat earthers? Well, you can call me that if you like. Earth is measured flat.
Latitude comes from altitude.
Heights above sea level. We've been giving it them for 10 years. They start their examples of a globe claim with elevations and elevation angles that are with respect to a flat plane. They'll describe the height of a mountain off sea level. Yeah, that's why
people are so afraid of this the measurement of flat Earth. I was in the 24/7 Discord the other night explaining how we observe, measure, navigate flat Earth, and after explaining it, nobody wanted to know how the measurement was taken. They wanted to talk about the moon and tides and a bunch of other things. They're not interested in the measurement. It's too scary.
Yeah, because it kills them.
Go up into space, get away from the Earth. Let's talk about the sky. We don't want to talk about the measurement of the Earth because we're going to have to talk about horizontal, elevation angles, altitude, latitude, and anything else that's level, straight, and horizontal and parallel.
Yeah, in
Or
2024.
up into space.
Go ahead,
I do
Brian.
that
Then
on the
there's
globe.
someone from Discord. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm saying up into space. You can't do that on a globe.
Nope, can't have up.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
true.
Perpendicular to a plane of reference. They don't have that. There's lots of things they don't have. And like I say, we've given it them for the last 10 years for some of us. They start with flat Earth measurements and then move on to claiming their globe with those flat Earth measurements. Was there someone in Discord that wanted to add something?
Oh yeah, I was just curious. What was their reference for measuring tides? Different than Nathan's. How did they measure tides?
With respect to a flat Earth.
Right.
They weren't actually talking about measuring tides. They were going to talk about gravity and tides.
Oh, they were. Oh no, you don't mean tides as in how we would measure things. You're talking about how they would assume we've got an R value derived from the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, so it can back calculate itself onto a globe from a flat plane measurement. We then take that R value inference of a sphere surface that was measured flat and put it into an orbital motion around the sun. And then the moon are in orbit around the Earth. And then we say that there's a gravitational attraction between masses which creates the tides. Yeah, you're going to need quite a few flat Earth measurements to get you to those orbital motions to infer that tides are being caused by a force that isn't a force that you can think of as a force in a model that was derived from flat Earth measurements. It's just going to need flat Earth measurements to make that claim.
What model?
The mean of all tides is mean sea level.
Shout out to us so far for hitting the super chat. Nathan just made a good point. So the Earth is measured flat, but the globe can only be calculated into a sphere since it can't be measured. Awesome. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad you liked it. We've been saying it since 1st of January. No, it's good.
A lot longer than that.
We have been saying a lot longer than that. It's just, if I say, well, we first started hearing about how we acquire areas of equal elevation and do dip correction 3 years ago, with Brian telling me off that I didn't understand it, I can't really say we've been talking about this for 3 years. Now, you could blame me and say, well, you can't just ascribe it to 2024 because that's when you finally understood it. Well, actually, yes, I can. And yes, I have. That's exactly what I've done.
So, like Brian's been saying, and this is where they get dipped out. Dip correction is a height above sea level, isn't it, Brian?
You say
that's
dips
the
out?
first thing they will do.
You said this is where you get
before they get in the boat, before they go navigating, before they get a fix, before they take the elevation angle, they'll be measuring a height above sea level.
Did you say dips out?
Yeah, I'm saying the globers will dip out. They dip out, don't they?
Dips out for the lads.
Hey.
You can only win arguments when you mute people, Nathan.
Sorry, Brenda. I've asked the server operators to remove you because you suggested that I should have my children taken away from me. Yeah, so I've asked the server moderators to remove you from any further discussions with myself because you're scum.
Latitude from altitude, Brenda. Go and chew on that.
Don't even respond to her.
No, I'll explain for the audience's benefit that, if you suggest that I should have my children removed from me, I'm not going to want to talk to you.
That seems legit to me. I wouldn't want to talk to someone like that either.
Yeah, even in a server that I have absolutely no control over, I literally have to verbally say, can one of the moderators please remove this person who has suggested I have my children removed from me? She's suggesting, before I said that all I can do to win is mute people. When I've got no control over the mute button in this server, it's not my server.
Well, that's what they've got to do, Nathan. That's what she's doing. She's not coming in now. We've been talking for a good hour, half an hour. Nobody's interrupted us. We're explaining about flat Earth measurements, latitude, altitude, horizontal, elevation angles, sea level, no proof of curvature whatsoever. And the first globe that comes in, you can only win when you meet people, Nathan. I mean, you could be coming in stronger than that, Brenda.
Yeah, but look, Nathan has no control over that. She debunked herself.
Well, it's just a disservice tactic. So let's forget about that loser anyway. We're on a good topic. We're telling it. We're describing it all correctly. We don't need losers like that. If anyone wants to come in and say that we're incorrect, please do so.
For the audience sake, Brenda was muted the minute she entered the room. Yeah, she's been sitting here muted for the last hour and a half, so it had nothing to do with Nathan at all.
Yeah, the problem was as soon as she joined, she was muted, and we got complacent because there's a timer on the mute. It's a 40-minute timer, and I had simply forgot to refresh it. In the past, I had toggled it on and off to constantly just
delete him.
Yeah, so I'll take. That's my fault. I should have. I normally toggle it like every 20 minutes, so it always stays at 40 minutes until you leave, and then just let it go.
I wouldn't worry about that. It was good to hear from Brenda and all our globe proof again.
Yeah, it was good to hear the boundary too. How she will not simply respect the boundary. No, thank you. When Nathan's here, you are told no, thank you, and she can't even respect that.
I mean, just
with
going
reason.
back to what we said earlier, Brenda's a typical one. I had a conversation with her the other week, and her proof was, well, boats disappear over the horizon. Yeah, that is where she is with globe proof. Well, what else
in 2024?
What else could it be? What else could it be? You know, it's got to be Earth curve. It's got to be a globe. What else could it be? I mean, this is what we're up against.
Yeah, so offer up an affirm.
So in 2024, they're still saying boats disappear over the horizon. Wow.
Yes, it's a slightly expanded version of an affirming the consequent. If I suggest that Earth is a sphere with a hill that blocks your view, then Earth curve maths will match what I suggest. Earth curve maths matches what I suggest, therefore the horizon is a hill getting in the way. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, why is it a fallacy? Well, because the statement that you've used to suggest that P will be preceded or will be followed by Q isn't necessarily true. So to affirm that statement by offering up a different standard, in this case, a matching of a maths with an observation, when the maths doesn't match the observation, it's an orthographic view, it can never match. But to suggest that because it does, that affirms the consequent that we have an Earth curve edge for a horizon. That's what they've offered. What Brenda has done by your example is then say, what else could cause it? Well, that invites you to enter into a false dichotomy. I'll suggest that perspective... No. You're not making a positive claim about this. Their positive claim affirms the consequent. So that's it. That's the end of their fallacious reasoning.
Nathan, I don't think you understand. There is a high degree of refracted blockage, not blocking anything.
Well, not Earth curve then.
What else could have caused it?
But if it's not Earth curve, you've just said it's something other than Earth curve, Brian. If it's not a hill getting in the way, then it's not a hill getting in the way. You're saying there's a refraction. Okay, so it's not a physical hill getting in the way then. Like the Earth curve math says.
What else could have caused it?
Who cares? The Earth curve math says a hill gets in the way, and it doesn't.
What else could have caused it?
Yeah, you're not going to win with this. I'm going to force you into a false dichotomy. As fun as it is for the third repetition, I did it at the beginning of the show in the pre-show with the guy who did it 9 times, Brian. You must offer an alternative explanation so I can debunk that in a false dichotomy.
But
Nathan, 1 second, Brian. But Nathan, what else could have caused it?
Very, very funny.
But see, this is the thing. This is, I won't even say it. I mean, I'm only just stating the obvious.
No, you go ahead. Reiterate it. It's a good point.
Well, they constantly want to ask us, what else could have caused it? It's like a curved shadow on the moon. What else could have caused it? What shadow? How did you validate it was a shadow? How did you validate that the moon was even a sphere? How did you validate anything? What else could have caused it? That's all they got.
State their position, invite you to offer an alternative explanation, and then we've got my version versus your version. Now, let's say you offer up your version of perspective, and it's found to be lacking. Then they win. Oh, well, it still stands to reason that my affirming the consequent that if Earth curve, then globe maths, therefore Earth curve stands, because you couldn't explain perspective as an alternative, therefore I win.
No, they lose immediately. Because with only 3 miles of distance, it's proven that our curve does not exist.
Black Swan.
And, well, it's proven that our curve does not exist because perspective does, with 3 miles.
Yeah, you can do that if you want to take it to the absolute stone cold fact that perspective is excluded in the maths. And you can prove that very easily by pointing out some of the maths, like the heights of a mountain taken off a flat plane. This mountain is 1,000 feet off sea level with respect to a flat Earth. Therefore, in my Earth curve maths, there should be 500 feet missing with respect to a flat plane and sea level. Okay, so the 500 feet and 1,000 feet that you've labelled is going to be the same value regardless if the mountain's 1,000 miles away, 5,000 miles away, 5 million miles away. It's still 1,000 feet, right? Oh, yeah. Well, then it's not had the effects of perspective taken into consideration. That makes your argument void. All your calculations for Earth curve are begging the question, that's to say they automatically assume a sphere with a radius value taken from a flat Earth. Proof of nothing, that is to say it's begging the question. Perspective hijacking, that is to say they take the effects that we see in reality of perspective and call them Earth curve. Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, Nathan, I thought you were after finishing your statement. That's what I came in. Using the rule of disqualification, an observer with their eyeballs, they're at sea level. Sorry, at the water level. I won't use sea level for this. At the water level, on a globe, with a boat that sails away from them, that the boat is 6 feet off of the water and sails away from them 3 miles, that boat will disappear due to our curve. Now, that's on a globe. On a flat plane, an observer with their eye level at their eyeballs at sea level, watching a 6 foot boat, 6 foot high boat off the water, sailing away from them for 3 miles, that boat will also disappear, but it's due to angular resolution. So that means that we can either say it's our curve, we can say it's perspective, or we could say it's a bit of both. So if we say, well, does our curve and perspective exist together? Well, using the maths, right, it would mean that 6 foot boat for the observer, if we were on a globe and our curve and perspective existed simultaneously, that boat has to disappear at 1.8 miles away. But that boat, that 6 foot boat for the observer with the rise at the water level, won't disappear in either scenario until 3 miles. So that means either our curve exists or angular size change exists. We know angular size change exists, so that disqualifies our curve completely.
Yeah, it's fine when you formulate it into that level of logical consistency, Brian. It's just most of the time people on the flat Earth don't formulate it into that level of logical consistency. They just say, oh, well, it could be perspective. And without all the qualifiers you've offered, you're not taking it to that place where you're suggesting that you can't have both simultaneously exist at the same time. It doesn't work. Therefore, you're only left with a true dichotomy. It's either perspective or Earth curve. And we can't have it work with perspective if we include Earth curve, and perspective is absolutely without question real. The assertion of Earth curve comes without perspective, automatically excluding it from being a description of reality. But it needs a lot of caveats, doesn't it?
They've seen the boat. Sorry, mate. They've seen the boat sail away. They thought, well, why is it disappearing? It gets further away from the Earth curve. Now let's go and measure it. And how did they measure it? Yeah, using horizontal, flat Earth, elevation, angle, baseline, and sea level. Now that isn't any evidence of curvature whatsoever. That's angle measurement, elevation angle measurements. Yeah. So the presumption was wrong. It's just been proved to be wrong because when they went to measure it, it was flat.
Sure, but in actuality, the antidote, if you will, to an affirming the consequent fallacy is modus tollens. Yeah, that's the logic where if you state that if P then Q, that automatically takes that statement is true from the outset. Like when people say we're begging the question with modus tollens, no, we're taking your statement that must be true. That's if there is a sphere edge for a horizon, if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer sine feet, because that's what you say it is. That's your if P, then Q. So if that's true, you then take the antithesis of the statement, the contrapositive statement, not P, therefore not Q, or not Q, therefore not P. So not the distance in the Earth curve maths, that's the black swan image, therefore not a physical hill getting in the way. You have to eat it. If you're going to say Earth has a sphere edge, then Earth has a sphere edge at a set distance and it's a hill blocking your view. The moment you show it isn't a hill blocking your view, it isn't an Earth curve edge. That's how modus tollens works.
If Earth's a globe of radius 3959 miles, then perspective can't exist. Perspective does exist, so Earth's not a globe of radius 3959 miles.
Perfect.
Yes, yeah. Brian.
Yeah. An oversimplified modus tollens, which doesn't need an example. With the black swan, there's obviously it's a labour of love on QE's part to formulate it into consistency with an evidentiary standard and demarcation for distance to prove the point. Yours is self-contained and just speaks for itself.
Yeah, mine is purely based around optics and mathematics.
Yeah.
Disproving.
Still sound.
Qualifying.
Yeah, perfectly sound. Absolutely. Correct. We haven't had a single baller in this live show, I don't think.
Hold on, can Brian repeat that?
Yeah, and if Earth's a globe of radius 3,959 miles, then perspective can't exist. Perspective does exist, so Earth's not a globe of radius 3,959 miles.
So I dropped the master B, especially since we're kind of on the subject of where they go when their globe math doesn't quite actually work out for them. I dropped in master B Uncut, and being that we're in 24/7 politics, shout out to Indio.
Disappearing 500 feet when the globe model predicts the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So what's blocking the boat if it's not at the horizon yet?
I don't see anything blocking the boat. I see the resolution. I see the camera being unable to resolve the boat.
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Snacks to the back, bathrooms to the left. DJ's taking requests. And smoke them if you got them.
With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
So let me know.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, the Glovers stay quiet the whole time Nathan Oakley comes on now. I mean, they're pretty good at
now that the show ended, Manufactotum wants to know when is he going to stick around? Don't worry, we're recording anyway.
What's he asking? If we'll stick around for a bit now the show's over.
When you just here in my bedroom, you're always being recorded.
you have a question? Manufactotum?
Manufactotum, you're up. Get on the mic. You had eggshells too. He was afraid also. He talked to him.
Oh, eggshells got destroyed the other day. But he's welcome to have a rematch.
Hey, Manufactotum's getting on a mic here. He has to find someplace quiet, he said.
Oh, jolly
He's
good.
got to shut the machines down.
I don't think we've spoken before, so hopefully that'll be good.
Hopefully he doesn't get mad. But one time, remember he had to shut the line down? Like, shut it down! I don't remember what I said that was that triggering, but like I guess he worked in some sort of machine shop or something, and it was so like it was so raw that he just had to like stop the production. All the workers. Oh, that was it. Yeah, because you had the GF. Okay, he used to put in front of his name like Task Force 6 or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a tip of the hat to, I don't know if you guys remember Troll Team 6, who would try to like get inside flat Earth spaces and figure out who they were, who was in the household, because they had that flat Earth initiative, or the Children of Flat Earth. They wanted to make false claims against flat Earth families to get the children removed from the home because they wanted to protect the children. So I told him, by you doing that, by you adding the same letters in front of your name, it can bring about people remind of that event, of that happening. Is that your purpose? What's your purpose of doing that? And he blamed Bev for why he changed his username. I go, dude, that doesn't work. You can't blame somebody else for something you do. You did that, not Bev. You clicked on your username and added 2 letters to the front of it, indicating that you at least partially identify with this troll team.
Okay, Chris, Troll Team 6, I remember hearing about that nonsense a couple of years ago. But were they actually, I didn't know they were actually trying to get details on people and to have their children removed.
Yep.
From them.
Yep.
Wow. What's the Mattoon involved in that? And Blue Marble Science. And
I don't know all the details of all the people involved. I mean, I know some of them, and a lot of them aren't in the community anymore. They basically got a lot. This is a tip they had to the globalists. They kicked those people out. They're like, you guys are too toxic. That is too batshit crazy. Okay, flat Earth might be, in their point of view, in their worldview, they see flat Earth as crazy, and what they're doing is even crazier. So they kind of cleaned house.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Well,
morning, 10th.
Hey, 10th. Well, I find, I mean, that is crazy to be trying to do that. That is, I heard about them. I remember hearing Bev, I think, speak about them a few years ago, but I didn't realize they were anything more than trolls. That's more than trolls, isn't it?
Me
That's
either.
bizarre.
Yeah.
I had no clue that was going on.
Yeah, they're gathering up data about people's kids, basically.
And they did it really sinisterly. Like they tried to pretend to be a flat earther or tried to find out what church people went to. And then just like really sort of that phishing, trying to get people to disclose a little bit of information to a lot of people. And then they're pooling that all together to see where flat earthers were, then identify which flat earth families had children in the household, and then do false reports to child services. Like say, I heard yelling, I heard a kid screaming. Try to get the authorities over there in hopes that they would remove the children from the family. Because they, in their worldview, they thought basically flat earth speech is child abuse. And they're going to get the authorities involved.
This is
They
a good
also are trying to
transition.
figure out where we. They're also trying to figure out where we were.
Yeah, where you work too, because they want to like harm your ability to provide for your family, and then hopefully, they did a multi-pronged attack. They pushed their chips all in, and thank God the globalists saw some reason and they got rid of those people.
It just shows you how complicated
one
they
second,
make
Ted.
things. I mean, it was pretty easy. I mean, his name is Nathan Oakley. I mean, you know who he is. It's not, there's flat Earth meetups. They could just go there. Instead, they make it overcomplicated and try to derive things that aren't needed. You don't need to seek them out that way.
No, people are
Yeah,
constantly
you can meet the rabbit at the
reporting me
hole.
for various different things to the police and such like. Go ahead, 10th then, Brian, I think it was.
Yeah, this is a good transition. I was going to call during the live show, but the after show is fine. The commentary on Brenda is across the board on all of them at different levels, of course. If you go to Master B and show that picture of Plato's cave, it's quite remarkable how we could associate this allegory to what's happening on the subject matter. Tell me when you're there.
Yeah.
All right. So as you can see, this picture shows the allegory in the illustration. And I'm just going to read something outside of the actual article the picture comes from, and then refer back to the article with the picture. So I'm jumping on a short wiki where he says, allegory of the cave. Plato's allegory of the cave is an allegory presented by the Greek philosopher Plato in his work Republic to compare the effect of education and the lack of it on our nature. It is written as a dialogue between Plato's brother, Glaucon, and his mentor, Socrates, and is narrated by the latter. The allegory is presented after the analogy of the sun and the analogy of the divided line. In the allegory, Plato describes people that have spent their lives chained in a cave facing a blank wall. They watch shadows projected onto the wall by objects passing in front of a fire behind them, and they give names to these shadows. The shadows are prisoners, reality, but not accurate representations of the real world. I'm going to read that again. The shadows are the prisoner's reality, but not accurate representations of the real world. The shadows represent the fragment of reality that we can normally perceive through our senses, while the objects under the sun represent the true forms of objects that we can only perceive through reason. Do you see the similarity of ballers, anti-flat earthers, when they first hear that the earth is measured flat? They get into a psychological situation like the people in Plato's cave. All their life, they were told by indoctrination, it's a sphere, that longitude and latitude can only work on the sphere, that there's space right next to gas pressure, but it's okay. There's such thing called gravity. They're full of these shadows that represent their reality. And all of a sudden, no matter how old they are, whether they're young or old, someone comes and says, do you know, if you just look at the argument and reason, you don't come up with the false reality they've got you indoctrinated with. Let me show you that all measurements are from a flat baseline that made up your globe. And of course, you can't respond to this because all your life you believe the shadows. So when people like Brenda come and others, you can show the black swan, you could show the 2 oil platforms, you could show that it's listed by the environmental agency as X amount of miles from the shore. You can prove all that you want, and you can show the horizon is behind it. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe with a radius of 3959. It would have to have a radius of 263,000 miles for that to be true if it still was a globe. This doesn't impact them whatsoever because they're in the psychological mess. This is what we're dealing with. So no amount of common sense arguments are going to work with those who refuse to realize, you know what, maybe I should turn around and see what's causing the shadows.
No, instead they say, maybe I should turn around and take that person's kids away from them.
Yes.
But hold on a second. You got measurements. It's right in their face. Something's got to click. Well, hold on a second. Why are we different that it clicked with us?
Okay, that's a different question. But that's the crux of why I put this up, and I'm going to read the second part. Now, the picture is from a website that I'm going to read the introduction only, and then I'll answer your question if I can. Imagine living in a dark place where everything you see is just a shadow. And your whole life, you believe these shadows are the only real things. Well, this picture is a part of a famous story called Plato's Allegory of the Cave. It is a story that Plato, a great thinker from ancient Greece, wrote to help us understand the difference between what seems real to us and what is actually real. It's not just a puzzle about truth, but it's kind of a riddle that makes us think hard about what we know and what we don't know. Plato's allegory comes from the writing called The Republic, which shows us how easily we can be fooled by fake things and how surprising the truth can be when we first learn about it. So let's explore the allegory, which isn't just a story, but a deep lesson about life and the search for truth. If that doesn't hit you as to what we're experiencing when people come here and cannot debunk any of the reasoning or the good arguments we pose to them, then it answers your question, Neil. They are in cognitus, they are in shock, they can't accept it, so they lash out.
So what I would say is that troll Team 6 who are trying to take away people's children from them, the next time they're measuring a door frame or a hallway or anything else, that means, according to them, that they're committing child abuse.
Yeah, hurt people hurt people. Just saying. What is that term called when you fall in love with your your abuser?
Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, Stockholm.
syndrome.
Oh, my bad. No,
Yeah,
that's when
what
you
I'm saying.
poison your own
House
child.
husband.
Yeah, you're right. It's Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah,
My bad.
But the thing is, in the cave allegory, they're not even turning around. They're not trying to get up. They're not trying to do anything. They're just only focused on the idea, look forward. That's the weird thing, too. So, like, the Globers, they're doing the same thing. It's just like they're taking everybody's word for everything. They don't bother getting up to fucking knock on the shadow, to get up, try to dig through it, do anything. I mean, it's weird.
No, you nailed it. That's the whole point. They understand what you're saying, but they won't allow it to be reality to them, even though they could measure a property they're buying and get the length and width of the property or the depth or something, or if they're building, they pull out a tape measure. But the minute you say to them, hey, with the same concepts, you can show that the earth is measured flat, because this is not an issue of what an argument wins over this one, as Neil was saying, because it's obvious we win all the time because we use their own terminology and the earth is measured flat. Okay, you can't have 90 degrees on the globe surface. It's obvious. You can't have perpendicular on the globe surface. You can't have horizontal on the globe. So they know all this terminology they use in other disciplines the way we are using it here, but they can't use it here the same way because we're not dealing with an argument. We're dealing with a psychological issue.
Globe home syndrome. It's new.
What did you call it? One more time.
Globe home syndrome.
Globe home.
That's a good one.
Globe home syndrome.
Nice.
Yeah, that works on a couple of levels, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Globe home. Yeah, that works nicely. I like that.
Reminds me of the movie E.T.
How so?
What did he say to the kid?
Elliot. Elliot.
No. Well, the other thing. What was it?
E.T. phone home?
Yeah.
Phone home.
So the ballers, when they see the black swan, phone home. Give me globe home again. I can't accept this. I'm going to have a breakdown. Choose the phenomena. Everything goes crazy.
Well, all joking aside, In
Who was joking?
Well,
who was
all
joking?
Okay, no one's joking.
Thank you.
All joking aside, in a couple of years' time, there will be a situation where there will be psychologists naming syndromes, psychological syndromes, because of people not being able to unravel from the globe and heliocentrism. That will happen. It's only a matter of time because the tide is starting to turn a little bit.
I'm not disagreeing, but I think it was a lot more likely to happen. This is going to sound a bit strange. If there wasn't anti-flat Earth pushback, what anti-flat Earth pushback has done is slowed the breaking of the dam. Yeah, them desperately trying to patch it up with crap has just about managed to keep the floodgates closed. Sorry, I'm mixing metaphors slightly, but do you know what I'm driving at? We've had a 10-year period that the public have been softened up to the idea. If it happened in the first 12 months and the floodgates just opened and there was no pushback whatsoever, then I think you're absolutely right. There'd have been a lot of people having nervous breakdowns over it. But I don't think it's necessarily going to be as bad. I still think you're right. There is definitely going to be people, probably the ones we're dealing with.
I'm talking about the anti-flat earthers.
Oh, right. Well, then, yeah, definitely. Because they're not going to change their position.
That's what I'm talking about. Because what is an anti-flat earther? It's someone who knows deep down they can't prove a globe, but they do not want to accept that it's flat. So they're willing to become some kind of a weird mutation of the person they used to be, or the beliefs they used to hold.
That's the new.
Yeah.
And they give names to themselves called Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, how is he going to handle it in a few years' time? How is he going to take this? How is McHugh going to take it? All these people, Blue Marble Science, all these kind of people, how are they going to take it? Not all of the borders that we deal with, but the majority of them, the real anti-flat earthers, how are they going to deal with that?
Craig is going to find the first woman he sees and beat her up.
No.
They'll say it can be.
Who knows what the hell they're going to do? Sorry.
Listen, they'll say it can be a cube. They'll say it can be a triangle. Well, what else could it be? It can be anything then, right? No, it can't be anything. It can be what it is. That's what it can be. It's what it is. So a global would rather you call it a corn basket. I don't even know, dude. Just anything but flat. And that's weird. That's the weirdest shit to me. They'll try to prove a triangle, a pyramid, it's just weird. Just really weird.
Yeah, I'm talking about past all that. I'm talking about the point where there was just no going back. It's flat in the story. Everyone's accepting it, except for them. They're the ones not accepting it. People who are staying in the trenches, in the war, like the... maybe a little bit like, but even this is not a good comparison, like the Japanese soldiers that were being found decades later in the Pacific, in the islands, waiting for the enemy to come. Even that's not a good analogy because those soldiers didn't know the war hadn't ended. Whereas with the anti-flat earthers, it's only a matter of time before these people know that it's over. They know that they were wrong. They know they can't go, and it's like they won't be able to accept it. There will be psychologists having to deal with these people. And maybe police, they're going to be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, what they did was good. I mean, they were really good at the job they entailed to portray to make your perception I mean, these guys went so far as to not say it's snowing outside and be wintertime, but to tell you you're on a ball, but everything's horizontal. It's basically the same thing to convince you that it's snowing outside, but you live in the fucking desert. Really, that's what they've done to these people, and it's sad.
Yeah, and these people will not be able to handle that it isn't snowing outside. They won't be able to take that. They won't be able to take that we were correct, and they won't be able to take that it isn't snowing. That I cannot see Craig Fight the Flat Earth or McTown or somebody, Blue Marble Science. I can't see these people being psychologically sound in a few years' time, because technically a lot of them they're not psychologically sound at present. Some of them.
Brian, have you listened to them? They're very angry.
Brian.
What about the shape? When they ask you the shape, isn't that the hardest thing? I got to convince them that things aren't certain shapes, man. I literally have to teach them that a tree is a tree shape, a cloud is a cloud. There is no certain set shape for a ball of poop or a piece of land. Like a piece of land or America has no shape. It is the idiocracy of itself. Its outline is itself. Like that is its
Hey,
shape. It's what it is.
hey, Brian. Hello. Can you hear me?
I'm sure
My
he
hands
does.
were wet. My hands were wet. Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Mic check, please.
I can
We
hear
got you, Ken.
Yeah,
Okay,
my
well,
hands were
thank
wet.
you.
I couldn't
There's a
get to the
delay.
phone.
Sorry, there's a delay. I'm sorry. All right. The problem is the psychologists you're talking about, they're globers. They're going to need someone else to help them before they can help other globers.
I was
No,
thinking the same thing.
no, because only if they see when you're presented with evidence that the Earth is not a globe and it is flat, that you can't deny, you know mentally this can't be denied, then even if you're just presented with evidence that it's not a globe, that's enough for a start.
So,
hang on 1 second. That you
well, hang
can't
on.
deny. Hang on, I'm not finished speaking.
I
Just let me
know. I
finish.
need to.
Just
I need to
let me
interrupt
finish.
you. I need to interrupt
Why do you need to interrupt me? Why does this need
because
to happen? Forget it. Forget it.
Because oh my gosh, because they are presented with that evidence now. Why do you saying they eventually get the evidence? They got it now.
You brought in psychologists, right? I don't know if psychologists are aware of this information. I know the people in this arena are aware of it. I'm trying to get I'm trying to get to a point here, and you weren't allowing me. When someone is presented with this information, they either go, yeah, that's a load of rubbish that I was a part of and I believed in, and I'm not believing that rubbish anymore, or they brace against it and become anti-flat earthers. Those that become anti-flat earthers, whether they're psychologists or anything else, they will need help. But those who are willing to just let it go, they won't need help.
Oh, that's obvious. That's us now, and that reality that you say is going to happen in the future is happening now.
Not like I'm talking about.
No.
Not to the same
Listen,
degree.
right now on today's show, everyone saw the Black Swan, and then you have mental issues with people who are denying the evidence. It's their claim. If the Earth is a globe, a sphere with a radius of 3959, you hear any flat earthers saying that? No, that's their claim. The evidence is there now. They are fighting against it because of what the allegory of the cave. They can't handle it. Okay, so if the evidence is there now, we don't need to say when we prove it is to the world. No, the evidence is there. The world will eventually see the current set of standards that show that they've been lied to. How they react is up to them. And guess what? We already know how some people react. Now you're saying, well, the reasonable ones will. I'm almost done. The reasonable ones would change like we did. Okay, fine. Yeah, well, that's obvious.
I didn't say when the Earth is proved to be flat. I never said that. You used words there that I never said.
You know, if I made a mistake there, I apologize. But you said in the future, something ahead of time, not now.
Yeah,
when
in the
they
future,
find
when
out.
it's accepted. When it's accepted.
Yeah, that's
it's
fine.
not whether it's proven, it's whether it's accepted. Acceptance is the difference.
Fine. You can parse the words. I'm saying the same thing. They're all going to have this cognitus that they got to get over before they can help somebody else. What is so hard about that?
Nothing.
Of course, but you want to sit there and debate the obvious for to the details. It doesn't make sense. You and me and Neil and people here can be the help that they need, and we won't even charge them $80 an hour. They can just join the show.
100 flat earthers go to the best psychologist, psychiatrist. They say, I've got a problem, doc. I'm like, yeah, what's the problem? They're like, I measured Earth to be flat. I'm pretty sure it's flat. I was like, no, you think it's flat? And they're like, no, I'm pretty sure it's flat, 100%. And then, like, you go over the stuff with them, and then you leave the office, and then all the 100 psychiatrists and all the 100, they're all flat earthers afterwards.
Okay, Manufactotum wants to step in there.
Wow, the guy was just finishing something.
Well, he said he was waiting for the rambling to stop for the last 30 minutes or whatever. So I figured maybe I should just
anyway, this guy has had ample opportunity to step in. And the first thing he does is try and ad hom us. We're only rambling, as he's calling it, because him and his brethren aren't stepping in. So just shut up with the ad homs and step in, or go away and shut up.
Well,
yeah, you guys got to remember he is kind of skittish. He is a little skittish, so you have to be careful.
To be rude.
And you're up, dude.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, I didn't mean to ad hom anyone. I was just trying not to be rude. I'm sorry.
Well, saying rambling will be kind of ad homing.
I
don't didn't say that.
What's your name, buddy?
Manufactotum.
Totem? What's up, Totem? How you doing?
Manufactotum. Doing all right.
Cool. What you got, buddy?
So if Nathan's around, last time we spoke, he said that measuring from the Earth is measuring the Earth. And I was wondering if he still held to that or if he'd rethought that position at all.
Nathan!
He might be getting coffee. Rephrase your question, please.
Sure. So the common sort of 2024 position, as I've understood it, is that the Earth is measured.
No. Just don't set it up. Just ask the question.
Do you still agree with that?
You didn't ask the question. Ask the question.
Like, do you agree that blah, blah, blah?
Excuse me.
Do you agree that measuring from the Earth is measuring the Earth?
Could you please produce exactly Nathan's exact words? Because I don't want to have anyone here responding to something that may not be his exact words.
Thank you, Brian.
Sure. Let's find it. I believe somebody clipped it. Gregory.
Brian is asking you, without interruption from anyone else, to repeat the question exactly the way you want us to hear it. So it's up to you right now to talk.
What I'm asking is for him to produce.
Yeah, so the exact quote was, measuring from the Earth is measuring the Earth. I can find the actual clip of him saying it if you like, but I'm pretty sure I got that.
I don't want to respond to something that Nathan may not have said exactly. Nathan may have used these words slightly different or whatever, so I don't want to do that. You know?
What did I do? I stepped away for a second.
Nathan's here.
Right, so last we spoke, you said that measuring from the Earth is measuring the Earth, and I was wondering if you still held to that position, or if you'd rethought it at all.
Yeah, the Earth must be measured as flat to acquire elevation angle measurements. Absolutely.
Well, when you say measured as flat, what does that look like to you?
Like latitude measurement?
Okay, so if you're measuring from the Earth, I don't understand how you equate that to measuring the Earth itself.
Because we're measuring from the Earth? That seems like a stupid question. Be right back.
This is the semantics argument that we went over a couple weeks ago in regards to being able to measure a tangent of the Earth or from the Earth, being as it can we establish a baseline standing on a hill.
How convoluted? Hang on. How convoluted do you have to get before you come out of that Plato's cave? If you own property, they got steel pegs in the ground showing you the parameter of your property, and it's legally that section of land is yours, measured. You don't understand you can measure land on Earth?
Yeah, of course you can, but that's not what Nathan was talking about. Measuring from the land is not measuring the land.
Hang on. Go through the process of measuring land on Earth, and let's see if that's not what Nathan is talking about.
So you take one position, you stake another position, you measure the distance between them. That would be a measurement of the land.
And how do you do that?
Meter stick, you could take one of those wheelie measuring tape things. I suppose there's some theodolite process you could use, but
that's all straight line measurement, like.
Correct.
You're saying we refer to what Nathan's talking about, and then how do you measure that distance? The distance Nathan was referring to, because that's the one you're referring to.
I have no idea. Yes, because when you say you've measured the Earth to be flat, and then Nathan describes the process by which that happens, that's not what he's actually describing. He's not describing the Earth being measured flat. He's describing measurement up from a horizontal baseline, which need not necessarily be the Earth itself. So it just seems to not be what he's.
It has to be if you're using a marine sextant.
I'm back now. So sorry. So you're saying that the horizontal baseline? I specifically said latitude, though. You're saying that's not the Earth. You're saying that's not the ground when we measure
today, or
is the latitude measurement not the ground? Because you're inferring it doesn't have to be the ground.
Well, you're not measuring the flatness of the ground, no.
But I'm not measuring for flatness. We're measuring for declination. We're measuring latitude. Does latitude and flatness, are they the same words? No, we're measuring Earth flat. Latitude is the measurement. That's not a measurement of... it seems like I'm being chanted through. What's going on? I've only just sat down.
Sorry, lag. Go ahead.
I don't need your permission. I need you to shut up while I talk. We're not measuring for flatness. We're measuring Earth flat, with latitude being the specific thing that we are measuring. That's 60 nautical miles for 1 degree measured flat.
Latitude is two-dimensional, so technically it is technically flat.
When you say latitude is two-dimensional...
No, what I asked was, is latitude not the ground?
No.
But you don't believe that the latitude system represents ground? Well, you're just wrong. Latitude is very much a mapping... It seems like you're yammering through me again. Maybe you'd like to give me permission to talk as you start talking through me. Last chance. You can shut your mouth while I respond, or you can yammer through because it's very painful. Eventually, I'll get sick of you and just tell the mods to get rid of you. Yeah, I'm talking. That means you're not. We're measuring the ground with latitude. It's a system that globers have to accept to stretch those lines around a globe. It's a ground measurement with the ground position of Polaris. Earth is measured flat for latitude. It absolutely represents the ground. You said no, and I went on to correct you that you're just wrong. You don't know what latitude is. It is the ground, you just don't know what it is. We all clear? That's measuring Earth flat, by the way, just to conclude this little inquiry you had. That's measuring Earth flat. Hope that's absolutely clear. Not for flatness. That would be something else. To do that, we'd also need a horizontal plane of reference to describe or how high or low things were with respect to that horizontal plane of reference. For example, sea level would be used to describe how high or low things are with respect to that flat Earth reference. We'll need to measure Earth flat to describe the flatness also, but that wasn't what I was describing when I described a system that we use for navigation.
Nathan, I'm afraid that Plato's cave is replaying itself because in the celestial navigation, there's a specific word called ground position, GP. But it seems like in the globers, it can only work on the curved Excuse me, I'm
decided to
almost
talk
done.
through yourself,
I'm
Tenth.
almost done. I'm almost done. So in the Glober's mind, ground position can only work if the ground is curving, but if it's flat, it's no longer the ground.
May I respond to what Nathan said?
Yeah. Could you acknowledge what I said before you respond to it? Latitude is a flat Earth measurement.
Yes, I acknowledge. I disagree. So when you asked me originally, you said, is latitude the ground, not does it represent the ground? Yes, it represents the ground in some quality. Any measurement will be a measurement of a specific quality. You can measure temperature, distance, size, but you don't measure all of those things simultaneously. Latitude is a measurement. It can be used as a measurement, rather, but it's a specific measurement of a specific quality. You can use it, for example, to measure distance. That distance need not be a linear distance. So I don't know how you smuggle in it's
It is a
measured
linear
flat
distance.
from that.
No, it is
Still
a linear
haven't done that.
distance. It is a linear distance.
Can I just point out two
That's the
things?
claim.
Number one,
Back it up.
latitude is a two-dimensional measurement. Number two, latitude is a coordinates on the surface of Earth. Now, if you understand geometry and you understand right angle triangles, there is no way for latitude to be anything else but a flat plane measurement.
Absolutely, it can. Look at a schoolroom globe.
Okay, well, in that case, tell us. Hold on, just one sec. Just tell us.
Okay,
let's
hear it. Let's hear it then.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us what a latitude measurement is. How would you go about doing it? Tell us.
Well, you can use a latitude to measure distance, for example. So between latitudes,
no, not what you can do with latitude. You know, we're going to measure latitude. How do we do it? Not what we do after. How do we measure latitude?
Elevation angles to Polaris.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Elevation. A moment ago, you said it had nothing to do with the ground, and yet now you mentioned this word elevation.
Not what I said.
Excuse me, you don't need to yammer through me, you triggered zealot fundy who's done it 4 times. Now, when you say the word, excuse me, I'm responding to you, triggered zealot coward who needs to chant through the demolishment of his assertion it's got nothing to do with the ground. So we're starting with what was that again? Elevation? I would put to you, sir, that elevation is absolutely unequivocally tied to the ground because it's the height. That's what elevation is. Were you under the misapprehension that elevation, that's height off the ground? You seem to think it had nothing to do with the ground. Well, I don't need an answer. That's rhetorical. This is actually me pointing out just how stupid that was for you to assert that an elevation angle measurement has nothing to do with the ground that's flat when it's a straight line, the base for the height, the elevation, absolutely tying it without question to the ground you denied it had nothing to do with. No, we start with something that's got specifically everything to do with the ground because it's elevation from the flat ground we measured. So, in conclusion, we measure Earth flat for latitude. I hope that's clear. No need to respond. It's clear for everybody else.
No, I'm going to respond anyway. So did you just say that elevation angles to Polaris are the elevation of the ground? Because firstly, I never said that nothing
elevation describes something from the ground. That's what elevation is. Do you need me to define elevation for you?
Elevation angle is from the ground. Elevation is height of the ground.
Yes, from the ground. That's correct. You seem to want to deny that, and now we're doing it again, even though I've already concluded you're rinsing and repeating the same thing. Yeah, I slowed down my timbre, so you, the slow globe believer who thought when we say the word elevation, in this case, elevation angle, you thought that measurement didn't have something to do with the ground because you're wrong. ignorant, a globe believer, a denier of measurements, someone who chants through conclusions because they're triggered, and then suggests that I can have their permission to talk as they yammer through the top of the conclusion. Maybe we'll get a repetition of the exact same thing I've now overcome twice by pointing out that elevation of anything can only be tied to the ground, the thing he denied it had anything to do with. It does. Brian's also pointed out it's a ground-based grid system. This is everything to do with measuring Earth flat. Excellent. So in conclusion, we measure an Earth that's flat with latitude, elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline. A ground position will be ascribed to that line that is flat at the base of Polaris, at its zenith. That would be its ground position on the ground on the straight flat line. So we're measuring... It seems that this is you concluding through the top. I left a long, protracted silence. You said nothing. Now, for the sixth time, you feel that it's only appropriate to talk when I'm talking. No, when your opportunity comes is when there's a protracted silence and then you don't say anything. Not when I'm in the middle of concluding your loss. That's just you throwing your dummy out the pram because you've had your ass spanked and now you want to cry about it by bleating as I talk. No, my friend, I'm concluding because I won. Your position was, how do we measure Earth flat with latitude and elevation angles? Well, it's elevations. It's elevations. They're with respect to the ground. That's how it's measured.
That's not the same measurement. You're wrong.
But chanting was it so desperately important that you chant "you're wrong" through my concise summary of the conclusion you rinsed and repeat the same question to, and then said "you're wrong" through the top of me? Was that the thing you felt was? Is that the thing you felt was really important to interrupt the conclusion? You're wrong straight through the top of it, coming before it's concluded, and chanting now while I point out what a scumbag move that was. Scumbags. That's what we're dealing with. No, not tolerant to actually listen to the conclusion or acknowledge it in any way. Better to say wrong, wrong, wrong through the top of it. Because that will overcome the rebuttal that he's had twice and hasn't acknowledged about the flat Earth measurement that is latitude. So, there was another protracted silence. One where you won't be talking through afterwards, yeah? Yeah, you didn't have anything to say in that little protracted silence. I'm going to summarise again that we're measuring Earth flat with latitude. It's got ground positions to Polaris with respect to the declination towards the horizon. As you back away from it at 1 degree, that's a flat Earth measurement along a flat baseline with a GP on that line. Flat. I hope that's clear.
Sorry, Nathan, that was my fault. I had him on mute. I didn't get him off quick enough when you stopped speaking. If you want me to unmute him.
Sorry, are you having to mute him while I give my rebuttal so that he can't be heard talking through the top of it? Because if you're having to mute him, it means he's not listening to what I say, and therefore when he comes off mute, he won't in any way acknowledge or respond to the things I've said because he's been talking while I've been saying them. So at this point, there is no point communicating with him because he's not actually listening to what I've put to him. That was demonstrably clear when he rinsed and repeated the exact same thing I'd responded to. Not listening. Why talk to him anymore?
Cool. No worries.
Yeah, he's done.
Can I say something, Nathan, to you?
Say again, Brian.
Can I say something to you? Are you?
Yeah, I'm a bit sweaty. I went out for a second to sort something out.
Excuse me. How can you have a conversation or a debate with someone who doesn't understand the basic principles of what they're arguing with, or arguing for or against or whatever? I mean, he didn't understand the basic principles of latitude. Latitude is the coordinates on the surface of Earth. Latitude and longitude is two-dimensional. It's always two-dimensional. The surface of a sphere is not two-dimensional. He doesn't understand basic things. Like, he thinks an elevation, like, there's a problem with their opposition. They think because an airplane pilot can use a sextant and a horizontal from their position to gain an angle to a celestial body, that they think that means that the horizontal that he's using doesn't have to be part of anything. It doesn't have to relate to anything. No, the only reason that the pilot can do that, or the person with the artificial horizon or anything else, is because they're emulating what the marine sextant is doing when the surface of Earth is being used with the marine sextant. You know what I mean? It's emulating that. It's emulating the use of Earth as the horizontal. That's
which
what
is
it's
parallel.
emulating. And
Yeah,
they don't
parallel.
understand this.
It's parallel with the ground.
Otherwise, the bubble sextant wouldn't be. If there wasn't for the marine sextant and the use of it, if it wasn't for celestial navigation in the marine sense, there would be no celestial navigation in the aviation sense. It just wouldn't exist. The only reason that land navigation with the stars or air navigation with the stars is possible is because it first can work using the surface of Earth in a marine sense on the sea. That's why. It's because it's proven to, because you're just replicating what's happening down at sea level. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. I think so. This is why I think a lot of the people we argue with, they're disjointed. They don't realize that no, a bubble sextant from an air being used by a pilot. The only reason that is possible to work is because there's already a marine sextant using the surface of Earth. They don't get this. They think, you don't need to reference the Earth. Yes, you do.
Yeah, spot on, Brian. Now, even in their own lingo, it has to match what they call the true altitude. And the true altitude reference is the equatorial plane. And they can't even use their globe when they want to do it. They have to go to the middle and get a plane and say, okay, so on the curved surface, which isn't real, we do a tangent plane, and that's got to match the true altitude, which is the rational horizon, the equatorial plane. And if you happen to be on the plane, 30,000 feet, as Brian is saying, how are you going to parallel that true altitude? Well, how about spirit level? That will match what the ground is, what you're measuring from. Spot on.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he understands. I don't think he understands what measurement is. Is he still here?
He is. He's been put on server mute because I got sick of him.
Yeah, he's here. I just got him on mute.
Ask him to define measurement.
I did.
Manufactotum. Can you define measurement?
Oh. Yes, I can. So measuring is to assess a specific quantity of a specific quality of a thing using some tool or methodology.
You left
an
one piece
objective
out.
quantity.
You left one piece out.
What's that?
By comparison with a standard.
Yes, that would be the tool. I mean, the units, I don't know if you have to say a standard, you can make the standard, but I would actually say that that's a good practice.
No, shut up. No, you're not comparing it with a tool. That's non sequitur, especially by comparison with the standard. When you measure an elevation angle, what's the standard?
Are you saying for the angle? That would be degrees.
No, you're measuring by comparison with the standard. Define elevation angle.
The degrees in height of typically a celestial object, but doesn't have to be. Is
that it?
Excuse me, off from some horizontal reference. That would be elevation angle.
A horizontal reference, the horizontal standard. You're measuring from a standard, right? Welcome to Flat Earth.
In this, I don't know if it's called a standard.
It was rhetorical. What he said afterwards was welcome to Flat Earth.
It's not the Earth, though. That horizontal.
Yeah, I'm now talking. You could stutter your way through this, but I'm now talking. That means shut up. target elevation angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Want another one?
Are you claiming that horizontal is
That's the
the Earth?
definition of an elevation angle. Do you want another one? The elevation angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line and the observer and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. I'll just repeat that last bit. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. Definition of altitude angle.
Yes, that's not the Earth, though.
Oh, sorry. It's specifically the Earth. It says the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, and it's describing a height. Do you think when we describe heights of things, what would you suggest that we describe heights of things with respect to? Middle of space, maybe? The ground. The ground. We covered this 3 times. You just chanted through me and had to be server muted while you chanted through me putting this to you the last 3 times. Elevation specifically with reference to the ground. Could you acknowledge that rather than rumpusing it, chanting through it, ignoring it, and having to be server muted so you don't get away with listening to it? It's specifically with respect to the ground. It's elevation.
I acknowledge that you said that, but that's wrong because I can measure the height of a spire on the top of a tower, and I'm not measuring from the ground. I'm measuring from the base of that spire.
Right, the height off what? The height off the middle of space? Was it the height of the tower off the middle of space?
No, the height of a spire.
That's the height of the spire off the middle of the space vacuum, or is it a height of a spire off the bleeding ground?
Off the top of the tower, where the base of that spire is situated.
So is it situated in the middle of space or on the ground?
On top of a tower, not on the ground.
Is the base of the tower on the ground?
But that's not what we're measuring.
Hold on. What he's saying is, hold on. He is saying he can measure a point in the middle of space, isn't he? Would that be? Hold on.
No,
there's a further follow-up question. You're saying I'm measuring something that sits on something else that isn't on the ground. Well, I wonder why we'd be doing that.
Right.
So, okay, given that we can measure things in the middle of space, and we're talking about specifically about navigation, can you give me perhaps an example within navigation where that's done, please? So it comports with your example that's stupid. Can you example where that's done in navigation, please?
Yes. So if I want to measure the angular distance between 2 stars, one above the other, I would measure one from that star. And
that's not done in navigation. You don't do that in navigation.
To measure the distance between stars, the angular distance between stars?
No, you measure their elevation angle. Who's talking through me in Discord?
Oh, it was. Sorry.
Right, we're measuring elevation angles.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You said the angular distance between them in the sky. Okay. That doesn't have any relationship to navigation. Now you're chanting through me, pointing out the flaw in your reply. Do you have to do? Is this the dance we'll go through every time we have a conversation with one another? You make some stupid nonsense up. I've asked you where we get an angle to something that isn't with respect to the ground. Because when we take elevation angles for navigation, your response was to talk about angular distance between stars. Now, we're not measuring angular distance between stars in the sky. No, that's useless for navigation. You obviously don't know what we do when we navigate. Obviously. Because you wouldn't have suggested that when I specifically asked you about, and there's him yammering through me. I don't think I want to continue with the conversation again. It's reached the same point as before, where when I undermine, undo, and debunk his crap, he starts yammering like now straight through the top of it, so he doesn't have to listen to it. So if he talks through the top of me, I won't have to be listened to. He won't have to respond to it. No, it's just that's the end of an intolerant wanker's time here, it seems, because I'm concluding and you're yammering through me. No, there are no scenarios when we measure elevation angles because we're acquiring ground positions. That's all we're doing. You gave a scenario to compare and contrast where, in this scenario, it's a spire on top of a tower, so it's got nothing to do with the ground. Oh, right, where does that compare to elevation angles For navigation? Oh, well, if we measure the angular distance between stars in the sky, we don't do that for navigation. Now it's constant yammering through the top of that conclusion that's offered a false description of something that won't get used for navigation. Clearly either misunderstanding the question, being too dumb, or trying to offer a false answer to suggest that his spire example somehow comports with navigation. When we navigate with ground positions. Yeah, he's saying it's got nothing to do with the ground. Why has it got nothing to do with the ground? Oh, because of a false comparison with a spire. Now, I'm in no doubt the server moderators had to step in so I could get to the end of that conclusion. Ergo, he hasn't listened to a single word, and when he gets taken off server mute, he won't be replying to that which I've just put to the audience, because he hasn't listened to it. Ergo, I don't want to talk to him anymore. Unless you take him off server mute, and he instantly acknowledges and replies to that which I've just said, which he won't do, I don't want to talk to him anymore.
He said he had a customer, that's why he deafened.
Shocking. So he's engaged himself in a conversation, and at the point that he gets annihilated, he's got something else to do. Of course.
Yeah, but he's just trying to get in there what everyone else, all these other globers are trying to get in there, and they're trying to state somehow that celestial navigation with a sextant is negated by zenith angles. And in the chat, that's what he's got. Haha, I got it in there, zenith angles. So
what about him?
Again, they're just trying to negate this sextant and get off topic.
What about them? He could have put that to me if he'd actually acknowledged some of the responses and then actually argued for his zenith angles. Instead, he chose to chant through the devastating rebuttals that I put to him. What, and from the chat, he's now put something else. Oh, really? Well, it'd be useful if we could have a back and forth where I put a conclusion to you, you acknowledge it in defeat, rather than chant straight through the top of it, ignore it, and then put something else from the chat. So, from the chat, did he acknowledge my rebuttal? Oh, no, he was on to his next point without having listened to a single sodding word I said.
Is he back yet, or is he there?
He's put himself on server deafen while I was pointing out his loss, and then gone to the chat on server deafen and decided that from the chat he's going to tell me about reciprocating zenith angles. I'm reading between the lines because all he said is zenith angles. Does that mean he's acknowledged a single word I said? Absolutely not.
Nathan, does he not know?
He's just deafened at the moment, so he probably has got a customer, so he is off server mute, but he's deafened.
But I had time to tell you about zenith angles in the chat, of course.
May I speak?
Yes.
Okay. The whole point with the elevation angle with a Mariner sextant is to establish the zenith distance. The zenith distance in the Mariner's sextant, it's a two-step process. First is the elevation angle above the horizon. Then you subtract that from 90, which is the observer's zenith, and that would be the co-altitude zenith distance. This creates a right-angled triangle in the sky with the adjacent having to match the exact distance on the Earth that the Mariner is on. Creates the box with the 490s. We have pictures from their own books that show that the zenith angle is for zenith distance between the sun's GP on the Earth to the position of the observer where he's 90 degrees on the Earth, parallel zenith. The sky miles, the adjacent in the sky with the upside down right angle, is the exact one on the bottom, referencing the Earth. Therefore, the box with the 490s. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, he accepts all that. He's just saying that the horizontal line at the end of that box is not the Earth. So that's what I was going to disprove that. Sorry.
No, don't waste your oxygen. How do navigators who leave Los Angeles port end up in Hawaii if it doesn't represent the exact zenith distance to another?
Yeah, see,
it's nonsense.
No, see, what he's trying to do is the same thing as all the rest of them. They try and remove by claiming that the horizontal line at the end of that box is not the Earth. They're removing reality and stating that it's not the Earth because it's not the globe Earth, and that's the real problem. But he doesn't understand how the corrections work and why they prove that it is the Earth. And this is
Yeah.
the main problem with them.
Yeah, you're right. They have to deny, which is what I said earlier. They have to. It only works on a globe, but not on the flat surface. If the globe is a flat surface, it can't work. So,
Yeah.
in his world, Hawaii is somewhere in the air. It's not on the ground.
At some point, it's going to take reciprocating zenith angles as a presupposition and utilize tangential planes with flat Earth angles to claim that they function in a reciprocating way. That is to say, they are diverging from one another on a sphere surface. So with that in mind, his basis assertion that we have diverging zeniths is an assertion that on the surface, we've got these points perpendicular to a plane that don't match each other and aren't parallel. That's his essential claim. But with us accepting that, which obviously we wouldn't, yeah, they have to be parallel, as on screen now. I had your box up, by the way, Tenth, while you were going through that. With that in mind, if we were to accept this nonsense that zeniths aren't parallel, which they are, then what? That will be proving that the ground he denied initially is now curving. So, okay, now that we're using points perpendicular to the surface that isn't curving because it's perpendicular, but tangential to a curve below it, then I can prove with reciprocating zenith angles that the surface is curving and it will now be the surface. Now I've used all those flat Earth angles that I didn't allow you to say were the surface, because obviously we could be measuring spires when we measure ground positions that aren't the ground according to him, but will be the ground once he's got us to accept reciprocating zenith angles. Then it will be the ground.
See, the problem. Sorry.
See, I was going to ask a question. Sorry, Brian, real quick. I was going to try to get in and try to ask him a question because, and it relates to the point you just brought up, Nate. This thing with the elevation angle and it's describing the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. If it was defined as the curved plane or the curved surface that the observer is standing on, would it be the ground then, according to all of them? Would it be okay now to say it's the ground? Is it the problem being that it's defined as a horizontal plane of reference? Yeah. I want to see that coming from them. Like, I want to hear it. That was
but that's exactly what he's going to say to you.
That's exactly what he did say.
He's going to do.
He did say
that's what
it's
he
not the ground.
He wants to say it is the earth. Oh, go on.
That's exactly what he did say. It's not the ground. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. What if I measure a spire by false comparison? Where does that slot into navigation? Oh, it doesn't. We're measuring with respect to ground positions that are on the ground. For a latitude grid that's on the ground, two-dimensional, can only be flat, measured flat with these 490s. Wasn't it? Like I say, when he was listening, none of it was getting acknowledged. Just no, it isn't.
I acknowledged all of it.
No.
Okay.
No, you did.
Okay, well, let's see if you can acknowledge this. On screen now from a navigation manual describing the process. You could accept this as being a measurement of Polaris or any other navigation star. It unequivocally describes there being 490s and parallel zeniths on a flat plane. For the co-altitude measurement to match the ground, it must be parallel on both sides, aka a square or oblong. Well, that's got a flat baseline. It is the ground. This is from a bleeding navigation manual. You said not the ground. So, number one, do you accept that zeniths are parallel as described in this diagram for it to function as it's shown in this diagram? Or do you think that zeniths aren't parallel?
I can't see what you're looking at, but is that the thing put out by Viking?
From a navigation. It's Harold Jacoby, practical navigator. Look, you said something about zeniths from the chat. You said something about zeniths from the chat?
Correction. That's not from Harold Jacoby's book. This is from an actual almanac. I believe it's the Air Almanac that the mariners use because it's easier to use than the normal almanac. But it doesn't matter. You can't change the process. So look at Master B in a second for his little comparison and see if he can wake up once I post it. It'll be coming to you right now.
I just posted something from Master B from your tent. Is that the one?
Oh, the thing AJ posted?
I believe that's the one. I'm just trying to clarify. I think they're posting something else.
Okay, because Elijah posted the original to this, and that orange line is labeled as a
I'm
great
back.
circle.
Sorry, I was posting. Yeah, that was the one I sent Nathan that shows the box with the 490s. This is how it's done, period. End of story. This is from their own book. Okay, not
he's
flat
not
earth
denying that,
navigation.
though. He's
Hang
not denying
on.
the 490s.
Not from a flat
You
earth
run around in
navigation.
circles with the guy. It's what a complete waste of time. I'm here listening to you. I go around in circles with the guy.
I'm
He
not
doesn't
going
care
in
what you're showing.
circles.
It's not the Earth, according to him. But why don't you just use the corrections that prove that it is the Earth? Stop wasting time. I don't get what you're all doing.
It's not about the guy. It's about the audience. And it's the next two pictures is going to bury this guy's ideology. Can you post the next two pictures I just posted?
Yep.
With Inspire.
I've just dropped them in there. Manufactotum. There's the first one at 17 minutes past the hour, and then there's another one at 17 just below, but there's a couple of people talking between them. So one's of the satellite in the sky, and the other one is of the Eiffel Tower.
Mm-hmm. What am I meant to answer here?
What's the reference?
Just you keep saying it's not the ground, but navigation is specifically the ground, and these diagrams all have the baseline labeled as ground level. It's a straight line that isn't curved. It's intrinsic. It's elevation. It must be with respect to the ground. These are all things you've denied repeatedly.
Yes, I would still deny that.
Okay, can you get us a reference that shows that we measure elevations from globe level, please? Can I have that citation?
From globe level, sorry?
Yes.
I don't think I ever said that.
No, that's
I don't know
because
what
it
that would
doesn't.
mean.
Yes, I'll conclude then. That's because it doesn't happen. We only measure things from ground level, sea level, things of that nature. There is no measuring from a curve. The way you describe the curve is by describing the deviation from ground level. That's how it is described when you think you've got Earth curve. But you've got to have a ground level to describe it from. In the same way, you've got to have a ground level to describe the heights of things, aka elevations. The things you described had anything to do with the ground, because you could describe an elevation angle of a tower on top of a tower. Well, meanwhile, in navigation, we're measuring with respect to ground positions for a system of latitude that's on the ground, something you denied. Now, I did actually say that literally the exact same thing about 45 seconds ago, but it seems we're into that time of the show where we go through the same thing with somebody over and over again. And they go, nuh-uh, and give us false comparisons like measuring spires, and then can't give a juxtaposition with the actual navigation process. Navigation meaning the ground we navigate that you deny, just so we're clear.
Right, so we measure from eye level, technically, not ground level. Like there's dip corrections we can do to bring it down to the ground, but those require globe measurements or globe calculations.
You don't have eye level on a curve.
Regardless,
You don't have eye level on a globe. Wait, you don't have eye level on a globe. Oh God, you don't have eye level.
Just made it.
Have eye level on a sextant.
I'm sorry. One second, please, before you continue. I don't know. I must have been gone for the past 25 minutes or so, but didn't I welcome him to Flat Earth? How does he respond?
That's what they do.
I can't believe, Nathan, that you allowed him to say that the dip correction uses globe corrections. I can't believe you just allowed that to walk past you.
I asked him.
You did. You just allowed that to walk past you. I can't believe you did that.
No, I did not. I said, give me a height above.
That's exactly. Everyone here heard it.
Okay.
Are you guys everyone here heard what he said, and you just left that walk past you.
What did he say, Brian?
Well, we shouldn't even be talking to him anymore.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think got past me?
Are you guys bored or something?
Yeah,
wasn't he dead?
Why is it with you and Brian today? Yeah, this is what I do for a living.
So you want to kill him again? Okay.
As long as he keeps respawning, I'll keep shooting him in the face with both barrels. Yes.
Okay.
Keep trying.
Trying.
Sorry, you gave me.
Go ahead, Brian.
To this man, could you detail for me the height of void correction, please, from start to finish?
So, so it's 1.76 times the square root of the height of I above presumably sea level.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
How is that a welcome to flat Earth?
Sorry, do you want to just say your sentence again? Do you want to just say your sentence again? Sorry, do you want to just say your sentence again? Excuse me, you could just yammer through me asking you to repeat it, and then you won't maybe have to. I'm going to ask you to put a particular emphasis on 2 words. Sea level. Do you want to just repeat your definition and just
that's fine.
put a nice strong emphasis on those 2 words, and then when I welcome you to flat Earth for a second time, you'll understand why. Go ahead.
Sea level doesn't contradict the globe.
Sorry, that's not what I asked. I asked you to repeat your definition. You seem to be doing something different now. You described your height above sea level.
1.76 times the square root of the height of I. Presumably, the height of I will be above sea level.
That's a level. That's not curved. That's flat Earth. That's not your cue to keep talking through the conclusion that you've been welcomed to flat Earth because you're measuring. Maybe if you keep yammering through the conclusion, it won't be a conclusion anymore. No, this is the conclusion time. When you tell me that you need to measure the height of the eye above sea level, I welcome you to flat Earth because you'll be measuring Earth flat. Elevation, height of eye, something you also denied had anything to do with the ground, even though it's elevation. Now you've made it absolutely clear you know it's got something to do with the ground while he yammers through me again. Server moderators, please can you put this man on mute? Because I'm concluding my victory. And he wants to take that away from me in his loss by chanting through the conclusion. Yeah, your height above sea level is sea level. That's not sea curve. That's not sea globe. That's sea level. The thing you'll be starting this process with. Ergo, for the 3rd time, welcome to flat Earth. You are measuring Earth flat.
Snacks in the back.
He didn't detail the height of Y correction at all.
No, he just got to the height of I. He said you measure your height off the sea level.
No, he inferred horizon distance. He didn't detail the correction at all. Why did you leave him off of that?
Because as soon as he measured a flat Earth, I held him to the flat Earth he needed.
He didn't do. I have, like what he said, I can't believe you're all after leaving him off of that. That is the very linchpin. It's the very thing you're after leaving them off with there, is the very way out for them. Because you're not holding them to task on the very claim he made. And
but Brian
they will keep, hang on, Tent. They will keep doing this to all of you. Day after day after day after day. So if that's what you want, then I don't know. How can you do that to yourself?
What? Do what?
Makes no sense to me.
Do what?
You just allowed him to urinate down your back. Urinate down your back and tell you it was raining. That's what you just did.
Yeah, that metaphor doesn't help either. You need to explicitly detail what you say has transpired that isn't correct.
He just claimed the dip correction, which is the height of Y correction, has something to do with a globe of radius 3959 miles, and you just left them off, right? Proving to anyone he needs to explain it to, because you left them off with that, he can then show them how what he claimed, right, was that the horizontal line is nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, and it's not the surface of the Earth. You've just allowed him off with that.
What did he say that I let him off with?
I asked him to detail the height of Y correction. He came back with a heap of nonsense based off of a mathematical distance to a mathematical horizon. Right? And you jumped on the words sea level. Right? It doesn't matter to him that you jumped on the word sea level. That doesn't matter.
Brian's right, he's got in the chat, he says, sorry, you're right, he's got it in the chat here, he said, it does, and I backed it up.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Right. He backed up absolutely nothing.
Please just stop repeating the same. Brian, please calm down.
I won't, Nathan. I won't. I've had enough of it. 3 years now. He literally urinated all over you and told you it was raining. That's what he just did. And you allowed it to happen because you're too busy looking for buzzwords to jump on.
It was a whole bunch of talking and over talking. I barely heard it. So
what Brian, what Brian,
we
what
wanna-
Brian is what Brian is trying to say, from his point of view, is that once you understand how it all works, which you have to go to the books, it says you must make a correction for height of eye. It must be on the surface of the sea, which gives you which corrects the obtuse angle to an acute angle, which is necessary before you come up with your final degree measurements. Okay, that's what Brian's trying to say. This guy, he's just not explaining it, and Brian wanted to catch him making that mistake.
That's the lens. I want him to go through the details and then show in the almanac where those corrections match the corrections for the dip to a radius of a globe of radius 3959 miles, which they don't. They match a horizontal plane. But he was just left off. Right? He now got away with claiming that the horizontal is not the surface of the earth, and then you left him off, Nathan, with the very thing that you should have held him on that proves it is the surface of the earth. You left him off with that.
He said sea level. How are you saying I let him off with not being the surface of Earth when I held him to task on him utilising sea level?
Because technically, he can play back this audio and show it to someone who's completely unsuspecting, right, where he proved himself correct and you didn't know what you're talking about.
No, what are you on about?
Because he's thrown in the equation, including the radius or the distance to the horizon or the radius.
Yeah. He's throwing in stuff that I asked him to detail the height of light correction. He didn't. He said 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, blah, blah, blah. Right, that's not the detailing of the dip correction. That's not the detailing of the height of light correction. He didn't do it. He threw in a heap of nonsense, and then the word sea level that you jumped on. He got away.
Brian,
he actually won.
Brian, to be fair, though, like, I mean, I understand your point, but, like, who cares who he's showing what to? He's already conceded to the horizontal plane, conceded to sea level. I mean, I don't...
No, but he wasn't.
Hold on.
He didn't, Chocolate. That's the thing.
Hold on.
He didn't do that.
Hold on. What do you want? What do you want?
What I want is was for you not to jump on the word sea level and for him to have to detail and show and prove his claims concerning height of eye having something to do with the surface of a globe of radius 3959 miles, which he can't do. That's what needed to happen.
Well,
There's a picture.
I can clarify what he actually stated, if you like, guys, because what he stated was, before he got muted, was he threw out that equation, for the radius, and then just before he got muted, and what he's stating is that the sea level or the horizontal doesn't need to be on the surface. So again, he's trying to get away from that surface, even though Nathan has pulled him up on it.
Yeah, but just go to the picture in Master B from an official navigation.
That was I think I got it.
Holding him where he's lying by saying, "Oh yeah, that's what you're saying. Let's see it." When he said sea level, it was just kind of an out for him because everyone knows what level is, but they argue that it's not what it is. Instead of him just, floundering around in his own claim, not having anything to back it up with.
Before he gave his 1.6 times whatever, there was a lot of jumbled audio that I really couldn't hear him. Maybe Nathan just didn't hear him.
I heard him clearly twice, and hence that diagram is not suiting what I needed to do.
He didn't say it twice. He maybe said the 1.6. I didn't hear him.
I heard him say clearly twice that it's 1.76.
Well, I'm not talking about that. My God.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about then. That's what I'm talking about.
Drop it for now. All right. Focus on the ballers. All right. We'll deal with it in the after show. Okay? Good?
This is the after show.
The never after show then.
No,
well, the
I wanna know
problem
what
is
Brian-
he went to a
Brian, no.
mathematical
No.
equation,
Hello.
and
No.
the
Hello.
picture I put in Master B from an official navigation site is like the biggest paradox you ever saw, because the right angle triangle that's on top of the made up sphere is exactly what has to happen when you do height of eye correction. That adjacent is sea level, but the ballers have a different definition for sea level because they think water curves. And so sea level is only locally level, but it curves the rest of the way. So this is why that picture is so significant, because the bottom half is there in Plato's cave, and the top half is reality.
Okay.
Hey, Nathan, hold on. I think I could solve it. Hey, Nathan, you still there?
Yes.
Nathan.
Yes.
He's dipped.
No, he's there. I can hear him.
Oh, sorry. I accidentally kicked myself out of the G Plus Hangout. When I rejoined it had me on mute, so they couldn't actually hear me, but they can now. Yes, I am here.
Okay. So remember, was it yesterday or the other day? Whenever you hear dip angle correction, which it should be, that's what it's titled. Just do. I'm not saying my way is the perfect way, but wasn't it quite telling? So you're a ship's navigator. As soon as you hear dip angle correction, well, we want to see step by step how you acquire that, and bring them right to the harbor, and let them walk through you each step. That'll solve everything, wouldn't it?
That's what I wanted. I wanted them to have to go through some step A right through to Z.
Yeah.
Because at Z, he destroys his globe.
I've got Brian's citations in our chat here. So we've got at 30 minutes past the hour are the first ones. And one of them is a solution for the
Brian's citations?
correction.
I didn't post anything. I didn't post anything.
Oh, no, sorry. That you didn't. Sorry, no, they were 10th. Sorry. I'm messing up.
We don't want citations. Have him. Is he still here?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
Ask him to give it's the dip angle correction. He's a ship's navigator. He's coming into the harbor. He's got to work for the next week. They're sailing from Portugal to Texas, and the poor dumb bastards are trying to invade Texas, but that's another story. But he's the ship's navigator. So ask him to please go step by step from the point where he gets out of his car. When he gets onto the ship, step by step, how that dip angle is found, and what is the dip angle correction. Is that fair?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll go with that.
Listening, I believe. Manufactotum.
He's unmuted.
Yeah, manufactotum. Did you get that?
Yeah, so the step by step.
Yep. You get out of your car, you're in the harbor.
Presumably. Right. So I get onto the ship. Presumably, I'm going to be taking my measurements from like the crow's nest, right? So before I get onto the ship or from the ship, I take the height of the crow's nest from the water. And that's going to be my height of eye, right? So when I make my corrections, I'm going to use that times, the square root of that times 1.76, and that'll be in meters.
So the water. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Brian. He's all yours.
Yeah, sorry. So you just measure your height of your eye in the crow's nest above the water underneath the boat. That's what you just said, yeah?
Yes.
Step one.
Yes.
Right. And where are you getting 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? What is that in reference to?
That's in reference to the almanac.
No, what is that in reference to? I'm already showing you up here to be the pretender.
How do we derive it?
What is that in reference to? What are you referring to? 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What is that in reference to?
That's in meters. That's the
right. What is it referring to? What is this 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? What does that relate to?
He's going to play
Nathan.
silly buggers again unless I
Nathan.
step in. Stop.
Nathan.
Stop.
Nathan.
Stop. That means stop. He keeps responding with a correction that it's not in feet, it's in meters, rather than answering the bleeding
I
question.
know that. What is
Maybe I
that
don't understand
in
the question.
reference to?
Now he's chanting through the repetition of the question, so it begins.
Because you came in, I was fine as I was. I'm doing the thing that you should have done, and now you're coming in to ruin me doing it.
Shut up, Nathan.
So is it degrees you're looking for? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Square root of observer's height and feet in reference to. Is that a distance?
No, that's angle. That's the angle.
1.7. The square root. Square roots aren't angles.
No, the square root of the height. The height in meters,
Yeah,
right? That's what you're working with in meters.
That's not an angle.
The
The square root of the observer's height and feet is not an angle. That's
yes,
not
I know.
an angle.
You're going to be subtracting that from the angular.
No, sorry, that's not an angle. So what is the 1.76?
Gives you what you
One
did.
second. No,
Brian,
no.
I've got to be able to. Brian, I've got to be able to still control the show.
I know what I'm doing.
Brian, I need to be able to control the show. No,
off you go.
I get the question.
Well, that means that I've got to clear the airwaves, get the guy to stop doing what he's doing, which is in the middle of your repetition, he starts answering you. Now I need to stop that so I can clear the airwaves and say, excuse me, dude. Yeah, you need to stop talking through the top of Brian's repetition of the question you didn't answer. The last time you did it, you started correcting him on feet over meters like it was relevant. Yeah, he's asking you what it's in reference to. You've said it's an angle. He's pointed out a square root's not an angle. Now I'm going to hand over to Brian to reiterate that point without you yammering through it so that once he's finished, you can then, once he's concluded, respond. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, Nathan. So 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height and feet, is that a distance? A calculated distance? Yes or no?
No.
So it's not a calculated distance.
It's a calculated angle that you
What is it then? 'Cause it's not an angle. It's not an angle.
It gives you an angle. It gives you an angle.
It doesn't give you an angle. Right? What is the 1.76?
Stop. The word's changed. I've got to stop in again.
Why?
Because he's changed the word. Gives you is. Sorry, I need to step in to clarify.
My God, you're making this impossible.
No, I'm trying to keep charge. You're making it impossible by defying me every single step that I do so. Dude, you changed the words. Yeah? Is an angle, gives you an angle. They're two different things. You've changed the vernacular halfway through the discussion.
He changed it earlier, Nathan, when you stepped in. I was trying to hold him to these
you
things,
could
and you
make
keep
this.
stepping in. I'm
You could make this about the
things.
discussion
You're
I had
not
earlier,
hearing
Brian.
it.
You're making it so bloody difficult for me. It's untrue.
No, you're making it difficult. You're the one making this difficult, Nathan. I'm doing the thing you should have been doing 10 minutes ago. Now, 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height and feet. You're claiming that's not a distance. A calculated distance.
I'm claiming that gives you
correct?
the angle that you subtract from the elevation angle you took.
Sorry. Are you claiming that the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height and feet is not a calculated distance?
I don't believe it's a distance, no.
Believe? I thought you knew. This is a knowing or not knowing situation.
I don't know how it was derived. I know what it results in is an angle that's subtracting the elevation angle.
How are you getting? So you don't know what. So when you threw out 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height and feet, when you threw that out there as if it's the dip correction, you didn't even know if it was the dip correction.
No, I know it's a dip correction.
But it's not the dip correction.
Sure it is.
It's not. The dip correction is an angle correction. The dip correction is an angular correction. The square root of the observer's height and feet is not an angular correction.
The result is in degrees.
Result of what? You haven't defined the 1.76 yet. What's the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height and feet?
Meters.
Is that a distance or not?
please, can I just correct one thing so it just stops being wrong? It's really bugging me. It's times the observer's height in meters, Brian. Just stop saying feet and change it to meters, and everything will be square.
I don't care what it is. I don't care.
He's going to correct.
I don't care, Nathan. It's irrelevant. There's another. There's a one for the feet. And one for, just let it happen.
Well, I'd say at this point he's not actually going to answer that. Whether he's not answering honestly, and he's being dishonest, or whether he just doesn't. Hang on, or whether he just doesn't understand where it was derived from, or what it's referencing. You're not going to get the answer, Brian.
AJ. I'm trying to get.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pin him down. Nathan is making it absolutely impossible. I'm trying to pin him down on these 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. Okay, Nathan. I'm trying to pin him down on that and how that has any relation to where that comes from, right? Where that number comes from, what it's in relation to, and how it connects to the dip correction. And he's avoiding because he knows.
I understand.
He knows that I know what he's talking about. So
yeah, sure, that's fine. I don't know what the 1.76 is derived from. I just know that that's the dip correction you apply.
That's not the dip correction.
What is the dip correction?
Dip correction is an angular correction. Well, the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters is not the dip correction. Now, what is the 1.76 times the... Tell me, what is the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters? What is that?
That is the subtraction from the elevation angle you take if you're sighting the horizon.
That's not the subtraction. You don't subtract square roots. We don't have subtract square roots from angles.
Are you fucking retarded?
You don't subtract square roots from angles.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's the calculation you do for the dip correction. You get an angle from that calculation.
You say you're wrong.
You subtract it from it.
It's not. He's put it to you 4 times. Stop.
Would you like a citation?
Stop. He said it to you 4 times. You don't subtract square roots from angles.
Well, he was wrong all 4 times.
Can you remove the other white knight? He's put it to you 4 times, and now you're going to acknowledge it. You're going to eat it. Go. Say, I understand that it's stupid to assert that square roots are a minus from angles. That's just fundamentally wrong. Brian's put it to you. You're going to eat it so we can move on. So eat it. Acknowledge it. Go.
He's wrong. That's the dip correction. You multiply it times 1.76 and you subtract that angle result from the height from the angular elevation angle.
1.76 doesn't give you an angle. The 1.76 doesn't give you an angle. The 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters doesn't give you an angle. That gives you something else.
No, it gives you an angle.
What angle?
It doesn't give you an angle.
Okay,
it doesn't give you an angle.
Sorry, Brian, stop 1 sec. Okay, you say it gives you an angle. So, okay. What is it? 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. What angle is that?
Depends if it's 1 meter, then you're going to be what, 1.76.
What, degrees?
Yes, degrees.
It's not. That's just a total lie what he just said there. It's 1.76. Yeah.
You're saying you minus 1.76 degrees off your elevation angle to give you a co-altitude. Is that what you're saying? Or to do the dip correction, sorry.
Mm-hmm. You don't. That's a load of rubbish. He just told a complete lie.
That's okay. No. Citation, please.
Here you go. I just put the chart. in the chat.
No, he's going to produce the dip correction chart. He's not going to detail what the 1.76 is.
Let's just clarify that with him, please.
I already told you I don't know what the 1.76 is derived from.
Stop! What we want is a citation for this 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters as an angle that gives you dip correction as an angle you can minus from your height. Is that what you're providing?
Yes, so the chart I posted? Yes.
It's in Master B for you guys.
Okay.
What's
So the
going
far
on
right
here,
column.
Nathan?
Go ahead.
So, what is the dip then for 35 feet? The correction. What amount of correction is there for 35 feet?
35 feet is not on here. It goes to 21 feet.
What about 50 feet?
Did you say 50 or 15?
50.
It's also not on here. It goes to 21 feet.
I can see it here. I can see height of eye for 50 feet. You must be looking in the wrong place.
Where are you looking?
I can see the correction.
Right, where does it say the square root on it? Where does it say that?
No, they've done the calculations for us.
Yeah.
Sorry, stop a second, Brian.
Yeah.
You told us that to get the correction for dip, you needed to take 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. I asked you very specifically if this citation would back that. You said yes. Now I've said, where does it say that? And you've told me what they've done to achieve this. So it's not on there. So this does not back.
So if you look at the first...
So I just... every time I go to conclude, this asshole steps all over me. I asked you if this was a citation to suggest the 1.7 times the square root of the observer's eye in meters. It isn't. That absolutely infuriates me, you lying scum. How dare you waste our time?
It absolutely suggests that, you piece of shit.
It's not on there. It's not on there. You lying scum globe zealot. This is not that citation. I made it explicitly clear what I was asking for. And this isn't it. You can take him off server mute. This doesn't have that on there anywhere.
First entry, top right. 1 meter, 1.8. That's 1.76, I assume approximate.
That's not 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in feet detailed on the citation. He's just rinsed and repeated the exact same shit. It does not say anywhere on there that equation, does it?
No, and the 1.8 is
it's the result of that equation.
Can you shut up, you lying scum? What you were asked to cite is not on this. Shut up! Shut your lying mouth! What you were specifically asked to cite is not on this citation. It's not even a citation. It's a bloody chart that's got a load of numbers on it so he can, what, bamboozle us with the thing that hasn't got the very specific thing we're arguing about? He's got 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. I ask him, is this going to have that on there as the citation for where it comes from? Yes is the answer. No, it isn't! You liar! Manufactorum! You have lied to us.
Well, Brian's actually pointed this out before, how, like...
Eli, shut up. Eli, shut up. Is your name Manufactorum? Love a fuck. Go on mute. You lied to us. I was very specific about what I was asking you to cite. Wasn't I?
Apparently not.
Oh, really? So I'll trim it out of the recording with your lying bastard words right next to you affirming that what I asked you for specifically? No, liar. I asked, it was clear, and you are now yammering through me now you're off mute. It's not on there anywhere at all. You're a liar. This isn't what you were asked for. You're a liar.
It's simple maths. It's the
I don't want the maths.
Every single
I don't want simple maths. It's not on there. There is no simple maths that says 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. That is not on there anywhere. And his answer is, it's simple maths. It's not in the citation you were asked for, you lying scum.
Nathan, he just said it's simple maths. Earlier on, he said he didn't know what it was. He didn't know how it was derived. Now he's saying it's simple maths. Earlier on, he couldn't tell me what the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters was referring to.
Yeah, and then he said he could get a citation. Then he said he could get a citation for it, and this is what we've got, and it absolutely in no way even suggests it, and now he's chanting through it. And when I put that to him, he says, it's simple maths.
Yes,
Rather than, no, I understand that this doesn't have what I've said it will have in it, and now it's constant chanting. Every time he's taken off mute, he's blabbering through everything we say so he doesn't have to listen to it. He's a lying scumbag. This isn't what he was asked for in any way, shape, or form, making him a liar.
Typically.
Yeah, every single number on that chart is derived by that equation.
Where did the equation come from? Because that's what we asked you to cite. You stupid man. Now pay close attention this time. You're being asked for the citation that shows where that is derived. It's been put to you about 10 times. And this is what we got as a result of asking for it to be cited, and it isn't on there. No, he's have to be served. He's so intolerable. I'm sick of this.
Yeah,
I'm so sick of this.
But I just wanted to say, manufactotum, you've given it with the completed equations, making the statement those equations are derived from this 1.75 meters, yeah? But have you got something that actually states that other than your assertion?
No, don't go down the wrong road. What he needs to do is detail what the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters is referring to. I asked him earlier, is that a distance? And he said no. It's recorded. Well, no, that he said no. Well, I asked him was it a distance. He said no first. Then he tried to claim it was an angle and a few other nonsense. But the point is, he said no.
Yeah, and he's become unreasonable and intolerable, so we can't communicate with him anymore. The second he comes off mute, he'll start yammering through the top of something that he's had put to him, so he doesn't have to respond to it. He's presumably talking now on server mute by one of the server operators. So there's no communicating with him anymore, Brian. It's reached the point of his loss. So he's causing absolute chaos whenever he comes off server mute, or non-sequituring his way away from the point that he's just had. For example, this isn't the citation that shows where you got your 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters from, as you were asked. Response, it's just maths. Yeah, we're dealing with total assholes.
That's what I was just trying to clarify was a citation, Brian. I thought we were on that, so yeah, apologise for that if I took it off your topic.
No, it's okay, AJ. I'm just trying to point out something here. What he needs to do, when he said it's just 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. What he's actually claiming there is a mathematical distance to a mathematical globe horizon, right? And that's what he tried to walk straight past everyone with, and that's what infuriated me. I'm sorry if I insulted people or annoyed people, but it infuriates me when you leave these people just walk straight past. He literally added in his globe mathematically, right? And here we are, and he can't support it. He can't support even the distance as a globe distance. Never mind that, let's. But he is claiming a distance. He is claiming a mathematical distance to a mathematical horizon.
Right.
Can you measure the distance to the horizon? No, it can't be measured. You can't. You have a better chance of weighing a rainbow.
But he's happy to lie. When we asked him to actually cite it, he gave us this and just lied, pretending that it was what he was being asked for.
I think he needs to find a long, curving pier, and when he gets to the end of it, jump off of it.
No, it's just dealing with scumbags. You know, you ask them to cite something, they give you something that isn't what they've claimed, so they can deceive you into believing that they've got a citation for it. I mean, it's really specific what we've been debating about. So when we ask for it to be cited, the specific thing we're asking about, the 1.7 bit, and it's not there, it's like, you are total scum. You're just a deceiver.
This is quite typical.
What's that, Manufactorum?
That's not what I was asked for. I was asked for whether that was the actual dip correction formula. That's what I provided. The fact that the 1.76.
You already asked for that. You're a liar.
You're a liar. No, you're a Manufactorum. Now you're an outright liar. Do you want to just take him off server, Defin, for a second? This show is recorded, Manufactorum. Yeah, that was your response last time, so rinse and repeat that for a second attempt. It's recorded. I'm just trying to point out why you yammer through me, because you've been talking the entire time I'm putting this.
I'll leave my head.
Yeah, you're still talking. You're not listening anymore. You become intolerable.
Because you're lying.
No, it was put to you. It's recorded.
Yes, it's recorded. Find
Yes.
it. Play back the tape.
Yeah, it will be. I'll edit it together with your lying scumbag words while you tell me that I'm lying, and then it gets played back. I'll maybe repeat it 16 times so we know absolutely that there's only one lying scumbag here, that you were specifically asked. What was the phraseology that you asked him 14 times, Brian? What was the very specific thing where it was referenced?
Yes. Where is what is the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters referring to?
Yeah. Furthermore, I even went to the effort, Manufactorum. I'm still clarifying this. It wasn't an invite for you to talk. You've said I'm a liar. Now I'm clarifying I'm not.
The lying you mean?
Now you're still going to yammer, Manufactorum. We even went through quite specifically with a bit of argy-bargy about the feet and meters. It seems that you're just intolerable. You're no longer tolerated, Manufactorum. If you do it again, I can't communicate with you. Yeah? We went through the argy-bargy clarifying, and there it is again. The start of my clarification starts with him talking. So this is the only way you can get a victory, is it, you abject coward? By yammering through the positions being put to you? Total coward. I'll try that for a 5th time. We had a little... so as soon as I suggest that I'm going to start, he immediately starts talking again. 6th time. We'll keep counting off and pointing out the cowardice that's taking place as we clarify that, which is absolutely not a lie and absolutely was clarified in terms of what he was being asked for. That's the 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or is it meters? Oh yeah, we had to really specifically drill that down several times because we were clarifying what you were being asked for. But apparently we're liars, and when you weren't being asked for that, and we need to go and dig out the recording because we're liars? No. I'm now clarifying. Hopefully I'll get to the end once. It's been the 6th attempt, no less, with this lying scumbag projecting his lies onto me. Because he lied. We did ask him what he was going to get, and then he provided this. Scumbag lies that absolutely didn't have what we asked him for 6 times, Brian clarified, and we debated about whether it was feet or meters that it would be looking for, with the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in degrees. I mean, feet or meters. I mean, obviously it didn't get clarified. We're liars. No, Manufactorum, you are a liar. The citation you gave us that didn't include what you were specifically asked for proves you are a lying glurf.
What he's attempting
Just clarify,
to do
you're actually speaking to Manufactotum. Manufactorum is a different dude who's next to him.
Manufactorum. My bad.
No, Manufactotum.
Manufactotum. Either way.
What he's attempting to do, this is why he didn't want to answer what the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters was referring to.
I didn't know. I said that at the start.
What he's attempting to do, he's over-talking me now because I'm going to out him. What he's attempting to do is infer a mathematical distance to a mathematical horizon and then pre-assume that that's on a globe. Right? That was what he was trying to get past everyone earlier. Right? And I know that it is a calculated distance to a calculated horizon, but that calculated distance is a horizontal, not an arc. And the corrections prove that. That's why when I asked Manufactorum for what's 35 feet, what's the correction for 35 feet, right? Because I know, and then, I don't see 35 feet. What about 50? I don't see it, yet they're on the chart. Because I know that the corrections on that chart do not match a globe of radius 3959 miles for the dip for a person's eye to their globe's geometric edge. It never doesn't match the globe at all. They match flat plane.
I was trying to accent that point, but I was trying to accent that point by saying that actually you've always pointed that out. But Nathan was like, shut up!
Yeah, Nathan's been telling you to shut up. That's wrong, Nathan.
Yeah, okay.
1 second.
Well, I'm a fifth wheel now.
Brian's got a conclusion to make. Yeah, it's taken him about 20 minutes. Let him make his victory dance. This is his moment.
The point being is that, right, I'm sorry, Eli, I just give me a moment. The point being is that he claimed that the horizontal was not the surface of the earth, right? Now, I could debunk him with the almanac, which I will in a moment, but he claimed it's not the surface of the earth. He said it's just the horizontal, right? What he was inferring was that the actual measured distance is over an arc length, right? I was wanting to bring him right through the corrections to show that those corrections only match a horizontal plane. That the height of height correction that's made at sea after you've measured it at port, those corrections are corrections from mean sea level treated as a horizontal plane. Right? He tried to infer a globe that he can't infer, because this comes from him denying that when that in celestial navigation they're referring to the surface of the Earth when they're referring to the horizontal. Now, here is the absolute coup de grace. In the site reduction tables in the Nautical Almanac, site reduction tables correct elevation angles for accuracy, right? The mean sea level is pre-assumed to be the baseline, that's the adjacent, the horizontal, of all of your elevation angles. So yes, the horizontal is the surface of Earth. You are debunked.
That's incorrect.
That is not incorrect. That is 100% correct. Did I hear 10th laugh?
Sorry, he didn't know where it came from 5 minutes ago. Now he's telling you you're incorrect, even though literally 5 minutes ago he was yammering through the top. I said I didn't know.
Yeah, I tell you what.
I still say that.
Shut up then. Hold on, Brian. Let me just tear a strip off him. You confessed you don't know. Brian does. You're telling him he's incorrect. How the hell would you know? How the hell would you know? You just confessed to not knowing where it came from. Brian does. If you don't, how the hell would you know if he's right or wrong? You didn't know where it came from. So Brian does. Don't tell him he's wrong. You didn't know where it came from.
Wrong. The 1.76, not the formula itself.
But the one you cited, this crap here that hasn't got that written anywhere, when you lied about this containing that very specific thing, when you lied about this shit on screen, when you lied about this having that in it. It seems like you're going to yammer through me pointing out that this shit on screen that this arsehole cited and is now chanting through me pointing out to my audience doesn't have that equation on it anywhere.
But you're lying.
It doesn't have it on it anywhere. That's not a lie. It's a fact.
Has it in it all through it.
So it's not on there. It's fact. You're a liar.
It's in there.
Oh, really? Show me where. In conclusion, lying scumbag was asked to get it, cite it where it came from, where it's referenced. We detailed whether it was feet or meters to be specific about what he was getting. Then we got this. This isn't that. Making you a liar. What's that you say? I'm the liar. I'm the liar while you chant through me pointing out that this hasn't got it in there anywhere. And only the last 2 minutes you've said it's in there.
Yep, you're the liar.
No, I'm not. You lied when you said this was a citation. Projecting your own lies onto me won't work here.
But I suspect liars.
Sorry, liar. I've said this isn't in there. The 1.7 times the square root of the observer site in meters is not in there. That's a fact. What's that you reply with? No, you're a liar. Oh, well, prove me a liar by showing me where it is in there.
Yeah. The first entry. 1 meter, 1.8.
That's not 1.7 times the square root of the observer site in meters, then, is it? Hello?
Round it up to 1.
Sorry, I need to do something to it to make this a citation to prove where it came from. I need to make an alteration to the maths that doesn't say that. No, that just makes you a demonstrable scumbag liar that's been asked to cite something and gave us this crap. Meanwhile... Yeah, I was going to hand over to you. Go ahead, Brian.
Let me ask him a question. Is 0.105 degrees, what is that in minutes and seconds?
Sorry, say that again? Not point?
0.105. 105. 0.105. What is that in minutes and seconds?
Hold on, let me find it again. It's way up there. Jesus, that was a while ago. Hang on.
Anyone else that wants to answer, they can.
Okay.
This is altitude corrections, and
then
it's got degrees. 10 to 90 degrees. So what it's talking about is angular measurements, which is with respect to the flat baseline for the GPs. So it does give us enough information to say, well, if we're dealing with angles, when Brian constantly pointed out that 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters isn't angles, it's not a degrees to minus from. And then right at the top of this, it says altitude correction tables 10 to 90 degrees, which are angles. So when I asked him where he gets the 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters from, he says this, right at the top, it's got a very specific reference to degrees, not 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. Now he says it's just the maths. Last time I put this to him, I say, no, you're just a scumbag glurf liar who says that you're going to cite what you're providing for backing of your claim, and it isn't that. It doesn't have it in there anywhere, doesn't talk about it, talk about where it originated, talk about how it worked. It's not in there anywhere. But what he thought, by just giving us a shit ton of numbers, that we wouldn't notice that it didn't in any way tally with what he was asked for, making him a glurf liar. Answer from him, no, you're the liar. No, you're the liar. No, you are a glurf liar. This doesn't have 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters in it, making you a glurf liar that's going to interrupt the conclusion for the 17th time. Glurf liar. It's not in there, not what you were asked for. Glurf liar. Meanwhile, Brian knows exactly what he's talking about, can cite everything he details. While he was detailing it, you saw fit to interrupt him to tell him that you didn't know where it came from, even though you cited this. Yeah? We're all square. Glurf scum. Glurf scum is the conclusion, not your invitation to yammer through me. Glurf scum is a conclusion, not an invitation. Me pointing out to my audience has had to result in me closing the Discord line while I highlight the end of the conclusion. Glurf scum liar is the conclusion. Glurf scum liar for the 5th time is not an invitation for the glurf scum liar to take away that fact as I conclude it. He is a glurf scum liar. What is on screen, 7th time. What is on screen proves that fact, that he is a glurf scum liar.
Let me add to that, Nathan. The dip from 35 foot above the sea to a globe's geometric edge is 6.3 minutes. The dip in the almanac for 35 feet is 5.6 minutes. Matching a horizontal plane, if you understand the geometry, and not a globe.
Yeah, so you're saying if you calculate it for the arc length, it's increased, whereas if you actually calculate it across a horizontal plane, it matches the distance in these measurements that absolutely, without question, are not any suggestion of 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters, because it doesn't say it anywhere. But what it does do is match up with a horizontal plane that you've just detailed, because you do know where these measurements come from, unlike the glurf scum liar that saw fit to tell you he didn't know where they came from, and then tell you that you were wrong.
Horizontal plane doesn't require a square root function.
Not on there. It's not on this. It's on screen for my audience. They can see that it's not on there, so I don't really know why we're discussing it when we asked you to back it by citation, and this is what we got.
Earlier on, he didn't know what the square root function was referring to when I asked him. He didn't know what the square root function was referring to when I asked him 10 times.
Yeah, but he still saw fit to tell you that you were wrong after you gave a detailed explanation of exactly what it was. He said you're wrong, and now he's yammering through me highlighting that fact that Brian's not wrong. He knows where it's come from and can cite stuff. You, when asked to cite where you get your 1.7 from, gave us what's on screen now that doesn't have it in there at all, making you a glurf scum liar.
Not what I was asked when I posted that.
Oh, really? So when I trim it out with it being repeated 7 times and us clarifying that it's definitely not meters, it's actually feet. No, it's definitely feet and not meters. That wasn't you being asked very specifically with detail being given to what you were being asked for. That's us lying, correct?
Correct. I was asked...
No, that's not correct. You were asked for that specifically about 17 times and then gave us this, which is on screen, which doesn't have that in there, making you a glurf scum liar.
I was asked for the use of the formula as the dip correction, not specifically 1.76 when I posted that.
No, you were very specifically asked for 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You were asked where that was referenced, and then we had a little argy-bargy about whether it was feet or meters to make absolutely clear what you were being asked for. Then you gave us this, which is on screen, which doesn't have it in, making you a glurf scum liar.
You missed a step. You asked me for something
the main problem here, Nathan. The main problem here is that he claimed earlier on that the horizontal that was being used to take an elevation angle above, right, is not the Earth. I just showed that it is. that the corrections in the almanac fit a horizontal plane and not a globe of radius 3959 miles. Because a 35-foot height above a globe of 5-foot height above a globe of radius 3959 miles gives you a dip to their geometric edge of 6.3 minutes, whereas the almanac for 35 feet of correction is 5.6 minutes. So not matching a globe, not matching a globe, matching a horizontal plane. So the horizontal plane that you agreed to earlier is the surface of Earth.
You wouldn't need a square root function if it was a horizontal plane.
Where's that cited?
It would be a straight.
Sorry, maybe we weren't asking for this, but where's that cited, pray tell? Is it on this crap on screen? I mean, maybe we weren't being really hyper-specific when we asked for this that you're now talking about to be cited or anything. We got this last time we asked for it to be cited, and you told us that we didn't ask you and we were liars. So I'll ask you now. Could you cite that?
It's basic maths.
That's what I got last time when you provided this on screen for my audience, making you a glurf scum liar. You said it's just maths. Last time I asked. Then you called us liars and said we didn't ask for it. Even though you told us it's just maths, even though you hadn't been asked for it because we're liars, but it's just maths, even though we weren't asking for it. I see. It wasn't clear. We are liars. You weren't being asked for the thing you answered with it's just maths after giving us this. I understand. No, actually, you're a glurf scum liar who was asked to cite the very thing you're now going to go into again and haven't. We got this on screen. Glurf scum liar.
The use of the dip correction using a square root function? Could you cite that?
Could you cite the 1.7 times square, the thing you said you didn't know where it came from? The thing we were really clear about asking you to cite? The thing that you gave us this last time you asked for it and then called us liars for? Could you give us that citation? We don't want this. I'll take this off screen because it doesn't reference it anywhere, but you're now appealing to it again. I mean, you hoped that this would get you around that and you would be allowed to keep appealing to it because you'd given us this. But this doesn't have it in anywhere, you glurf scum liar. So can you cite something that does? Now that we're clear what I'm asking for, you thought I was lying. No, I've been very clear and I'm being clear now. I don't want to be called a liar in the future. Can you cite, rather than chanting through me asking for it? Oh, maybe this is obviously why the clarity didn't come. The glurf scum liar was talking when he was being asked. Let's just try that again.
I hear every word.
Oh, what did I just ask for?
I heard what you're asking. What I'm finally figured out is that you're asking for...
What I'm figuring out isn't what I asked for. Do you want to stutter a bit more? What did I ask for?
When I provide something that shows a square root function, then you say, no, but we asked for the 1.76. Right? When,
sorry,
again, I said I don't know
so we're clear that last time I asked... So we're clear. So we're clear.
And then you call
so
me
we're clear. So we're clear. Last time I asked for something with the square root function. We're clear that that's what I asked for last time then.
Okay, so I wasn't lying.
Is that a yes? We're clear that that's what was asked for last time then, yes?
Oh, there you go.
No, there you go. Is that a yes? Everyone in Discord, you're ruining this. Mute.
So
is that a
yes? When you said what I was
is that a yes? Is that a, is it clear? Oh, he's just going to obfuscate Discord. Let's try that again, nice and slow without you yammering through it because it's painful, you little coward, lying glurf bitch. So, we're clear. We're asking you for something that references the square root function like we did last time.
References? No. You said suggest. That's what I provided.
No, Brian, did you say the word suggest? So we'll just clear that. Sorry, liar. We'll just clear this up.
Nathan,
liar. Excuse me, liar. No, we're calling you out. That means shut up. No, he's not going to tolerate. He just wants to lie and carry on talking. Brian, was it the word suggestion, Brian? Or was it, where does that get referenced?
Yeah, I asked him specifically, what does the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters reference?
Liar! Liar! You didn't ask him that 17 times. You liar, Brian. You lie. You actually asked him for site reduction tables, because that's what he cited. It wasn't made clear what you were asking for. Suggestions! He said suggestions. No, mate, you're a glurf liar.
You're a liar. Asked him, is that referencing a distance? He said no. It's recorded, Nathan. And what he's then said a few minutes ago, the square root of the observer's height in feet, that has nothing to do with a flat plane. That can only be a globe. Earlier on, he didn't know what it was for, supposedly. And can I answer me a question? Can you answer me a question? How did you determine that the square root of the observer's height in meters, how did you determine that that only is reference to a sphere?
So as you go up higher, your angle to a flat plane will be trigonometric. Whereas if you go up higher on a sphere, that angle to the edge of the sphere will not be trigonometric, it will be parabolic.
Yes, that's
Great.
fascinating.
So,
basic geometry.
hang on, Nathan. Hang on, I have him. Hang on, it's over. Great. So that means that the dip for 35 feet in the chart, the dip chart from the almanac, that'll match the dip to a globe of radius 3959 miles then. For 35 feet.
Yeah, it should.
Right. No, the dip from 35 feet to a globe's geometric edge is 6.3 minutes. The dip to in the almanac to horizontal plane is 5.6 for 35 feet. You're debunked.
35 feet is not in the chart that I posted. Where are you getting this number?
It is. 35 feet is in the chart that you posted. 50 feet is in the chart that you posted. That's a complete lie. Or that you didn't look at it.
No, he didn't look at it. He posted it
He's
as a
debunked.
reference for where he got the 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters from, even though it doesn't contain that anywhere. He then called us liars, and only moments earlier has clarified that this time and last time when he called us liars, we were asking for the square root function. That, as I say, isn't on this site reduction tables anywhere, making him a glurf, scum, liar.
Sorry. Okay, I see it now. I see it.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter.
Did what? Did what?
The 35 feet. I see what it says.
No, yeah, no height correction from the almanac matches your globe's geometric edge. Matches your globe in any way. Even when you try and add in 7/6R, it doesn't match. Nothing matches it. So you tell me again how the square root of the observer's height in feet, how that is specific to a sphere. Because that is, I can use that calculation and get the corrections that that will match the almanac but won't match your globe.
Sorry, you're saying that that's not 1 point. What is it in feet?
I'm saying that the almanac is in opposition to your globe, and I'm not just saying it, I've proven it. Do we need to use a different height? Is 35 feet not enough? What height do you want me to use? In feet. We'll do it in feet.
No.
Give me a
I only know
feet, and we'll see if it matches your globe.
35 feet, that's 10 meters, right?
Nathan, you give me a height in feet.
25.
25. Okay, 1 second. 25. 1 second. So on the almanac, 25 feet is around 7.5. I think it's 7. Let's see. Where are we? Sorry. No, sorry. 25 feet is around 4.8
meters.
I think 4.8. Right. So 25 feet. So let's go to the Metabunk, and we'll see what they say for 25 feet. 1 second now. Just give me a minute. Okay, 2, 5, right? And it's let's say geometric dip for 0.089. We go to the decimal degree calculator. Okay, so 0.089. Calculate. 1 second now. Right. And it is 5.34 minutes, not 4.8. Your globe fails again.
No. 4.8 is correct. If you look across the way, it's meters, right?
Let's do 50 feet. Okay, let's do 50 feet.
7.5.
1 second.
What are you talking about? It's right. 4.8199.
Let's go to Metabunk. Let's do 50 feet.
Exactly
So
Metabunk,
50 feet. So 50 feet is 0.125 degrees. Let's just change that to minutes and seconds. Right. So 0.125 calculate into minutes and seconds is 7.5 minutes. Right. Let's go to the almanac chart. 1 second now for 50 feet. Okay, it's 6.9. Not matching your globe again.
What are you talking about with the Metabunk?
It keeps not matching
I'm talking
your
about
globe.
the formula that I gave you.
I'm talking about it not matching your globe. When I use the nautical almanac chart that you presented, it doesn't match your globe.
What are you looking at on Metabunk? I don't think you're doing that right.
I'm getting the dip angle from the eye height to the geometric edge. That's what I'm getting from Metabunk. I'm then converting that from decimals into minutes and seconds. I'm then comparing those minutes and seconds for the globe with the almanac, and they're failing every time. And they will always fail because the almanac is not referencing a globe at all.
Well, it's referencing the globe in the square root function, and that.
Where's that? Where's that, you lying scumbag glurf? Where's that on it? I've got it on screen. Point to it, please. Where is it?
It's in the measurements that I'm calculating.
Sorry, where is it?
On the spot.
It's not on there. It's not on there.
They are exactly what you get in that calculation.
Sorry, what we get in a calculation? Show me that calculation on this that you posted to cite that.
Sure, I did the first one already.
No, not what you can do. No. Just point at it on what line number so I can read it out for my audience. Does it talk about the square root function in this that you gave us as your citation? Where's that square root function so I can read it out? Give me a line number.
No, I didn't say it talks about it.
Oh, it's not on there. You're just a lying scumbag glurf that keeps appealing to this square root function that is in no way been cited by you.
Listen better. That's not what I said.
No, I asked you to cite it. We made clear what we were looking for. You called us a liar, even though we clarified it on multiple occasions. This is what you gave us. It doesn't have any square root function mentioned in it. You keep telling us that that's the maths it's based on. Brian's just shown you it isn't. It doesn't match the globe.
I just showed you that it is.
It doesn't match the globe. And there is no square root function in what you have cited. It doesn't match the globe. Brian's just taken you through it. You've said, oh, what's this metabunk? You must be doing that wrong. Something else. You don't even know what he's referencing, but you're telling him he's doing it wrong there.
1 second. I'm going to use what I'm using. I'm going to use measures. I'm going to go through it. 1 second. We're going to go through it. Your claim. So the square root of 4.7 meters is 2.1679. Right? Now we'll multiply that by 1.76 equals 3.81. Right?
I'll take your word for it.
Right. So where do we go from there then?
And that should match what they give you as the angle, as a dip correction.
Okay, let's go to Metabunk, 4.7 meters. We'll go to meters. 1 second now. We'll get to the bottom of this, don't worry. Just give me a second to get Google back up, straight to Metabunk.
I don't know what you're using Metabunk for.
Because that has your maths in it. Why would I not be using Metabunk? Why would I not be using Metabunk when that is your maths? So we're going to go to...
I don't know what you're using it for.
Yeah, we heard that. We heard that, and he told you the answer. So maybe if you constantly ask him what he's using it for when he's just bleeding told you, maybe that'll distract from what he's doing. Yeah, we got it, Dumbo. You don't understand what he's using Metabunk for. Okay, yeah, you're thick. Yeah, because he just told you he's getting the Earth curve maths from it, because it's your Earth curve maths. So he's told you what he's using it for and why he's using it. So I don't want to hear again that you're too dumb to understand why he's using it. Shut up.
Okay, 1 second. So for 4.7 meters, the geometric dip, or the dip to their geometric edge on a globe of radius 3959 miles is 0.070. So let's go to the decimal degrees, 0.070. We'll go through that, and we'll go back then and compare. So clear. So 1 second. 0.070. Calculate. Right. So that is 4.2 minutes. Right. So let's go back to the almanac chart that was presented by this man. Okay. So meters, 4.7. Right. Height, meters, 4.7. It doesn't have 4.7.
Sorry, why did you put that in minutes?
It does have 4.7. Right. 4.7. So 1 second now. What we're going to go.
It's a degree to dip angle correction. Are you having us on? It's just that's why you're giving it him in minutes. My God, you are so stupid.
Why he's converting
We're talking about an angle correction.
Yeah, if for his globe's geometric edge, the dip to that edge is 4.2 minutes for 4.7 meters. In the almanac, it is let's see, 3.8 to 3.9 minutes. So the globe fails again. The globe keeps turning.
Guy, you really have no part in this conversation anymore. I don't know why I'm getting so het up with you. You know, but the last question just demonstrated beyond all doubt that you have no place in this discussion.
I'm just applying the straight correction. I'm getting the exact answer.
So you're going to rinse and repeat a positive claim through the top of me pointing out that you've got no place in this conversation. You think that's your opportunity to rinse and repeat your claim? Right?
Let me give the coup de grace, Nathan. I used the maths he gave. See, I know those maths. The maths he gave a calculation of 3.81 minutes, which matches the almanac, but it doesn't match his globe. So the calculation matches the almanac, but it won't match his globe.
Because I can't see what you're doing.
Yeah, I just use your maths. I use your maths for 4.7
I understand what you're saying.
And that gave a dip correction. Well, not your maths, but the maths you gave. I know the maths. You gave 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. I used 4.7 meters. The correction is 3.81 minutes, matching the almanac. But for your globe, it's 4.2 to 4.3 minutes, not matching your globe.
Can you post
not matching your globe?
So I can see what you did.
You don't have to. You're supposed to know these things. You were the one making the
I'm just asking you to show your work so I can follow along and see what you're saying.
It's where anyone can hear this and go, you pick a height then. Pick a height. Pick a height. That's on the Nordic Almanac chart. And we'll go through all the details and you can do it side by side with me.
Okay, on my phone, can you post what you're doing in like the chat or something?
Sorry, it's the second time he's talking to a guy who's obviously mentally handicapped, because he's just said, I'll talk you through it step by step. And the question he was asked was, just give me a height so he can walk you through it step by step. Response, can you just send me on my phone? It's like you can't comprehend friggin' English. So I really think it's pointless as communicating with you. You're intolerable as a person to communicate with. Yeah, you see someone's middle of their sentence as an invitation to start you talking like you're doing now, making you basically intolerable to communicate with. When someone suggests how they can give you what you want to know how it's done. All right, Brian says, I'll talk you through it step by step. Just give me a height. Can you send it me on my phone? It's like you're incapable of understanding bleeding English, making you a useless prick. They can't communicate with you, mate.
Is it possible, sir, I don't know, I can't remember your name. Is it possible that you were led to believe that those match? Is it possible that you were led to believe that the match you gave me matched your globe? Is it possible you were led to believe that?
Exactly
as a matter of fact, they don't match it at all. Right?
I'd be very surprised if that was the case.
Well, I've just proven that it's the case. I've proven it over and over and over. You're asking me why I'm going to Metabunk.
Well,
Metabunk is your maths. Metabunk gives all the maths for your globe. All the maths you need for your globe are in Metabunk. They are the maths. And you have a problem with them. You need to show that. You need to see. I need to show what.
He's asking you to provide him citations for his globe claim. Unreal.
Yeah, from globe maths.
No, that's not. Hey, Nathan, stop fucking lying.
Oh, really? You need to swear at me, do you, little bitch? Oh, really? Lying, am I? No, mate, yours is the globe claim. You'd be shocked to hear it, but it would be you that would be citing shit about the globe, not Brian. But you want him to go off and get you Metabunk for you and your globe claim, do you there? Go on, swear at me.
He already did.
Go on, swear at me, you little bitch. Because you're losing badly. Yeah, we've proven you're a lying glurf bitch, and now you need to demonstrate your frustration by swearing at me, don't you? Go ahead. Just demonstrate to my audience how badly you've lost.
Well, speak for me.
Tell me your name. My name is Sam Park, and my brand
Someone
name
mute the
is
white
John
knight that's joined just to cause audio chaos,
What was
please.
that?
That's actually him. I think that's actually him there himself.
No, it's not.
The
Brian,
main
thank
thing
you.
here,
I'm running
Nathan,
the show.
the main thing here, Nathan, is that he proved that the horizontal line is the surface of Earth. He proved that.
No, I proved that it requires a square root.
Nobody asked you. The middle of his concise summary was not your invitation to talk, Mr. I don't understand bleeding English and think that being asked for a height means you're asked to send an app, or Mr. I'm claiming a globe, can you please send me evidence of my globe maths? Because it's obviously your duty to send me my claim and then call me a fucking liar. No, Glurf scum, this wasn't an invitation to talk through me either. Yeah? Just showing the audience how badly you've lost. That's all you're doing. Go ahead, Brian. It's okay, Glurf scum liar. We weren't asking you for anything. Brian's not your name.
Yeah. Earlier on, Nathan, when you were debating with him, he was denying that he didn't deny the horizontal, right, that the elevation is taking above. So he didn't deny that you need the 90s, and he didn't deny that there's horizontal distance being measured between you and the GP point of the celestial body. He just said it wasn't, that horizontal was not the surface of the Earth. He then, when he was asked to, by Quantum Eraser, asked to detail the dip correction, dip detailed from A to Z, the dip correction, he came back with, it's just 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters, right? He then tried to get away with that, right? He wasn't allowed to. And since then, it has been shown that he has proven that it is definitely the horizontal that he agreed to is definitely the surface of Earth, and that the corrections for in the almanac and for dip do not match a globe. They only match a horizontal plane, proving that the Earth is a flat plane and not a globe of radius 3.959 miles.
Can I ask you a question, Brian? It's Brian, right?
If it's on topic.
Yes, it is. So this thing you're doing with metabunk, are you suggesting that that calculation does not require a square root function?
I'm not saying anything. You said now he's trying to reverse the burden of proof.
Yes.
You claimed that a square root function does not work over a horizontal plane. You said that it only works over a curved surface. Now, it doesn't. I've used the very thing you gave me, and I was able to match it with the almanac that references a horizontal plane. You even said I lied when I brought up that the almanac uses mean sea level as a horizontal for soil reduction corrections. And I used the very calculation you gave me just a few minutes ago and proved that it doesn't match your globe. It matches a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So what you're doing on metabunk is getting those calculations from a horizontal?
Yeah, it is also, yes. It's called surface level.
Yeah, metabunk. What I'm doing on metabunk is I'm getting the dip that metabunk are claiming for a globe of 3.959 miles. If you have, from whatever height, if you have an issue with that, then you need to see at least Mick West, because that's where your problem lies.
Sure,
you don't understand the maths. You obviously don't understand or disagree with your own maths. I don't know what it is for your own globe.
Or with metabunk, I'm not sure. I'll look into that. But for now, what I'm saying is, if you're saying that I've proven it works on a horizontal plane, it sounds like you haven't done that if you're using a globe calculation. My suspicion is that the metabunk site still uses the square root.
What globe calculation did I use? Sorry, Nathan, 1 second. What globe calculation did I use?
Stop. What Brian did was compare what you gave by citation that didn't include a squared function to the calculator that does include the squared function. And they don't match. That's what he did.
I did worse than that, Nathan. I used his calculation using the squared function and showed that it matched a horizontal plane. Because he doesn't understand how they're using the squared function within the dip correction. I showed that it matched the almanac, which matches the horizontal plane. The corrections match the horizontal plane. I showed his own, the calculation he gave, the squared function calculation he gave, doesn't match his globe. Now he's asking me how are you telling me the squared functions don't match a globe? I don't give a damn. I never claimed they did or didn't. He claimed they did, or only match a globe.
No, but you claim that matches a horizontal
the very
plane,
function
and
that
I'm
you
putting
gave
that in
me
question.
to match a horizontal plane in agreement, absolute total agreement with the almanac and in disagreement with your globe. What this is that he's looking
The
to
almanac
get away
does
from
not
the fact
give
that
a horizontal plane.
you are looking to move away from the fact that you have been proven outright completely wrong. And that's what's going on here.
But I haven't. If you're saying that it completely matches the almanac uses
for
a
us
square
to
root
have
function.
a different red herring argument about whether square root function can work on a globe or a flat. It doesn't matter. You were wrong.
It absolutely matters.
I know how to use it. I know how to use it. I know how to use that function. When they were
square root function is absolutely what's
to use the distance
square root function
horizontally.
means
The distance that's gained is used horizontally. You don't understand the dip.
It's an angle. It's not a horizontal linear distance.
Sorry. The distance that's gained, right, via the calculation you gave me is used as a horizontal distance in the dip correction.
Not if it's got a square root function, it's not.
You're a bit confused there, Sunshine. You just said that it was an angle.
Yeah,
the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. Show that as an angle.
Yes.
Just that. Yeah, just that. Go ahead and show it. Put it in chat, and AJ will send it to us. And then while you're at it, it'd be easier.
Here it is again.
To still Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to show that you'd fail third grade geometry.
1.2 times the square root, 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters isn't a degree. It's not an angle. He won't post that. He can't post that. It isn't an angle.
You can derive an angle. You can derive an angle from it, but it is not an angle.
Right. That's what Kiwi just said. He's just derived it and then given that number.
I mean, I can't go back to like basic math for this conversation.
It must be.
Did we go back to basic maths? We went back to basic maths. I used the math, the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. I used that with 4.7 meters and showed that it matched the almanac, but it didn't match your globe.
Just out of interest, sorry to just one sec. I just want to ask a clarifying question. What does the dip correction correct to exactly?
Well, in reduction tables, it's correcting. In reduction tables, they're using the mean sea level as your horizontal plane.
You're correcting to mean sea level with this angle correction.
Correcting to horizontal, not mean sea level.
Sorry, you're correcting to horizontal. Hold on, everyone in G+. I didn't quite hear that. Can you say that again?
Yeah. Correcting to horizontal.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But not.
Welcome to Flat Earth. So we're doing a correction to make sure that the distance is going to be corrected to horizontal.
We're right back to the beginning where I said the horizontal reference is not the Earth itself.
Sorry, we are correcting to...
Yes, it is. It was proven by his own math.
We are correcting to it, though.
Yes.
Yes. And this is to do with navigating the Earth, right? We're not suddenly flying around in space. We're still navigating Earth, aren't we?
Seems to be, yes.
Yes. So we're correcting to the horizontal plane that we will be navigating.
No.
No?
No.
No. It seems like you're a bit confused. So are we correcting to a plane in the middle of space to navigate that plane that we're correcting to, that's sea level? Are we correcting
Pretty
to
much.
that? Yeah.
No, eye level.
Then why did you measure the height above the water on the boat in your crow's nest?
To calculate the dip correction.
To surface level.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, to surface level. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, Earth's measured flat, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we do this correction. To correct to surface level.
Nope.
Yes. Not just nope. Yes, that is what it's doing. You just told me we correct to the horizontal. I say the one we're navigating.
Yes, at eye level.
Oh, we're correcting to eye level.
Navigating. The horizontal plane we're taking the elevation angle from. That's the only thing we need that horizontal plane for.
Right, the horizontal plane. What? Do you want to say that again?
Yeah, the surface of Earth is not your horizontal reference.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. The corrections do not match your globe. The corrections match our horizontal plane.
Sorry, but not the White Knight. You're saying the corrections aren't to the horizontal now, even though you said it was a minute ago.
Yes, they are to horizontal. I'm not saying anything else. I'm saying that horizontal is not the Earth.
And are we using that to navigate?
We're using the angle we get from the horizontal.
So we're correcting to the horizontal.
The one at eye level, yes.
No. So if we're correcting to eye level, why we're going around in circles, QE? Just asked you this. Why would you take your height of eye then? If we're correcting to eye level, we're not. We're correcting to surface level that we're navigating. But when we get to that point, you want to deny that we're actually using the ground to navigate. It's suddenly a line in space, a bit like what a spire on a pedestal. No. We're dealing with ground. But no. I'm concluding. Obviously, that means you've got to start yammering through the top of the conclusion. No, we're navigating the ground, son. Yeah, definitely the ground that we're navigating.
He just said, wait a second, it's height of eye correction. You're not correcting to the eye. Are you retarded?
Yeah, if it's a correction and you're using the eye level in the first instance, that can't be the correction to it. It is the thing you're starting with to correct to ground level. I mean, that's obvious. This guy's just retarded. I've said it all along. I don't know. You said it as well 3 or 4 times. I have no idea why we're communicating with this guy. Fundamentally, he's got too low of an intelligence level to comprehend what's being put to him. He doesn't cope with it. Like, he couldn't cope with what's a height. He thought that meant, oh, can you send me something on my phone? Because that's what he heard. Literally, the words that we say don't communicate to him in a way that's coherent, so he can't respond to them. Half the time he's yammering through the top or calling us liars for clarifying things that he specifically said and have been recorded. That gets turned around into us being liars. You know, this guy's totally unreasonable.
You don't start with eye level.
Manufactotum.
So you don't start with it. Why would you measure your height then at port?
Manufactotum. 43 minutes.
The angle that is added to the elevation angle from horizontal dips in a way relative to a curved surface.
Why would you be making a correction?
Sorry, dips. He's just said dips are relative to a curved surface, even though literally 5 minutes ago he said we're correcting to horizontal. But now it's what? Correcting to curve? Is it?
Correcting to horizontal.
That's not curve. Horizontal is... Oh, God, QE. Horizontal isn't curving.
Nobody said it was.
Yeah, and we're correcting to the horizontal, which means we're not correcting to curve. We're not correcting to a curved surface, the one we're navigating. We're correcting to the horizontal. By use of the eye level in the first instance, we're not correcting to eye level. That's absurd, and we've all laughed at you because it's moronic. We're correcting to the surface level, the one we are navigating. Level isn't curving, so we're not correcting to a curved surface.
Yeah, welcome to
You're correcting from the curved surface to a horizontal.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. We're correcting to the horizontal surface, the one we're navigating, not to a curve. Nope, that's right. Welcome to Flat Earth. Not correcting to a curved surface, correcting to a horizontal surface.
What if you're on Can I get an elevation? Can I get an elevation angle of a star while mountain?
Oh, we need to White Knight. It was the same White Knight as last time, eh, Carly?
Was that AJ?
Is it painful, Carly? Can you hear your man getting battered?
Guys, in the chat at 43 minutes. Carly, in the chat at 43 minutes past the hour for Manufactotum from Astrolab Sailing. If you're taking your sextant readings from the bridge of a big ship, then you're going to get a different sextant reading to if you're on a small yacht. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to sea level reading. This is called dip or an adjustment for your height of eye. So you are adjusting to sea level reading.
Yeah, Horizontal.
Arguably. I mean,
yeah,
functionally, they're the
horizontal.
same.
No, not arguably. Have you got a citation?
Yeah.
Have you got any?
Yeah, for the audience's benefit, because he's going to completely ruin the audio for this. Yeah, we're correcting to the horizontal. That's the sea level. It's the surface we're navigating, as we've gone through with him multiple times. We're not correcting to curve. We're using angles and correcting to flat baselines. For dip, it's horizontal. It's not curving. We're not using curved surfaces. Earth is flat. That's how it's being measured, referenced and corrected to in this instance. To surface level, that's sea level, as cited.
AJ, it's in the chat.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You wanted to deny that we were correcting to the surface level, sea level. You said it was correction to eye level. I mean, that just makes you retarded, like really stupid. The audience now knows that's the case. That when you said we were correcting to eye level, oh no, another Dumbo glurf in the house, it seems. Yeah, you've just had the citation that absolutely shits all over that. So no, Dumbo. You don't seem to have a place at this table anymore, Dumbo. You said correcting to eye level. No, definitely not. Just another moronic statement from a glurf liar.
Oh.
Yes. Yes. You said correcting to eye level. Maybe you'd like to call me a liar when I specifically detail that which you told us we were doing. Correcting to eye level, you say. Maybe you'd like to call me a liar.
Yeah, a level reference is not the surface of the ground.
Even though that's what it very specifically detailed in that citation that AJ, the moderator of this server, just read out to you. Nothing? Nothing at all? Yeah, you just had a citation read out by AJ that took a big, fat, giant, steaming shit on your nonsense.
If I want to make
put a citation for AJ.
I know it's the White Knight. Carly's decided to add to the audio chaos. I don't mind if one of his White Knights wants to add to the audio chaos.
It doesn't have to be chaos.
Right, Carly? Yeah, you can hear how badly he's being smashed and you can't bear it. Got to come off mute and add fuel to the fire. No, he's getting his bum smacked, Carly. Yeah, because we are correcting to surface level as per that citation read out by the server's moderator. It wasn't to eye level like this Dumbo manufactotum said. He's just wrong and stupid. Carly, you could chill out while I put this to the server. I mean, obviously, at the moment, I'm only getting to put this to my audience and not the server because you keep rumpusing me. But he's having his bum smacked because he's not correcting to his eye level, Carly. He's correcting to surface level as per the citation you want to rumpus. So the Discord server can't aim me pointing it out for the 5th time.
You don't have to point it out 5 times. Just let me respond. If I'm standing on top of a mountain, clearly the surface of the ground is not horizontal.
Yeah, is that what we do when we're out at sea with mariners' sextants, getting our heights to the crow's nest? Do we get our heights to crow's nest for dip correction when we're up mountains? Is there a crow's nest up this mountain, you stupid clown? Because it seems like that was a bit of an obfuscation tactic to talk about something completely different. Like we're not dealing with mariner sextants and dip corrections because we're not able to just use a bubble up a mountain. We're out on a boat rocking around all over the place. That's why we're having to use the horizon and correct for it, Carly. But what, you thought we were somehow up a mountain when this guy gets his ass smacked for saying we correct to eye level? You thought we needed to talk about mountains, did you there, White Knight? No, Manufactotum was just wrong and stupid. Said we were correcting to eye level.
Not wrong.
Yeah, maybe you could chant through it for me also, Manufactotum. No, you just had it cited. Would it be better if the actual person hosting this was ignored entirely when he interrupted proceedings to point out how bleeding wrong you were when you said we correct to eye level? Because he just cited it. It very specifically said sea level. That's not eye level, Dumbo. You were just wrong and stupid and needed a White Knight Carly to help you out there, didn't you? But I'm still going to smack your bum and point out how wrong you are. You're still going to chant through it because you're an intolerant little toddler throwing his dummy out of the pram while he gets told off. No, you were wrong. We don't correct to eye level, Manufactotum. You are stupid. Meanwhile, it's horizontal. That surface level that we do correct to, that isn't eye level, that's the surface, sea level, and it is horizontal. So we've got a horizontal sea level that we correct to, a flat earth. Proof.
Prove it. That's not a proof, that's a claim.
No, it's how it's done. That's how we correct. You said we corrected to eye level and were wrong. Then AJ, the moderator of this server, had to go and correct you with a citation that told you it was to surface level, sea level, Dumbo. No, it's not a claim. No, it's how it's actually done. It's not just me saying it. It's been cited to you.
You're just swapping.
I'm guessing you've never done this in your life.
Oh, right. Now we're into the ad homs. Oh, really? So whether or not I've done it will change whether or not we're actually dealing with a horizontal plane that we're correcting to, that definitely isn't curved, and definitely isn't eye level, and definitely isn't up a mountain.
It could be either of those things.
No, it can't. It's definitely the surface level that's horizontal. That's what we're correcting to as per the citation AJ just gave you. I mean, it could be anything if you just make up crap and insert it like we're correcting to eye level, but then a flat earther, me, Nathan Oakley, comes along, points out how bleeding wrong you are, and then I'm backed up by the server operator who cited something that made absolutely clear how wrong you were, dum-dum.
And I cited one that does show that it's eye level as well.
Oh, really? I only have one citation from you, and it's this.
Must be because, one, it's not a citation manufactotum. I don't think you understand what a citation is. You've just given me a picture of a ball or a circle with a line to the center of the earth to a horizontal from someone's eye height, but you'll see that the... Yeah. Anyway, I'll drop it in Master B and then we can address it. I'm happy to address it.
Fine. How much longer?
Yeah, your cartoon is stupid and it's not a citation.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
wrong. You don't have the center of the ball yet, so you got to dismiss that.
Okay, it's okay.
Well,
hold on, guys.
anyway, because according to Astrolab Sailing, they're using the celestial sphere and the equatorial plane to measure their angles from in celestial navigation.
That's okay. This is cool. This has a flat Earth in it. It's got actual horizon with a dotted line that's flat.
That's a flat Earth in it.
Yeah.
But they don't have a horizontal because a horizontal is not a point.
Yeah, well, but they do in the diagram. It says actual horizon on it. It's a dotted line. Obviously, it's got no reference whatsoever to the sphere below it. But the actual horizon has nothing to do with what they've called horizon that's below the dotted line that we'll need to reference. The dangling globe below that I'm now getting interrupted as I summarise with 10 years of experience on this subject. Obviously, me summarising what I've got on screen for an audience that I've just been shown needs interruption constantly. It definitely has eye level and actual horizon parallel with one another. So level is level in this, and actual horizon represents surface level, so we can derive a plane with it. It's representative of sea level, also horizontal. So well done. This dangling Earth below it has nothing to do with the actual measurements.
Nathan, I put a couple of recent posts on Master B. Can you go to that?
Yeah, so the one with the angle off a curved surface that doesn't have GP points meeting the curved surface? Yeah.
Well, there's one that's a whole page. And if you go to the top right, it shows you that if your height of eye is at sea level, there's no dip correction. And Brian has already said this so many times, when they do site reduction tables, they're taking the elevation angle from sea level. That's the whole purpose of the reduction. If you're from a crow's nest, you got to get it at sea level. So that's why they do this exercise, because when they refer to the site reduction tables, as you can see there, height of eye, meters and feet, 0. Dip angle, 0.0. But if you go to the picture underneath, which I blew up and put separately, it says observer's horizon shows a right angle, and it shows a geoidal horizon, which is sea level, which they got a globe surplus to requirement. The Nautical Almanac and the site reduction tables assume that the sites are taken at sea level. For instance, from a periscope of a submarine barely emerging above the water. So if this fella is in the crow's nest, his measurement has to match barely emerging above the water, so he can get a what? A right angle triangle to get the 90 to subtract the co-altitude, which cannot work with that surplus requirement semicircle drawn underneath it. This is all trickery.
And again,
So if you're in the
like
nest, do
Nathan
you still
said,
need a
is
dip correction if you're using a bubble sextant?
hang on, your
I'm
own
so glad.
citation here that
I'm
you've
so
provided.
glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. You've established the horizontal to get your vertical at 30,000 feet in the air, right? You've established your horizontal, which must match the equatorial plane, which is what? A 180 straight angle. That's the true altitude in the Nautical Almanac books. So you can never put the surplus globe there because everything must match the 180 straight angle at the equatorial plane. And you can't do that with a curving surface.
Honest question. Sure, honest question.
Why don't you
are those
just
stars
admit
for the angle to be the same at sea level?
No, what he's doing is whistling straight
don't
past it.
change the subject.
Hold on, 10th. He just said sure, and he's basically just breezing past it. It's called whistling past the graveyard.
No, I heard what he said.
Okay,
the
so
problem
then
is he's neglecting to consider that those angles of elevation will be the same from 35,000 feet and at sea level. That means the stars are at optical infinity.
Hey, I'm talking.
Welcome to Globe.
Sorry, they're not at an optical infinity on a globe. They're at a set distance that you derive from radial values measured with Polaris. That's how you infer the distances globally. They're not infinitely distant. Did you not believe that? Do you think you got an infinitely distant sun and stars? You don't think they're at set distance in your model derived from flat plane measurements of Polaris? Idiot. Idiot. Globe models got set distances to stars. For example, 96 million miles to a particular star you think the sun is. That's a set distance. You've just said it's infinitely distant, therefore welcome to globe that has fixed distances. You total clown.
Nathan,
we use the opposite ends of the Earth.
Well, you just told us welcome to globe because of infinite distances. Yet globe has set distances. You stupid man.
No.
Not taking off
Nathan. May I just also clarify something to support what you were stating about his citation? On his citation, it says actual horizon if the eye height is 0. Yeah. So from again. Astrolab sailing, it says the next error to correct for is height of eye. The tables all assume a height of eye of exactly 0 feet. This is because then the horizon is at 90 degrees angle to your zenith.
Thank you. Thank you. May I finish now? So the maximum nautical mile distance that a mariner can have at sea is 90 times 60, 5,400 nautical miles. Is that infinite distance?
No.
Yeah, goodbye with this guy's
linear distance
crazy talk.
Object?
Yeah, meanwhile, globe has got set distances. He welcomed us to a globe because of his appeal to infinite distances.
You need a globe for those distances. You need a globe for the distance to the sun.
Infinite.
Really?
You're going to need a globe for that, mate.
Don't seem to understand the words you're using. Infinite. Not set. Your globe has set distances. I gave you an example. Now you're yammering through me with the sun at 96 million miles. That's not an infinite distance. You stupid idiot globe believer who thinks that appealing to an infinite distance is going to help you when your globe has got set distances, and you're going to yammer through my conclusion, aren't you, Manufactotum? Painful when you're getting bitch slapped for your stupid shit that doesn't prove a globe like infinite distances. That stupid shit you appeal to is absolutely in contravention of your globe. Now, obviously, you feel that yammering through me pointing that out is going to somehow detract from your loss. You just appealed to infinite distances like that was a globe win. I'm going to do it again, Manufactotum. You've had to be server muted, Manufactotum, because you can't seem to shut your bleeding mouth while I point out your stupid nonsense that you appealed to with infinite distances. Take him off server mute so the audience can hear how triggered this bitch really is. Yeah? Manufactotum, is it easier if you chant through me concluding? Is it easier if while you're getting bitch slapped, you yammer and cry through the top of it? You appeal to an infinite distance, like that was somehow a globe proof. I then gave you an example of a very specific set distance to a star in your model that's derived from flat measurements of Polaris to give you the radial value. I then pointed out that it is absolutely in contravention of your globe assertion. There's one of the examples of him being a triggered bitch, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we'll count them off. Yeah,
You're straw manning.
that's 2. Triggered bitch. We'll keep calling it as well. While I try and summarise for about the 17th time. I'll keep counting them off. That's 2 so far. Triggered bitch interjections, we'll call them. Anyway, you said infinite distances. Welcome to globe. That's 3. Triggered bitch
I didn't say
interjections.
infinite
4
distance,
triggered
but
bitch
optical
interjections.
infinity.
5 triggered bitch interjections. Very triggered bitch today, it seems, manufacturer.
lying. You're
Maybe
still
I'll get to
lying.
the end without you chanting that I'm lying. Lying, am I?
Maybe you'll get
I'm
another
thinking
lie.
no. I'm thinking that it's so painful, ladies and gentlemen, that that's why the server moderator had to put him on mute, because he couldn't cope. Yeah? Can't cope much.
I'm glad this is all recorded.
Do you want to take some Adderall? I'll get some Adderall in you.
Nathan, why do they need to use a tangent plane? They got a globe surface they can use. Why don't they just use that? What's the problem with that, using a curved baseline?
Oh, it's because they don't correct to curve. They correct to horizontal. He made that explicitly clear.
Yeah, so let's take away. Let's take away.
Nathan doesn't understand prepositions.
Sorry, he's got to add on me 10th through the top of this. He needs to add on me about what I don't know. So you thought infinite distances was a welcome to globe moment, you stupid buffoon. Meanwhile, you've got set distances to your stars. They've been scaled by Kepler and Huygens. But you thought an appeal to infinite distances was a win for the globe? All right. Perhaps you'd like to start swearing at me, you stupid man.
No. Back to what I was saying. They must use a tangent plane because they can't use a globe because the globe doesn't exist. And the zenith distance is the zenith position of the star, GP, over the Earth at 90 degrees. That could work on the tangent plane or a flat Earth, but not on the sphere because it shares the same baseline as the observer zenith's 90, and you can't have diverging zeniths.
Anyway, I've wasted enough time here. I'm going to get dinner started. You guys have fun with your undeserved...
Sorry, you're not going to get to ad homous as a summary at the end. Piss off. Piss off and run to your stupid crap dinner that you'll tell your wife she lies about when she serves you turkey. Turkey? Lies! Get lost.
He was outright proven to be completely wrong. Even his own calculation proved that it's not a globe. Every single thing did not match his globe. And yet he thinks that he can call us liars.
What does that tell you?
Well, 10th man, what do you think psychologically happened to him? Because he proved the Earth is measured and practically used flat. He did it in front of everybody, and then he said, "But nuh-uh." Like, what happened to him?
I'll tell you what happened. I came in on the show earlier with Plato's cave analogy. That's what happened to him. Go listen to the show. They realized they have been living in some la-la land all this time. They can't handle it when they turn around and see that the shadows on the cave wall were caused by a campfire behind them that they never saw. And they thought reality was shadows. And then when they turned around and walked outside, they saw reality. And it was like, oh my gosh. Now, this guy couldn't handle it. So he never turned around. And his friends came back in and says, buddy, these shadows aren't reality. It's out there is the reality. Let me show you. He said, nope, I'm not going to turn around. Nope, I'm not going to turn around.
That's not what he said. No, he turned around and said, liars. You liars. I'm going to take your children off you.
Then I must be naive because I really thought when Brian was breaking it down, something was going to click. So I must be naive.
Well, something did click with him. Why am I using metabunk? Why am I referring to the maths that he's trying to support? That's what clicked with him. Why are you referring to these maths that debunk me?
Yeah, that was the coup de grace. They don't match. He appealed to the site reduction tables. Like, well, because this is using a squared function. Well, is it the squared function that would comport with your globe maths? Oh, why are you using my globe maths to compare how this doesn't work? Can you send me those? What?
He referred to the site reduction tables because I brought them up and stated that in the almanac it stated that they're using mean sea level as your horizontal for all the baselines of all your elevation angles. So he went trying to cite them as if it meant something.
It meant nothing. Because even Tent even posted, it didn't get put out there. Even Tent posted a thing about site reduction, I think, showing where they're, and I have the citations myself and I showed them on videos, that they're using mean sea level
because a level line of sight and the difference between mean sea level is going to give you the dip angle. That's why they use it. You need a level line of sight to determine
that. His own maths went against him. Nothing matches his globe.
Let me read to you a very short summary to answer that question from the gentleman who said psychologically, what do you think's happening? Imagine living in a dark place where everything you see is just a shadow. In your whole life, you believe these shadows are the only real things. Now, you could superimpose that with the globe if you like, as I keep reading. Well, this picture is a part of a famous story called Plato's Allegory of the Cave. It's a story that Plato, a great thinker from ancient Greece, wrote to help us understand the difference between what seems real to us and what is actually real. It's not just a puzzle about truth, but it's a kind of riddle that makes us think hard about what we know and what we don't know. Plato's allegory of the cave comes from his writing called The Republic, which shows us how easily we can be fooled by fake things and how surprising the truth can be when we first learn about it. So let's explore this allegory, which isn't just a story, but a deep lesson about life and the search for truth. And that's what happened to that guy today. He got hit with truth, and all he's looking at is shadows on a cave wall.
Fair enough. Yes, Carly, go ahead.
What causes the stars to move 1 degree every 69 miles when you move from away or towards this GP? What's causing that?
You've given the answer in the question if it's with Polaris.
69 miles is horizontal distance.
But you've given the answer in your question. You moved away from it.
Thank you.
No, that's not specifying what's causing it to move.
So it's not moving. Polaris stays.
Okay.
Hold on.
Can I ask him a question?
It's either
hold on. Hold on.
It's either perspective or it's actually
That means stop. Polaris doesn't move. That's why it's useful. You're moving away from it and then asking me why does it move?
When you move closer to the GP of Polaris, it's gonna get closer to your zenith 1 degree every 69 nautical miles. And I'm asking you, what is causing that to happen?
You've just done the same thing again. You've just explained that you are moving towards it or away from it. So let me just rephrase that. Because you are moving towards it or away from it, it is raising or lowering with respect to the horizon. That's you moving and seeing something that doesn't actually move because you are.
All right, let me rephrase the question. Is perspective causing 1 degree every 69 miles?
Is perspective causing that? No, that's not a causal relationship that you're describing. You're just describing what you observe to actually be the case as you back away from it.
You said no. All right, so perspective does not cause the stars to appear lower.
He's asking me, Brian.
So if the stars aren't actually lowering towards the horizon because of perspective, then what you look at a star and it's on the horizon, and that's not because of perspective.
Yeah, they're lowering or rising because of the distance you're making. If you move away from Polaris for 69.48 statute miles, then Polaris will appear to drop by 1 degree. Appear. It's not actually dropping. So if something is not actually happening, if Polaris is not actually dropping or actually rising, then there's only one word for that. It's perspective. I don't care what answer Nathan gave you. That is the only word for that.
Your answer really doesn't matter.
That's the way it is.
I'm literally not trying to ask anybody else but Nathan right now.
Because Nathan gave you the answer that you wanted, but wasn't correct.
Is the answer perspective? Are you saying that it's lowering due to perspective?
I'm saying
when you move
can
away from
describe.
His angle is perspective.
It's not lowering, dude.
Hang on.
He's asking me.
His
I did say
angle-
that to Brian, but he's decided.
What is wrong with you guys? Let Nathan answer. Yeah.
No, I'm saying you can ipso facto describe what it does. Ascribing this description of perspective to you, I don't do that. Brian has chosen to do that and say that that's the only way you can describe that. No, I can just describe what it does. Matter of fact, it does drop towards the horizon 1 degree of measurement with respect to a horizontal plane for every 60 nautical miles you move away from it. That is an actual description of what it definitely does do. Beyond that, I don't have to ascribe any... Who was that?
That was me. Apparently. It doesn't actually drop or actually rise. It's apparent. It's an angular drop and an angular rise.
Thank you,
which is
Brian.
perspective.
Thanks for that clarity.
Yeah, which is perspective, not actual.
Yeah, thank you for
He's gonna
your
hold you to
second
a word,
clarity
Nathan.
over the top of me. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Well, you should be thanking me, because otherwise this guy's going to hold you to words which are
Let him.
incorrect.
Nathan, I think you're smart enough to see where I'm going with this. If perspective is the reason for the stars lowering, we should see the distance between constellations change angular size as you move away from GPs and stuff like this. We don't observe this. Constellations have fixed positions.
No, they don't.
And they move towards the horizon.
What are you talking about? No, they
don't change
Stop.
angular size.
No, they don't. What do you mean they have fixed positions? No, Polaris has a fixed position.
Their positions on a celestial sphere remain relative to each other, no matter what.
But there are no positions on a celestial sphere. That's after the fact, after you've measured them with respect to a plane. Their angle is apparent. Brian just went through this with you. I have to agree in this regard. I'm not going to ascribe it a description or term, but it is an apparent description of their angle. You can then plot out those points on the protractor and call it a celestial sphere, but you're not going to then tell me that after reification, that means they've got fixed points on that protractor you arbitrarily use to measure where they look like they were positioned in the sky on a protractor. That is not where the stars are. They're not on the protractor. They're in the sky. They don't have a fixed position. Only Polaris does. It's got an absolute direction.
Their positions relative to each other are fixed.
Okay. The positions
right.
move.
The differences between stars don't change. Like, we're not watching perspective cause a decreased angular size as things lower towards the horizon. So it's not perspective causing the stars to lower towards the horizon when you move away from them, causing the 1 degree every 69 miles.
Nathan, can I say something to you?
Just one sec.
That's my point right there. That's all I'm trying to do.
Oh my God.
Hang on, Nathan.
No, we're even,
He's
Brian.
pre-assuming-
Brian, we're even. Clear? We're even. Yeah. No, I don't need to ascribe a detailed description with a word like perspective when I describe what they do. I don't know what they are. So you're saying, well, because they move in this particular fashion and the distances between them don't change, that means it isn't perspective. And I say, okay, I mean, fine. I mean, I can even go along with it. Let's pretend I do say it's perspective. So what? What does that mean? It doesn't. It doesn't do anything for anybody.
Well, one way to explain this phenomena, because we know that the stars aren't actually on the horizon. Like, when I look at the horizon and there's an apparent GP and the star appears on the GP, like it's very close to zero, I know that the star is actually in the sky. So if it's not lowered due to perspective, then the star has to be where it actually appears, on the horizon.
No,
that doesn't make sense because we know the star is in the sky.
That's malformed. You're making me side with Brian. If a plane did the same thing, right, that's to say an aeroplane flew from your position at your zenith to the horizon, right? And it remains, we accept that it remains the same air altitude the whole time. Then when it meets the horizon from your view, you know that it's not touching the horizon then either. But that definitely is perspective. So because you can describe the stars doing the same thing as a plane, when I don't know what the stars are to absolutely confirm that it is the case that they've physically moved their position above its GP position, I only know that if I was at that GP position, it would be above me. But that is literally all I know. Now, yeah, I'm uncomfortable using the word perspective. Brian is not, and that's fine. We're allowed to have a different. I'm glad we have, because it means I don't have to go on bended knee for interrupting him constantly, something when I didn't understand with the last guy. So good. Anyway, but I don't know where you're going with this, other than, yeah, they don't hit the horizon. And you're saying, but if it was perspective, they would hit the horizon. No, a plane doesn't do that. So you can't really make that false comparison.
Well, I see it as a big issue. It's all good. Thanks for letting me say that.
No, that's fine. I kind of know where you're going as well. Let's sympathise with you. I just sided with Brian. Yeah, there's certain things that make me uncomfortable because I just don't know what the best word to ascribe it to. And often if you don't know, and there's just an ipso facto description of something that happens that you can detail with a few more words, there isn't necessarily the need to summarise it to the word perspective. Now, if I did, would that leave me in some sticky wicket that I can't find my way out of? Possibly. So why do it is my attitude. But that doesn't mean I think it's bad or wrong or that Brian is incorrect in this regard. Far from it. If I had a gun to my head and they were like, just say it, it's perspective, isn't it? I'd say yeah. But I don't really know because I don't know what they are. That's the only reason of me being hesitant. I don't see any problem. But there might be one that I just don't know because I just don't know.
All right.
Right, we're going to have to bid farewell to this server. We've been here for 4 hours rather than 3.
Hey, let's not go yet.
No.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for the politeness
Just
of
real
having
quick.
us. Really? I've got
Just real quick. May I?
Yes, Tent, you can go.
Oh, thank you. Glad someone answered. In the whole summary of this, the vernal equinox date is very important because it creates a sky map as the reference versus the observer on Earth as the reference with the horizontal coordinate system called altitude and azimuth. The declination and right ascension is used for mapping using a map of the stars. And the EQ Mount telescope goes by that. And all measurements go by that. And the Earth is a disk, infinite to the celestial sphere, non-rotating, and as the stars that are moving. This is their reference for everything. Just wanted to drop that in.
It's a good outro. I'm too stressed and tired, so yes, I'm trying to get ahead of myself.
Let me drop in one thing.
No.
Just it's very small. Very small.
No, I don't. I just want to. We've been here. We've already been here too long.
A sentence. A sentence is an angular height or an angular size an actual height or an actual size, or is it a perspective size and a perspective height?
Perspective. If you want to describe it for something that's got physicality that I can confirm that with. Anyway, thank you for...
We don't need physicality, we just need...
Brian, please, for the love of Jesus, this isn't one sentence.
Forget it.
Well, it's not one sentence. I just want to thank you for having us.
Forget it. Just forget it.
I don't want to forget it.
I'll come back in 3 years' time.
I don't want to forget it. I know he's never going to shut up. I don't want to forget it. I just want to thank our hosts for having us so I can move into a different server and we can continue as long as we like.
You could have done that 20 seconds later.
Yeah, Nathan, you can hang out here as long as you want, by the way. It's up to you.
I do appreciate that. But I don't
And you guys are all invited to come back whenever you like, man. Especially Brian.
Indeed, but this is a...
Thanks very much.
Yeah, indeed. It's a scheduled event and there is a certain amount of stress on the moderators, which I don't want to over strain or stress, because then you're outstaying your welcome. At this point, nobody's even hinting that they're stressed. In fact, we're saying, oh, you can stay as long as you like. Excellent point for us to say, oh, thank you so much. You've been excellent hosts. I really appreciate the offer, but we've already stayed so long and we've had such a great time. I hope we're welcome back next week. If you did want to carry on chatting to us, though, we're going to toddle along to Flat Earth Debate Service. And if anyone wants to stay, obviously they're welcome to. But thank you so much for having us, as always, on a Friday. I didn't notice the time. It's flied by an hour more than I was anticipating anyway. So I just want to express again my gratitude for you having us in politics. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Nathan.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Absolutely. We'll see you next week. Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, because we got to deal with you, Nathan.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we have to.
Right, should I get mitigation in beforehand? Should I poison the well with mitigation first? Let's have a think.
Off
am
you
I off
go.
mute? Oh, damn. I've been very tired, Brian. I had very limited sleep last night. You and I were up for a very long period talking about faith in Christianity, and you with your Japanese Buddhism or whatever it is that you believe in.
I didn't bring up any Japanese Buddhism. I didn't bring that up or anything like that.
I was being facetious.
Brian's in serious mode right now.
I need to diffuse that a little bit, Neil, with humour.
I knew what that guy was doing, and I knew he was completely incorrect.
Do you want the bended knee? Do you want the bended knee straight away?
I'm not looking for bended knee. I don't care about that. I just want you to understand that when someone throws out that nonsense, you have to be able to grab it and show them, because that made such a better show. You have to say, when it was shown bit by bit by bit that he was wrong and he couldn't, and it didn't match. None of it matches the globe. That's the point.
Yes.
They try and
if I had
add
a
in
camera,
7/6.
hold on. If I had a camera, I'd put it on, and you would see my red face like a little beetroot. Embarrassing. What stopped that progress? Me. Why? Because of my ignorance. What ignorance? The ignorance that I shut down Brian with 3 years ago because I said it wasn't important. It really, really is.
I'm just trying to get. Ballers do this. They throw out these things as if it means something. He did. When I asked him to detail the dip correction, QE actually formally asked him. He didn't do it for a start. He came back with bullshit. He lied about what he didn't want to refer to what that was referring to. He's 1.76. He didn't want to. He said, "I don't know." He was playing coy, and then when push came to shove and he was shown to be wrong, he was trying to. He knew all about it, and he was having a problem with it. They're the things. Just leave them, as QE says, leave them speak. Say, okay, let's walk me through this. Let's go through this and see if it all matches. And I knew it didn't match. I knew none of it matches. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's dodgy nonsense with that dip correction. Dodgy mathematical nonsense with that dip correction. But let's just say me and Adam we're on it, right? But it doesn't match their globe, and that's the main thing. That's all you have to do. Sure, it's not. None of it is matching their globe.
Yeah.
None of it is matching. No, there's other elements to it. I didn't say I was waiting for him to come up with stuff. If he said refraction, he was so dead. As soon as he said
I
that.
didn't really
Well, we
know
all
what was
know
going on.
but
The point
there's
that I
other reasons.
recognised what was going on was the point that QE laughed his head off because he was asking you to cite metabunk and flipping the burden. So I didn't really understand how you were doing what you were doing until, believe it or not, he flipped the burden and then suddenly the penny dropped. Oh, you're comparing it to how it doesn't match, even though you've cited these tables. Now, in that moment, you go, oh, of course, they've taken what we actually see and hijacked it. But in terms of the actual corrections that you do when you're out with respect to a flat plane, it won't match the arc length. And that's what you're comparing it to. So as soon as he was like, can you give me my claim that it doesn't match? I'm like, oh, right, the penny dropped. But I didn't, you don't know what you don't know. So while I'm thinking I need to interject here, because I don't see where you're going, that is purely ignorance. And I can totally get on bended knee and say I'm sorry. Because I don't know what I don't know. I'm very tired and I can give a whole load of excuses, but I'm not going to.
You do that to me 90% of the time, but who cares? I'm a fifth wheel.
Don't get on this bandwagon.
And to defend Nathan,
You got shut down.
Don't get on this bandwagon, Eli.
To defend Nathan, somebody messed with him today and made him a moderator, and he was ripping his hair out for about 20 minutes.
Hey, Elijah, if you're a fifth wheel, you must be a happy camper.
I miss those.
Nathan, I'm sorry that I have to stop you when you're debating someone, and I have to say what I'm saying to you publicly. I
just did not want that guy getting away with what he was getting
I
away
didn't
with.
mind that at all. No, I don't care about the public. I've got plenty of humility. You know, that's never going to be an issue. I was more concerned because at one point QE was like, no, well, let's move on, let's stop this. I'm like, no, I still don't understand. I don't fully get where this is supposed to be going, so I need it explaining. And at that point, you knew I didn't know what I was doing or why you were doing what you were doing.
Need help?
Hey, say again.
Brian was leading into the hangman's rope.
This shit is fucking
Diego,
2 + 2
Diego, do you know you're
equals
hot micing?
4.
Diego.
What do you mean?
Diego, are you intentionally talking to us?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. You're keen. Whoever you're talking to, you're keen. It's just not us, I don't think.
Sorry.
That's okay. I could tell. I didn't think it was us you were talking to.
When
Brian was leading into the hangman's rope.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Yes, Nathan.
Quick,
Yes,
let's
Nathan,
change the
because when
subject to something
QE
else.
laughed and shouted in, sorry?
I was just rumpusing you and trying to change the subject, but literally in a humorous way by actually saying that whilst rumpusing you.
All right. When QE laughed and shouted in, try 50 feet, right? He was loving it because the guy was being proven wrong. And then I knew the thing he had given me. You were correcting me about the meters and feet, and that was that infuriated me at the time. I didn't care if I was getting that wrong. What matters is I wanted him to detail what it was because I knew what he was pre-assuming it to be, and I knew how to use it. I know how to use it, but. Well, I gave him a couple of different heights. They didn't match the globe, and then QE started shouting in, try 50 feet, right? And then I used it in meters, and I used his own calculation because I knew his calculation would match the thing he gave us. Now, it wasn't a detailing of the dip. It was a calculation that helps you to get the dip, but I knew it would pretty much match the AMAC, but I knew it wouldn't match his globe.
Right.
And that's what I wanted.
But you have to.
I want you to be able to do that to them.
I got you, but you can't. You can't, like you're doing now, post debate. You can It took what 25 seconds to summarise that. Obviously, the penny's got to have dropped for you to have a 25-second summary. Otherwise, it's me scratching my head again. But you can. But when you're leading somebody, you can't just take me to one side and explicitly detail it in 25 seconds, so I know where you're going, because you're leading somebody. So I can apologise to you now, because at that point, I'm interjecting because I think I've got something to have him on. And that is to say that, I'll give you a little example, right? Molly and Polly go up to their mother, and Polly says, Polly and me went to the river and saw a dead body. It floated all the way up to the edge. Well, we need to call the ambulance immediately. And the mum says, it's Molly and I. And then walks off. Yeah, that's what he was doing. So you're saying, where'd you get the reference from? Where's this 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet being referenced? And his answer is, it's in meters.
Yeah, but I know that, but I was ignoring him saying that to me because he was saying other things. I didn't care if I was getting that wrong there. I knew he had said meters. I'd heard him say meters. I was just incorrectly saying feet. But it didn't matter because I knew the 1.76 is in relation to meters. I know it's not it's not for feet. There's another one for feet. But what mattered to me is I wanted him, and he did say it. If you listen to the recording, I asked him, is that referring to a distance? And he says no. That was a total lie. And I knew he was lying.
Yeah, then he said it was an angle.
Yeah, he went around. Yeah, he was trying to mess around and play coy, but I knew he knew that it was. He was pre-assuming that was a distance of arc length on the surface of a globe of 3,959 miles, and he could not understand when I eventually did use his calculation, and it didn't match his globe. Yeah. He couldn't take it that none of this was matching his globe.
Right, and that's where you got furious with me, because that's what slipped in, and I just didn't spot it. I don't think I even heard it. I think QE was right. I was probably talking and then he introduced it because you're focused on him rather than me. Outrageous. You heard it. But he slipped that in, and because he's done it in that way where they're talking while you're talking, it's there, it's on the record. It doesn't matter that it's through the top of me. That's all he needs. As long as it's a little seed that's been planted in the audio chaos, it's there, right? Like a stinking turd in the punch bowl. You've seen that stinking turd. Me, I'm still ladling the drink into my glass. And you're going, stop. I'm going, what? What's the problem? He's using sea level. Slurp. And you're like, disgusted, trying to stop me.
Nathan, please, I'm going somewhere. Nathan, please.
What?
I mean, 3 times.
3 times what?
But, you see, yeah. Well, look, if I'm saying to you, Nathan, please, I'm going somewhere, it's for a reason. You have to take that on board just for the future. I wouldn't be saying it. I wouldn't be stepping in to do that if I didn't. If I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to do it because it'll be stupid.
No, I get it. I'm sorry.
What he was doing when he said, when he first brought up the dip and claimed, it's connected to a globe, and then he was going to go off into the sunset, and that infuriated me because I knew it did not connect to his globe, and it seemed like, see, this is what they do. It seems like they're after giving you the victory because you think he's agreeing to the horizontal plane. He is, but he's saying that that plane is not the Earth, and the Earth is a globe, and the dip refers to a globe, and it's all a globe, and you don't know what you're talking about. And he has a little snigger. What annoyed me is I knew he was having a little snigger at you. That infuriated me because I knew that you didn't know it. And I knew from what he said. And when he was held to task on the dip, right, he thought he had something, and I knew he didn't have anything.
Gotcha.
And that's why at the end he started getting nasty with you. At the end, because he had nothing. He knew he had nothing. He tried to red herring and change the argument. Are you saying that the observer's height, description of the observer's height by blah, 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 blah? Are you saying that has nothing to do with the globe? Who cares? I'm not saying any of that. You, right, has been shown to be wrong. At that point, I wanted them to be really held to the fact that he was shown to be wrong. He didn't want to address it. And everyone wanted a piece of him. So at that time, it's hard to get everyone to get on him and say, no, you're wrong. But so it's hard to do that at that point. But it doesn't matter. It's shown.
It's not often me in this seat getting this inspiration, if that's the word. It's normally me dishing it out for the exact reasons you're giving me, Brian. So on the one hand, oh man, yeah, I totally have empathy for this. In fact, I feel very bad because I suffer it and experience it from people on the panel or in Discord quite frequently, and then have to go through this conversation with them, which I'm sure you've heard many times. Now you're going through it with me. That's a bit embarrassing.
I have a suggestion. Brian's proved to be a subject matter expert on things. He says, let me have him. Let me be. I'll let you know when you can come in. That means all of us to shut up. Let him be the host of the show for that duration until he's done with the guy. And let us all be thankful.
I got there eventually.
They've done the homework.
Yeah.
And he can set the trap the way he wants to set the trap. But if everyone's butting in, he can't set the trap.
Yes, I got there eventually and shut everyone else down around him. But eventually, when you're trying to get there initially, is very irritating.
No. I'm not even saying you do that. He'll shut down everyone around him. He'll say, Nathan, mute that guy right now. Nathan, do this. Let him dictate everything.
Sure, but at that point, there's an imbalance and a conflict because I still have to run the show. So I have to step aside because Brian could see that I'm taking charge where the guy's having a snigger because he's got one over on me and Brian spotted it. Well, at that point, I've got to take a step back and go, okay, fine. I do have to interject every time he tries rinsing and repeating to try and stop it to keep it on flow for Brian. But at that point, it's unwritten and not understood from Brian that I am stepping back. I realise I've messed up here, but I still have to control the show. But because Brian still perceives me as stepping in,
you're missing my point. Brian loves your show. Brian will never backstab you. Brian will take care of all those duties himself. He'll just say, Nathan, he's repeating and he's rinsing and repeating. Can you put him on mute, please? Let Brian do what you want to do, and that way no one interrupts him.
Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly.
No, fair enough.
Because my train of thought is taken away when, let's say, when you step in, Nathan. It's like, when a moderator is stepping in and they don't know what's actually happening between the two people. And the borrower is loving it, they're having a smirk because they know that moderator is unknowingly getting them off the hook. That's right. What was happening earlier. That's why I got frustrated.
Yeah, basically what Tenth is saying is you just got to trust him. Yes, you still want to moderate the show, but Brian's part of the show. Therefore, there's no reason why he can't, as a co-host, do what you're doing. You don't have to keep stepping and going, look, he's rinsing and repeating. Yeah, Brian can do that too. I just got to trust him to be able to do it, and I know he can. So it's one of those. It's control, isn't it? I'm still pressing the buttons.
Or he said something different.
I'm nearly done, Neil. I'm nearly done. I'm pressing the buttons, but I've just got to trust that in terms of controlling the way the conversation's going, Brian's perfectly capable of doing it without me interjecting. In fact, appreciate that it's a hindrance and that he's going to love it every time I step in to say, he's rinsing and repeating, he's saying meters because he wants to just reply with its meters rather than feet, rather than the answer. Me stepping in is actually a hindrance. I get it.
You know what? If he corrected me on the meters thing, I would have just said, "Oh, you're right. Sorry, thank you." That's what I do. I don't waste. I don't mess around. It's meters. Oh yeah, right. It's meters. I accept it, and I say, "Oh, thanks." Right. Even when I comment, if a border corrects me on a spelling, I'll thank them. Thank you. You're right. Because I'm not wasting. I'm not, because what he wants is a different reaction, and I don't want to give it to him. But what happens when I get angry and frustrated is when my train of thought has been taken away, or if I feel that person's getting off, and they know they're getting off and off the hook, and they know that the person getting them off doesn't realise that. And you get frustrated at that. Everyone gets frustrated at that.
Because that's what he's trying to do. That's the only reason for the tactic. That's the entire reason for the tactic, to get you off track.
Well, let me tell you where it was going to go. I was hoping that he knew a bit more, but I think he may have, but he didn't want to go there and start bringing up 7/6, right? Because I was going to bring that straight back, his claimed refracted horizon. I was going to bring that straight back to latitude. Straight back to latitude. So that means we're getting our correct latitude using a claimed 7/6 horizon for a globe that's 3959. Where your 7/6 horizon is not 3959. How are we getting a correct latitude? I just stump him there and then. He has nothing. He has nowhere to go. Yeah.
Brian, let me tell a story that relates to this quite well.
It's not the cave one again, is it?
No, it's not the cave. Don't worry about the cave. Good one. All right, here we go. So there's this famous guy. He's just an authority on the subject that's really hard for people to understand. He's the only one in the world that knows it well. So he goes on a tour. He's got a chauffeur that goes with him all the time. And of course, he sits down and listens to each talk. After a few months, the speaker can barely talk. He's sick. He's not feeling good, but he's got an engagement in 2 hours. And the chauffeur says, "Look, you can cancel." And he says, No. You're the chauffeur. You've been in all my talks. You know what to say. Just repeat what I say. I mean, you know it verbatim. He says, "Okay." So the chauffeur goes to the podium. No one knows, because there's no picture of the guy to say that's not the guy. So the chauffeur does the talk. Everyone gets up and applauds. And then the question and answer period comes. Of course, the chauffeur's heard every question and every answer. So he's just reeling along, sounding great. All of a sudden, there's a new question that the chauffeur had never heard. And the chauffeur says, "That's such a stupid question. Even my chauffeur knows the answer to that," and points to the guy. And he gets up and answers it. Brian's that guy.
Nice. I like that.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to round out on that note.
Nathan,
I'll go on.
I was just going to say before you do.
Just squeezed.
You're never going to have to. You're never going to have to worry. I will always leave meat on the bones. Whatever outcome comes from that, and I do, you will absolutely have loads to work with. If you want to take on, because I know it could be, I want to get that border. I understand that. I'm kind of the same as that. You want to get that fucker. You want to get them. But there's going to be loads there. Don't worry afterwards. Because he's going to then start going into directions that will suit you perfect.
Yeah. No, I just got to be more trusting and know when I don't know something. When you're subtly trying to tell me because you get infuriated. Anything else? Because I'm going to round out. We've been doing this for 5.5 hours. Almost.
No, just thank you for the show.
And with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to, obviously, both Discord and G+ panels, and today's politics server Discord, who aren't here now, but thank you to them too. Also to you in the Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.